speak a single word, 'cause you got me haunting, haunting. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me haunting, haunting. Flowers and chocolate, sex on your nose.
Yo guys, what's up? भाई बड़ी जल्दी आना पड़ा एक्चुअली, बट रुको. वेलकम बैक, थैंक यू. मैं ना एक सेकेंड.
Filled group of teams. They do not disappoint when it comes to things we can point out that would either prove a narrative, create a new one that would send the world going crazy, or just cement a dynasty that's already been in the making.
Absolutely. There's so many storylines, and at the end of the day, nothing that we say here really matters, because all that matters is what those players do when they get into that lobby. They are the ones that have to be the author of their own story. And so all these other teams, they're trying to prevent you from getting that win, but you have to be the one that either, like you said, cements the dynasty or makes history and becomes the first-time champion for yourself.
Snipe down in these moments, coming from a professional player who's won playoffs before, but now at the limelight in a playoffs that feels a little bit brighter than usual. How do you take this pressure and turn it into fuel?
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams should be very proud. This has to be one of the hardest formats to make it to a grand finals. And so for these teams to get here, they already have something to be proud of, but no one is satisfied. We've literally heard it nonstop from these teams. So many that say only first place is acceptable. And that's all these players want to walk out with. You just have to come in one game at a time, forget about whatever happened in the game before, whether it was good or bad, and move forward. And I expect a lot out of these teams.
And the question on everyone's minds, Lauren, we haven't seen them in 2 days or 1 day respectively. Alliance and Falcons, two teams that have either won the most previous LAN or won this LAN essentially back in Riyadh a year ago. Who will come out on top today?
I think that's what the question that everyone's asking, right? I mean, everyone has their eyes on these two teams before we even started the event. That was the whole point. What can they do in groups? And then are they going to get the first POI draft seed? That's exactly what Alliance was able to do with their performance out of their pool. But like you said, they also had a little bit of downtime, especially the teams that came out of Pool A. Have they been paying attention? Were they in the arena at the stage, watching all the action going down, kind of making sure they get all the information they need? Only time will tell.
And that time is now. For those who missed a little bit of what happened yesterday, let's throw it to our Gideon top plays so you can catch up on the action.
Sentinels have a chance to put up an absolute monster game here in the first game of the LCQ, and having heard the Reds go in, they want that Reds to be permanent. They take down LCQ.
Because they're going to get wrapped up around by Furia. They're going to get pinched here if they're not careful, as Team Liquid are not involved in this fight. This means everything kind of knows, but he has to get outside of zone. He can't do it. Top 2 teams. Vamos! Team Liquid! Once again, the big difference, and they were able to pop that shield, but it looks like they're getting the next res. It's only up to Lily. You're outnumbered. Gets punched as Furia take the dub, coming out of the low ground, taking that fight against Twisted Minds.
Gamers pushing in that mobile shield, providing a moment of pause for this fight. It's a 1-for-1 exchange as Keon gets a knock onto Drop. Zap comes in from behind, gets that re-knock onto Madness, and now going for that 1v1, but the Newcastle res might just be enough to even things out. Goes to use from that raise. Risky repositioning. The slam! The big slam though! Comes in from Sentinels, a right hook! Is going to push one player away. It's a 2v2 right now. Cat spikes go down. Jaguaris, oh, challenge it and lurks that you don't do that against this man. Sentinel champions, the R9 sprays we will not forget about.
Quite the odyssey from Sentinels, making it almost at the bottom side of that entire bracket to the very top and qualifying for today. However, there are teams that didn't. And of course, as you look at teams Falcons and Alliance, there are foils on the opposite side. Teams that did not make it, such as RRX, Shopify Rebellion, which keys have been crushed. Yet the hopes still remain for the teams left alive with their key still intact. Who will crush more keys? Well, we'll find out in just a moment. And it was really a day that brought us a lot of introspection from teams. You could see tweets coming out from ZY8UL saying, I just needed to be better. I can't blame this on anybody but myself. We will try harder. You saw MT talking about the fact that it's his first time. He hasn't made LAN finals in 11 tournaments. Well, of course, those reactions mean that there was emotion.
I am back, guys.
Let's take a look at our PS5 top reactions from yesterday, guys. As we could see, Lauren, clearly it was emotional on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, and I think that's what made yesterday that much more enjoyable performance, whether it was from the teams that were finding success or, like you said, the emotional side of things, the teams that were struggling to make it. Top 6 is so much more difficult than what we typically do at an ALGS lane. And you can see how much relief there was for the squads that were able to fight into those positions.
Tonight, Madness getting excited about this Furia team.
हाँ फर्स्ट ग्रुप के एक्चुअली मैं कल ना देख रही थी थोड़े बहुत मैचेस बट फिर मैं
one of my favorite things about Furia is the passion that Madness brings. We've seen it from the start. He's been a very polarizing player from the beginning to now, and honestly I love how he carries his team and uses that momentum, good and bad, to get them going.
And one of the greatest things when you consider it too is that all of this passion, it's a universal language, right? I had you use the word yen the other day. APAC North, I mean, they still have a chance in this, but also you just see the teams. You don't have to have the conversation with them. You can tell how emotional it is, even for guys who normally keep their cool.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, this is $2 million on the line. It's a legacy-defining moment. You want to be the team that has a chance to put yourself into the history books. You don't want to go home early. You at least want to give yourself a shot. And if you don't, those games are going to eat at you forever. And so you can see the relief on those teams' faces just knowing that they made it, that they had a big game, and that finally maybe they were safe.
Well, that was yesterday. Let's take a look at what's in store for today, because we mentioned over the course of 3 days, we've whittled it down to 20 teams. Those teams about to take place in a match point finals. Last chance was yesterday, but this is really their last chance to show what they have to do. Interforce 36, Team Nemesis, Furia, Sentinels, Liquid, Gen G, Rival, Alliance, 100 Thieves, Rock Esports, Virtus Pro, S8UL, VK Gaming, Navi, Wolves Esports, Kinotrope Gaming, Fnatic, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Falcons, and TSM. Those 20 teams earned at least a mention here because they did all the work to get here. This is just an achievement arriving to this moment. And actually, speaking of arriving, you see some of the players
stream to 8 PM start ho gayi hai.
and heading towards the
Matches
venue.
maybe 8:30.
You can see Draugr there, a little bit of the Falcons action. In fact, you see Privacy chatting as usual. I'm surprised he had his voice when he came and joined us. Kimchi, they were out in pool play, unfortunately. And of course, all the players enjoying themselves. If you haven't been to EWC, you probably, even if you haven't seen this area, but the player lounge just was up there playing ping pong with Snipe Down a few minutes ago, getting ready. It's pretty awesome. They've got these guys set up. And again, the big storyline, Falcons, what can they do?
उसमें भी
That
कोई
man right there, the
one-sided topic
CEO of
थी क्या
Apex
team
Legends.
led
You know him,
alliance मैं
but
बोल
do
तो
you
रही
really
हूँ
know
मैं
all
थोड़ा
of them?
बहुत देखा मैं
Let's take a
सो गई
look
थी
at
वो नहीं देखी
ImperialHal's backstory.
From legacy to a dynasty.
Crowd acknowledges what can only be described as greatness.
Gonna tell the fans, everyone watching at home, who's the best IGL? Who is it, Hal?
I started playing video games when I was 3, very, very young. My first enjoyment of gaming all came from my father. He liked playing games, he loved Halo.
When he was 3.
And then I started playing it. You know, I would play against him and his friends and beat them when I was a little kid, and he saw the potential in me. One of the biggest moments of my life when it came to gaming was in high school. I always wanted to move to PC, and my father would tell me, you have to get straight A's if you want me to get your PC. He gave me reasons to, you know, focus on school. My parents came from nothing. They knew or understood the importance of having an education. They immigrated from Bosnia. They barely knew English. You know, they didn't have a lot of money and they had to work multiple jobs. The main thing that my dad taught me was, you know, like earning what I wanted.
Today's match format is to reach a threshold and need to win next match.
हाँ,
इसमें ऐसा है कि scoreboard पे if you have 50 points, you just need to win a game. If you win, you win the finals. Bro, but ये format बड़ा interesting है भाई. मेरे को देखना है how it's gonna go. Actually, bro.
I feel like my
Hi,
father
Abhishek.
knows me more than anyone else in the world, so if you said something like that, it's probably true.
The CEO with the hostile takeover! TSM are your champions!
Bro, but then ऐसा ही होगा अगर एक ही टीम है 50 वाली तो उनको टारगेट करेंगे भाई obviously.
I didn't have an ego. I feel like in the very beginning of Apex, there was no reason to. You know, I wasn't like very successful before Apex. Like my best placement was 5th. As time went on, from me winning, being on top of the world in front of like everyone else, you know, I was kind of.
तो यार basically imagine कि alliance team है, उनके scoreboard पे 50 points हो गए, मतलब after जितने भी 3-4 games 50 points हो गए अगर उनके, तो next game उनको सीधा जीतना है. या alliance छोड़ो, there are 3-4 teams जिनके सबके 50 points है, तो उनमें से कोई भी अगर next game जीत जाए ना तो they win. जो भी 50 points वाली टीम गेम जीत जाए सीधा तो वो सीधा फाइनल्स जीत जाते हैं. तो नंबर ऑफ गेम्स डिसाइडेड नहीं है, नहीं शायद ऐसा ही है इसमें.
I don't want to feel that I've done enough.
There is no fixed number.
Falcons rising! Falcons champions!
I love my career so far, but I know I can do a lot more. There's like times where I started to doubt myself because I was at the top in the very beginning, and then all of a sudden I started having mediocre performances, and I feel like I was trying to do everything and anything, and I just couldn't get what I wanted. But my father was always like just pushing me to just, you know, stay and keep doing what you're doing, and it'll eventually work out. If he wasn't here, then I probably wouldn't be a streamer. Maybe I would have quit. Maybe I would have, who knows? Honestly, it would have been a way different life. I'm not ImperialHal without my father, so that's like the best way to put it.
He was the first Apex Legends guy जो मैंने subscribe किया, follow किया था Twitch पे.
Someone who recently became a father, that would mean the world to hear your son or your daughter say that about you and your influence, and Hal certainly giving homage to the man who raised him and helped keep himself on the track. And look at that track. Well, it's got him.
इनका गेम देखा नहीं है, ये देखो
effect. His name and the Falcons logo waving as a flag. Can they do it again? Second place last year when they came to Riyadh. Can they win this time and grab 2
जब तक कोई 50 points वाली टीम नहीं जीतेगी तब तक मैचेस कंटिन्यू रहेंगे. इन मैचेस के बाद जो टॉप पे होगा वो विनर है. 50 points वाला नहीं हुआ तो ये नहीं बताया.
Shaky at the start, I want to dare say, but of course they pulled it through. Now, how many games do you reckon you're going to reach match point eligibility?
I think around 8 games or so is when we're gonna be. No, you mean like someone's gonna get to. We're gonna get to match point. Oh, 5 games, and then we win it on game 6.
Match point ये 50 कोई बोल रहे हैं.
Happy with your POIs today?
What's that?
Happy with your POIs today?
Absolutely, we had 17th pick, and we got some really good picks, so I'm excited.
Okay, I'm expecting great looting and shooting from you guys then, of course. What's kind of been the preparation for today?
Izumi को आने दो guys, सारे questions पूछ लेंगे हम.
I think that's the big thing with us. We got some good momentum going in from yesterday, so I think we're gonna start off swinging today. So Yeah, I would say confidence, and our comms have been amazing.
That's good. That's good. I mean, I was jumping before going, confidence, guys. Come on. I know we're there in the hot sun. But of course, what team are you going to watch out for today?
Probably Gen G. We seem to run into them like every game. So we got to be a bit careful rotating through the map. Make sure they're not ratting us anywhere. And if we have to take a fight with them, we're going to take them down. So.
I mean, us Apex South people are kind of annoying. So
Bro,
best of luck to you guys,
cuties.
Sentinels, in match point finals.
Cuties
Thank you so much,
भाई
Lace.
शक्ल
Great
नहीं
interview
दिख
as
रही होगी
always,
शायद ये
and walking
कैमरा
down
में
that
तुम लोग
boulevard.
को
It's hot. Let me just tell you.
Guess करो
But she does a
कौन सी
great job
team
of
है
keeping her cool, and I love the blue outfit. Just a little reaction to that piece
Such
from Hal.
cuties,
You're obviously very
man.
close friends with Hal and have been for a long time, a teammate as well. You've been through the trenches with him. How did that impact you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just the passion that oozes out of him and having the support system that he has with his family. He's talked
कुलदीप तो ब्रो
nonstop
ट्विटर
about
पे
how
ऑल टाइम
much that
रहता
has
है
impacted even his decisions to stream or play games. And I heard a little bit about, game he started with a little bit of Imperial Halo in there. So I love that, and just proud to see the progress that he has, and staying hungry as often, even when you are accomplished, is a great way to see goals.
Yeah, and he's kind of reinvented himself in many different ways. This is a new version of Hal 2.0. Certainly would submit being Hal 2.0 if he can win this one as well after winning the Open. Jayhawk, it's time to start breaking things down, though. I want to touch on these storylines in an even bigger way. And for that, we go to our SMB key matchup. Take us away with who you think have some storylines we got to follow.
Listen, obviously we have to talk about Alliance and Team Falcons. This is the rivalry that everybody is looking at. And this is honestly, in my opinion, the best rivalry that we've seen since Prime TSM versus Dark Zero back in year 3. But that rivalry ended when the era of the dynasties died. And we begin a new era, which was the era of the super team. And yet, Falcons did not dominate that era like the dynasties that they came from. Instead, it was Alliance who lifted the trophy here in Riyadh, officially breaking the curse placed upon them as the group stage team. While Falcons were seeing internal changes, Alliance continued that streak of dominance. They placed top 3 at every single LAN since that victory. And coming into this year, it was clear that Alliance was the best team in the world. I mean, when you see this play from Effect, how can you doubt that maybe they're the best team here? But Falcons, they have something to say about that. They would not allow the conversation to end there.
I don't think Falcons or Alliance will lift trophy. Why do you
becoming the first ever team to win from the elimination bracket. They do not take kindly to the assertion that Alliance is the best team. Zero and Hal are no strangers to legacy. Zero was the only player who was able to go back-to-back with Dark Zero, and they're looking to do so again after that win in New Orleans. This is a legacy-defining moment for these two teams, and I'm very excited to see who comes out on top.
I'm trying for a few more games.
Object versus an unstoppable force. Will Falcons or Alliance take the victory? Only one
It's Battle Royale, so सारे matches में होंगे.
And that was our SMB matchup. Thanks to Jayhawk. Now, Snipe, I know we got a lot of teams representing all different regions, but Americas have a region as a region have been the most dominant coming into this tournament, and they've stayed the most dominant in this tournament as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, America, and a team specifically that I want to talk about is TSM. And we heard it in an interview with Gent before. He said this is a new era of TSM, which it is. And one of the most impressive points that I talked about on day 1 that still holds true to now is TSM is the only team in this entire tournament that has yet to place outside of the top 10 in any match. Their lowest is 9th, and their average placing is 4.4. And when it comes to this match point format, there is no other team in terms of consistency that I would think would be able to get to that point, and that's only going to propel them. And another player specifically has got to be Panic. This kid was 1 placement away from making it to the grand finals at his first LAN. He was almost exiled as a pro player in terms of people writing him off, stayed true to his
I would say no, because I've played like barely twice, and I know nothing about that game.
And now he's playing right next
because Dota को सीखने में टाइम लगता है. Dota and League ऐसे गेम्स है कि तुम्हें पूरा घुसना पड़ेगा क्योंकि so many characters, abilities, बहुत टाइम लगता है.
And that type of passion only elevates the people around you, brings out the best in them, and we're seeing that with this current TSM roster right now. It's going to be very exciting to see if they can get that championship under a new team in that new era.
You know, top placement, that's a big deal, especially as we transition into match point. Being consistent or just making it through to these group stages can be 2 different things, because one big blow-up game and then some terrible performances, all gamers in their first pool play, can get you into a position where you're competing. But staying in those top 5s, top 4s, that's how you have a chance to win match point. Lauren, I know there's other regions to speak about, and APAC, they have represented as well. A great showing from them.
Yeah, let's talk about Gen G a little bit, okay? Because we've highlighted just how insane yesterday was with our last chance, and the team that we saw at the top of it, at the end of it all,
but you used to show members count on
one of our
screen,
teams out of
stream
APAC South
elements
to make their way through to the match point finals, the trio of Ziki, Asia, and Dexter. And this was just such an impressive performance because we were watching points determining 4 to 5 placements depending on what
guys
game
match
we were at
8:30
in this
start होगा
series.
कि 9
They
PM
were
किसको
not
पता है
in that discussion of concern by the bubble. They were so far at the top that they had at
अपना
least
aura
10
दिखाओ,
plus points
perm
to
ले
make by
लो.
the end of it between them and second place. They were consistent the entire time. If I'm not mistaken, it was only 3 out of their 10 matches that were outside top 6 placements. They were consistent in their
That's
placement,
crazy.
then had 2 pop-off games to really solidify that point gap, and they just looked so strong. And that was in last chance though. Let's just talk about the region as a whole, because arguably at this
8:45
event, they
क्या
might be
बात
considered
करो.
the most impressive
मुझे लगा था कि आज
region,
जल्दी हो
period.
रहा है.
5 out of their 8 teams
वैसे तो हाँ
have now
कल
qualified
8:45
through
स्टार्ट
to
हुआ था,
match point
8:40
finals.
स्टार्ट
4
हुआ
of
था
them
एक्चुअली कल.
did it straight
परसों
out
लेट
of their
स्टार्ट हुआ
pool
था 9
play.
बजे.
We had one out of
कल
pool A, I
8:40
believe
पे
that
हो
was
गया था.
Wolves, and then we had S8, Rival Esports, and
A.
BK out of pool
S8?
B. And the fact that we're talking about a region that only had 8 slots, getting 5, and that's over 60% of their teams qualifying through to match point finals. It's the highest percentage out of any region participating here.
You know, these are great moments to really capitalize on, because you look at these teams, they often do go unnoticed in terms
Crazy
of the
bro,
major
so
storylines
talented
coming
Kuldeep.
into
Trophy
it.
चाहिए
How
क्या
can you
चाहिए
not?
बताओ.
It's just too tight of a room to squeeze in. It's like an elevator. You got to wait because it's too full and just catch the next one. Alliance, Falcons, these teams kind of dominate the narratives. So who's going to squeeze in next to them? Navi have tried this year. Maybe if they win again, we'll see that one. But of course, another team that's been in that narrative and kind of got pushed out, I think left on the bottom floor for at least a tournament, was APAC North. I really wanted to see more from our APAC North representatives, all the way going back into our last year, starting in Split 1 in Los Angeles, when we hosted it at the Galen Center, and we saw Sangjun and Obli and Karampu raise the trophy. They stared down Obli specifically, the crowd, and all the viewers saying, well, now what are you going to say about APAC North? After that, we haven't had an APAC North win since. Is it time? Are they due? Especially with the news that we're going back to Japan this year and next year. So, well, I guess 2 years from now, because I guess next year is this year in terms of our ALGS year. Interesting to know. Will these regions rise up? Will they claim supremacy? This is certainly the last chance in the calendar year to do so. ALGS is in its prime, and I cannot wait to see which team says we were the best when the best was on the table. Let's find out who takes the stage and center spotlight here on our match point finals and send it to the opening ceremony.
इज़ूमी हमारा क्वेश्चन था कि फिक्स नंबर ऑफ मैचेस होता है या नहीं फाइनल्स में, या फिर जब तक कोई 50 पॉइंट्स वाली टीम, मैच पॉइंट वाली टीम गेम नहीं जीतती तब तक चलता ही रहता है. क्या सीन है? ओके, टीम्स की एंट्री शुरू हो गई है. लेट्स गो. चलता रहेगा. ओ भाई, दैट्स क्रेजी. जल्दी स्टार्ट हो रहा. अभी एंट्री होगी ना सबकी. तो दे आर लाइक कोई ना कोई कभी ना कभी जीतेगी. ये कैसा क्वेश्चन है? ये कैसा क्वेश्चन है?
hunt begins.
The hunt begins.
20 teams enter the stage. Friends.
ये गलत बात है, बाकी लेजेंड्स का आवाज क्यों नहीं था? Why only Bloodhound का voice line?
Unscathed. These are the moments that test your resolve, your patience, and of course, your skill. Months of preparation have led to this moment, but the reality is,
bro, I so badly wanna play Apex now. I swear.
Gentlemen, it's just business.
एक टाइम पे सारी टीम्स, हाँ सारी टीम्स मैच पॉइंट पे आ जाएगी, वो भी हो सकता है, पर मेरे को नहीं लगता आज होगा वो. I don't think so. तुम लोग को लगता है किसी को कि सारी टीम्स मैच पॉइंट पे आएंगी? मुझे नहीं लगता.
If you could please join me in welcoming your finalists to the main stage for one last time this week. Kicking things off with ninjas in pajamas. They are Vayne, Kurev, and McLovin.
Oh, ये भी तो है. 19. But if one team is on a roll, then it might matches only. ये तो है. ये जरूर हो सकता है कि कोई डोमिनेट करके बहुत जल्दी खत्म कर दे. But then if they reach match point, उनको obvious है कि टारगेट किया जाएगा. टारगेट होंगे वो लोग, definitely. Bro, आज तो सारी crazy teams. They
are Yuka, Colonel Garcia, and Libel Ace.
Oh, Fnatic. Match point मतलब 50 points.
They are Dexter, Ziki, and
Scoreboard पे. Crazy matches होने वाले आज.
100 Thieves. They are Jen Burton, Verholst, and Phony.
Bro, Phony के लिए लेकिन respect ज़्यादा है थोड़ी.
Wolves Esports. They are Crazy Kong, No Name, and Wen Xuan. Team Liquid. They are Yanya, Jaguares, and Nizel.
Come on, हमारी टीम लाओ. S8UL. Yeah.
They are Sherlock, Legacy, and Jesco.
Yeah. Second best team. What?
Enter Force 36. They are Juzna, Sinap, and Illy.
Second best what? Second best team on Storm Point. Oh. So far, second best team on Storm Point.
Sentinels. They are Riley Mekanek, Lota 31, and Carter. Furia. They are Madness, Noct, and Keon.
Keon. Highest point game of last chance.
Team Nemesis. They are Kaishiha, Zuni, and Remix Powers. Rival Esports.
Oh.
They are Aflo, Fafafi, and Gotga. Kinetro Gaming. They are Vols, Pero, and Cannon.
Yes, I know. NRG did not make it.
ROC Esports. They are Deeds, Sorcerer, and Vaxlon.
ये लोग भी कर लिए थे.
Team Falcon.
ये आए ना अभी.
They are Zero, Waltzy, and ImperialHal.
Bro, इनके टाइम पे थोड़ा ज़्यादा cheering है. Fan following है.
They are Panic, Duplex, and Gent. And finally,
बटा Storm Point, Storm Point map है.
They are unlucky.
Alliance. Effect is now all-time high kills in a series in EWC.
The journey has been merciless. The finish line is in sight, and it is time to claim your place in history. It is time for the match point finals.
Match point finals.
Every time there's a finals day, it's do or die.
ठीक है गाइस, जिनको नहीं पता है मैच पॉइंट फाइनल्स में सिस्टम रहता है कि हर मैप के बाद स्कोर बोर्ड आता है, तो स्कोर बोर्ड पे पॉइंट्स रहते हैं किल पॉइंट्स एंड प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स के बेसिस पे. सो जो भी टीम 50 हिट करती है स्कोर बोर्ड पे तो दे आर एट मैच पॉइंट. उसके बाद दे जस्ट हैव टू विन अ मैप. जैसे वो लोग जीते मैप दे विन द फाइनल्स. वैसा सिस्टम है, ठीक है. सो देयर इज नो फिक्स्ड नंबर ऑफ मैचेस, जो कि बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, देखने में मजा आएगा. क्योंकि मेरे को तो लग रहा है फुल टारगेटिंग होने वाली है भाई. फुल होता ही होगा ना बैटल रॉयल में, वैसे भी होता ही है ये सब.
Missing out on the ALGS Open Finals by 1 point is truly devastating.
एंड जब तक मैच पॉइंट वाली टीम गेम नहीं जीतती है खत्म नहीं होता है फाइनल्स. चलता ही रहेगा. बट हाँ, ज्यादा लंबा ऑब्वियसली नहीं चलेगा.
Last year I was pretty confident as well. I knew we were gonna win. But this year I feel like we're gonna do even better. We're gonna finish it in 4 years. We're gonna prove our haters that they're wrong.
जो सबसे पहले मैच पॉइंट पे आएगी उनकी सबसे पहले फटेगी. आई मीन डिपेंड्स यार, सब टीम्स का माइंडसेट भी होता है ना प्लेयर्स का अलग अलग.
Everyone's on the alliance train right now, even though we won the last tournament. Personally, I feel pretty pissed off when I hear everyone's.
What if आज पूरा दिन विनर ना मिले? I think it just keeps going, bro. 10 गेम मैक्सिमम है शायद. में सही ऐसा नहीं है.
It is finally time to start our mid-season playoffs grand finals here, match point finals.
Let's
As
go.
You heard it there, Hal upset with everyone who thinks that Falcons are on top, and here's where they have to prove it. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Jamerson, and we're here to open up the epic victory, the epic journey for these teams.
Pep talk.
There are 18 teams in the lobby shooting for that championship, but 2 teams right now, in Alliance and Falcons, whose only goal is to prove
ImperialHal
that they are the best in the world. Hal mentioned it. Alliance, we're in a different group. This time around, though, we have the most stacked lobby at LAN we have seen for match point finals.
Alliance fans cheering on right behind them. Everyone has been behind Alliance with their insane performance, their consistent performance, which needs to be highlighted. Because match point format isn't the same as we've seen throughout the course of the tournament. We've played out through our pools, we've played out through our last chance fights for a lot of these teams. But here in match point format, you need to hit 50 points. Once you hit 50 points, you then have to win a game to be considered your mid-season playoff champions. You have to have that consistency. You have to find yourself getting that dub. You could get it beforehand, but you need to hit
Alliance fans cuties hai. Crazy.
Finals at LAN. It was, of course, Team Falcons taking the victory in 6 in such a surprising way. But so much has changed along the way here at the end of Split 1. after the introductions of the legend bands, after the introductions of more maps into the pool, and also we took out World's Edge for a little bit there, but now our teams have had time to adjust, really learn more and dig deeper into their skill sets, particularly being able to isolate out teams and know which teams are what now in the malaise.
Cuties मैं भी alliance support कर रहा bro, fake fans bro.
It's so difficult to be able to identify which squad is running what composition, but here in the beginning it should be a little bit easier with a lot of teams running similar mirror compositions. But once we get down,
Mortal भी बैठा होगा audience में. I don't know.
Forbid we go to 13.
मतलब बैठे ही होंगे ना.
What kind of composition will we see?
S8UL को support करने.
Neither do any of our other squads.
होना तो चाहिए.
Well, everyone gets ready here to highlight some of these stakes. What we've seen thus far, the storylines, from appendixes getting removed, making the dub here, 100 Thieves putting on a performance for us, players that have been able to bring out their families to see them perform here at EWC, fans rallying together, lighting up the crowd in green here. Alliance fans, they do it. They're some of the best fans that we see following their team, no matter where we go in our international global stage here in the ALGS.
Since their first LAN win last year, Vicky, their consistency when it comes to match point finals is unmatched. With how often they have come in second place and so close, well within reach of being able to get an ALGS
Team Liquid.
LAN
Where is Nat? Where is Nat? Call him.
Opportunity now.
As we take a look at Team Liquid 2, we saw what they did just yesterday. Their coach, Stresado.
Total कितने teams है? 20?
This is the team that
20.
When it matters the most, when they're on the line, they manage to pull it off. They manage to find themselves in these final lobbies after making some adjustments here and making sure everybody is set up and ready to go. We have
Vamos
Liquid with the jersey here too. We saw Jen Burden's dad earlier in the crowd. VKG, so many of our fans coming from all around the world to cheer on their favorite team.
That's right. For Team Liquid,
20 teams है यार. There are 20 teams playing. Okay.
Turn it around. A second place finish on that Jurassic ending Unstorm point, and then they get that well-earned victory over at Geyser. And things couldn't have gone any better for them after that. They were able to complete it all out, keep themselves alive, even though it was a scary finish to the end there in the last chance.
Making it into this lobby alone in a $2 million
1v1 me.
First place.
That's crazy.
With $600,000. I like the energy. 1v1 me. Where are you at here?
You got plenty of setups. It's the Esports World Cup. There's plenty of opportunities for us to do this. Now, plenty of fans as well. Wolves, another representative coming out from APAC South, a region that has been coming out swinging. 5 out of the 8 representatives were able to make it here into the match point finals. 4 of those teams doing it by winning in their pool play and securing a spot here very early on. And of course, one more had to secure their spot. But we also have to mention a team when we talk about LAN that we're so used to seeing in the match point finals, ALGS. Unfortunately missed out by about 9 points in that tight grouping pack in the middle for that top 6 spots.
भाई शुरू होने से पहले ही सो रहे हैं.
Plenty of APAC South representatives to try and make them proud.
Cutthroat competition within that.
Bro, why are you looking like that into the camera? The fuck, bro?
Meant for teams to make it in here into this lobby, probably the most stacked lobby, by the way, that we have ever seen at a match point finals, at a LAN here, to compete, to raise that trophy, send everybody to the crusher. And that's why I keep putting the highlight over on this prize.
भाई लेकिन ये भी बहुत cool है EWC का.
For that money.
जो की क्रश करते हैं दूसरे टीम्स की. हाँ. टोटम में जाता है वो. काफी कूल लगा मुझे वो सिस्टम पूरा. और बोस्टर जो खुश हो रहा था PRX की क्रश करके भाई.
The mid-season finals of ALGS split 1. That man right there, I think I saw one of the best tweets That appendix in him? Nah. That dog in him?
वालों में एक-एक करके हुई ना.
Coming down with appendicitis out of nowhere, had emergency surgery. Next day, he is straight into group play. We didn't know how many
Genji की crush photo देखा. I guess देखा.
He gets in 5. Bronzy comes in to finish out the series. No, he stays in it. Gets all 10 games in, but he also gets the first win of the day. Also bookended with the last win as well. So, Boney, despite having to go through surgery, I don't know how invasive, an appendectomy is. It's still a surgery. You're still on some meds. It is not your usual, oh yeah, I'm just going to sit down and play Apex for a few hours, guys. He had surgery coming into that one.
Yeah, dude, it literally Appendix Legends, right? Like, that's what Onset said earlier. Like, I was cracking.
Appendix Legend?
Dude, that was some aura farming potential right there for 100 Thieves.
वो तो है. Respect plus. Bro, कोई अपनी literally ऐसे surgery के 24 घंटे बाद कैसे खेल सकता है यार? How is that even possible?
Most stacked lobby. Representatives from every LAN winning team in the last
Dedication
year.
है भाई, dedication.
Along with so many of our consistent teams. BK Gaming, another one that we do have to mention as we are on board with them. QQ showing up. They are one
Bro,
of
ये
the
कैसे दिख रहा है
teams,
कैमरा में?
right?
Stop,
They
bro.
are successful, they get wins, but they don't do it always in the biggest of fashions. But we can always count on them, representatives from APAC South, to be here in the finals lobby. And not just be here, but have an impactful role when it comes to it. They know how to fight in the early
मुझे
game.
लगा
They know
Appendix
how to
किसी
fight
team
in the
का
mid
नाम
game,
है,
run
नहीं.
into the zone, fairly early on, play off of a lot of
Crazy
priority,
dedication
but they
like
are
Shiro. हादर में भी marathon stream कर रही थी. तो फिर हुई. मेरे जैसा dedication नहीं दिखेगा इधर. Bro, but why is Fnatic throwing? Can you please tell me? नहीं, Fortnite मैंने मतलब खेला भी नहीं है, देखा भी नहीं है.
And importantly for NIP here in this series, Vicky, we are going to be playing all 4 maps once again, but we are starting off on E District, which is where NIP picked up the majority of their points, and which is why they also
Guys, मेरा
were
खाना
able
आ
to pick
गया.
up draft point for themselves.
Yeah, they got that mezzo, right? You know?
अरे बेटे पोलू, excuse me.
Getting set up behind the rest of the team. I really like, you talk about their POI and how they lean into those strengths here too.
$100 million?
They're going to be landing, I believe, on E District close to Team Liquid too. So that's going to be a little check mark to
What are you
follow
saying?
once we get into the game.
Yeah, dropping off at Lotus on the north side, like you had mentioned, next to Team Liquid over there by Electro Dam. But the wins that they were able to get over there on Draft Point on Electro Dam, or excuse me, by Electro Dam was fantastic.
Top 3 this game.
Okay, we are getting ready now.
First
Everybody,
game.
everyone's loaded into the lobby. They
Falcon.
Let's get this started. We're here, we're ready to go, and we're ready
Falcon.
to start off our finals. First game. As Jamerson mentioned, we are going into E District.
Ninjas in pajamas.
So we're going to have E District, World's Edge, Broken Moon, Storm Point, and then we go right back around here into Broken Moon, World's Edge, E District, and then World's Edge again.
Maybe 100 Thieves. Third और कुछ आ नहीं रहा. दिमाग में. I don't think Alliance first game मारेगी ज़्यादा.
How many games are going to take to go?
I'm going to go with Alliance in 5. If Alliance do not do it in 5, it will be Falcons in 7, I believe. We see that teams...
I'm having bhindi roti and chaach, guys. My favorite.
Taking a look at Alliance, our first seed coming into this one. This was a 3rd pick for them, and that's
Increase sound.
because this is again Alliance, a squad that commands respect on other maps, and so they're allowed to let their 4th pick of Storm Point and still secure themselves Trident throughout that. And so because of that, they get that pick on E District in 3rd, and still a pretty decent spot.
Alliance specifically, over the few games that they have been able to play on E District, those dominating games at that, have been the team to get the most points thus far in this entire lobby on E District specifically, and that's with some teams playing even more games on E District versus Alliance pools and not the last chance qualifier. That was with them securing 22 points, the highest that we have seen on E District.
Yeah, and for Alliance, coming out from Shipyard, they're going to look at history just a little bit, right? The 7 times that we ended up playing on E-District, well, we've got 3 energy bank circles, 2 of them going toward that southern side.
Let's get this going, everyone. I love this stage. Huge screens.
Let's
as a
go.
flyby happens on E-District to kick off our match point finals within our mid-season playoff of the ALGS. We're going global here as we get to see Alliance Falcons who will rise to the top. Love E-District. I love the incorporation of these legend bands and what that means, because we've been seeing Alter be that legend to always be the first to go out.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a little bit tired of the legend meta, just wait a game. Just wait a game, because someone's going to get banned out, and all of a sudden, it gets open wide in terms of legend compositions, legends picked. Teams divert pretty early on, but in particular, we do need to note the crypto. We saw some hyper-accelerated ban rates coming out from him. In Group A, he did escape the ban.
Reset थोड़ी हर दिन का अलग रहता है.
He ended up getting banned around Game 5, Game number 6.
ये finals है.
But in the LCQ, it was Game number 3 where he was banned out.
And looking at this already, look at the amount of Watsons. It's going to be Watson as the first legend gone on E-District for this first game. How crazy is it that
literally 2 teams है जिन्होंने Watson नहीं लिया, सबने लिया.
ALGS for mid-season playoffs has significantly changed the Watson pick rate.
Heading into the match point finals, Alter was
अपनी टीम में
leading in
जेस को
terms
खेलता है
of ban
controller से I
priority,
think.
but now with this first ban onto Watson and the strength that she provides, it is no question why. We saw the biggest of buffs coming out to her entire kits, as we got 100 Thieves first on the move right now over here at Energy Bank. Be able to secure this ring console for us eventually. Oh, they do actually already have it, and it's going to be pulling up north to Lotus, and we were talking about a team that converts so extremely well here on E-District, Vicky, and it's NIP getting that pull up towards Lotus.
Oh, they're going to be feasting out here. They're also going to get the memo once they start seeing other teams rotate, because they're not the only ones here that have to look around, because Gen G have now made their appearance. Team Liquid that exit out of Electro Dam have a ring console to that south side of Electro Dam, so they got that scan already quickly rotated.
early fight
Sentinels and Wolf Esports too. It's getting hot here as NIP have already lost out on Vayne. That's Dexter picking up the first kill with
NIP what?
They're going to try and make their way out of Lotus here, but so many teams have already shown up. Wolves Esports, Rivals as well. Looking to see if they have a mobile respawn beacon, and they do in the hands of McLovin. So they will have an opportunity to get him right back on in without too much pressure applied. The difficulty is once that mobile respawn beacon goes down, once you plug him in, all these alters will be able to jump right on top of you.
Yeah, you want your crypto player to stay alive to then remotely get that res instead. So that's not going to be the case for them since they lost out on that crypto player here. Let's see if we can make the magic happen, because it's already looking congested up here. We know over by Lotus that there's a lot of space to coexist, and it's like an altar playground to feast from. Phony taking a lot of damage, 100 Thieves playing off the low ground.
Yeah, one member of Gen G ends up going down here. NIP get a little bit of revenge as they plug Vayne back on in. So they trade kill for kill, but Asia might be the next one to go down. Gen G, our first place team out of that last chance, almost knocked out here in game number 1.
Served on a silver platter in the line of sight of 100 Thieves who walk in, pick that up. They were in some trouble. On the outskirts, we saw NIP Curve also taking some damage there on the other side of that building. 100 Thieves have been able to now find that building.
Legends ban होते हैं. First game में जो most picked legend होगा वो next game में ban हो जाएगा.
Ninjas of Pajamas aren't going to be moving from this spot. They do have the Fusey, they do have the crypto, they have the information. Kirov now looking behind him, he's with the bow check in hand.
The difficulty about trying to hold this level of the building is just that there are so many different walls that you have to cover, right? The angles that you have to cover might be a little bit too much to handle. So unless your team is on it at all points, maybe try to retreat into a smaller spot.
यहाँ भी parcel कर दो रोटी भिंडी, my favorite as well. That too.
We're looking for an opportunity.
Bro, honestly, so good. मजा आ गया.
Force should be able to set up with the Watson for Rival Esports, though, just holding it all down. They've got a good setup.
ये खा के ना मेरी भूख सिर्फ बढ़ती है. पेट ही नहीं भरता, ना मन भरता है.
Should be relatively safe. They've got the other buildings around them that will basically play a barrier around them, and they should be a team that can convert this into a top 5 position.
55% of this lobby, by the way, is rocking the Alter, Crypto, and the Watson. So you know these EMPs are going to delete these Watson fences, since 90% of the lobby is running the Watson within those compositions. As Fnatic involved in a fight, we were talking about Fnatic earlier before. I believe they had finished Group A.
Watson 18 teams ने लिया है. Alter ज़्यादा नहीं लिया है क्या?
100 Thieves still settled in the middle of that building, eating out a nade, trying to see if they could get that kidnap on the Altar.
Right,
it's going to be mostly a standoff here.
Yeah, one thing to note with that interaction between the Crypto and the Watson. The simple fact that the Watson gets her nodes back so much faster now, it's not as big of a, as a detrimental thing, right? As long as you have 3 charges of your nodes up and ready. Dude. Nice little spam there from Jet Burn, but can they follow up on it? The pylon set up. It'll eat up that nade. 100 Thieves are looking to get aggressive, and now they're charging forward. Colonel Garcia might be the next to go.
Oh, what a great first knock here for Jen just to start off this fight, but Burrow's Pony take a lot of damage. They dance around the Moby shield, and 100 Thieves with a very clean fight takeover. Jen getting all those 3 knocks, Fnatic getting eliminated, the first team to go out in this lobby.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about having that retreat position for yourself. That's the nice thing about running that Newcastle, having that extra wall. So you basically create a second room to be able to play on instead of that entire lobby of the building floor to try and control. It's so difficult with the prevalence of the Altar right now, especially here on E District. You can get approached from any angle.
Crazy 100 Thieves with that Newcastle bomb, like you said. Already 4 KP leading the way in this lobby. I don't know where they took Phony. Maybe put him somewhere. They gave him crazy vision, crazy mechanics, replaced his hands here while they were at it.
We can rebuild him. Sir, he only needs his appendix removed.
Slowly entering our cyberpunk era. Actually insane, man.
Team Nemesis now on the move. Another team that was able to survive that fray in the last chance qualifiers. It came down so close for them as well. They're just happy to be here, but they are moving their way through Galleria right now. You can see that Altar port being set up just in case. It's been some time since they have.
Guys, what did I miss? What did I miss?
And they have Alliance shadowing from Energy Bank along the way. So they're just playing this one extra cautiously. They'll have another survey beacon scan to hit to know where they can go safely inside of Lotus.
Yeah, it's important to know in an end zone like this, even with this EMP
10
coming out
gifted
here,
me.
as Falcons are looking at the team.
Sahil, thank you so much. W guys, W Sahil in the chat.
Looks like here.
Sorry यार, मुझे बहुत मिर्च लग गई थी. मैं थोड़ा सा बनाना केक खा के आई हूँ. और मम्मा को पिलो दिखा के आई जिसमें मैंने भिंडी गिरा दी.
Follows up. Hal gets taken out, but it's only one player left. Can he clutch this? The EMP from afar. Walty, though, looks like he was trying to reload. Pressing square now, forced to backtrack. The reset with the Altar Void Nexus.
S8UL here for that third party.
उस दिन वो गिराया था. अबे Falcon
taken out, not having the EMP in the fight.
पूरी नहीं क्या?
Too much. If they could have connected with it, if that drone didn't get taken out, this should have been a clean wipe for them, especially with how well Falcon got that entry back.
अच्छा Fnatic
Then
गई.
follow up from Waltzy.
Falcon पूरी
Luckily, S8UL show up in time, come in for the third party, pick up an early kill for themselves, and now
thank you so much, guys. W Sahil in the chat. जिसको भी membership मिली अब खट से spam हो जाना चाहिए. W Sahil.
Go to the north side, towards the southern side.
साहिल को शायद भिंडी चाहिए.
Coming over to the slow side that S8UL
भिंडी की काफी ज़्यादा डिमांड हो रही है.
From Falcons.
So much space to coexist on Lotus. It's such a big POI. We were highlighting that yesterday. It takes a lot of time to loot here too. But there is that jump tower that's right next door. Even crazier when the zones end up pulling in this direction. Oh my goodness. All right, 330 shots. We have Beam him, QQ, having to reset.
Now I'm back.
Using the shield cells instead. He had 11 beforehand. But we have to keep our eyes to see if Falcons will be able to reset over by Resort. There was no replicator there. So they're going to have to go all the way down south. And then they're going to have to take their time to rotate into that next zone.
Guys, Falcon पूरी गई कि कोई बचा है?
is south of City Hall. So it's going to be a little quiet here. And
charge up.
That south side of the next zone for themselves. So that's going to be perhaps an inevitable.
I think zone already काफी shrink हो गया.
You have to be worried if you're a Falcons fan right now. Trying to go for that res over at City Hall could easily call Alliance your way. You can see right now they are.
अच्छा membership sound आ रहा है. मैंने बंद कर रखा था मेरे लिए. Sorry.
So if they see that res, this is a team that will run it down. They don't need to control that that position for themselves, as Na'Vi ends up getting eliminated to VP. Alliance just continue to hit that scan, and it does show that the ring will be pulling a little bit down here to the south.
Nice looking right behind them. They're going to be wrapping around here, though, but they're not going to be engaging anytime soon. They're actually just going to poke from afar, but they're not looking to try to take these fights because a majority of these teams are over to the south side. A lot of these buildings, a lot of these floors, allowing these teams to share that space. Mythic Bin will be spawning in the next 2 seconds, though, and it's closer to Rock and TSM over by the south side of Lotus.
Yeah. In the meantime, Falcons are able to hit a man scan as they go for a replicator, but we're on board with NIP. Like they were possibly looking to get aggressive onto VP. They don't
कितने players हैं?
Yes, we can see on the map there from BP, the ring will be pulling towards the eastern side of Lotus. So for the teams that we saw earlier that were established there on the west, S8UL, Alliance, Rock Esports, all have to move forward with the next zone.
The team who called out the potential shift over to the east side was VKG.
Oh, Falcons reset bhi ho gayi.
So they wrapped around the entire east side of E District.
Team Falcons is respawning.
This building again. Just looking ahead at that.
The duo
was a team that was trying to engage here originally, maybe trying to see if they could get cheeky with a kidnap. Well, it's VKG that are up that hill too, it looks like. Wolves Esports on the same building as they're trying to collapse. It was Alliance actually on the other side. There's now a replicator over to the south side of Alliance, and this is what I was worried about. With Falcons now getting the res, it's been the green light. Alliance were trying to clear their backs. They heard the res, and they're now looking on to see if they could take this fight against a bludgeoned Falcons, who now have to reset.
Currently, we have the two fraggers of Alliance setting up.
nice कपिल अभी समझा मुझे.
Along with the
मेरे यहाँ भी रोटी भिंडी बनी है.
Crossfire at this choke.
भाई
no
भिंडी जितना टेस्टी कोई सब्जी हो ही नहीं सकती
eyes in the sky, ping down from Unlucky, telling them that someone is coming around from the right-hand side. Alliance are on the hunt for this kill, and it's Team Falcons were able to utilize that altar portal to get themselves up towards that northern choke instead, completely avoiding this fight with Alliance.
That altar Void Nexus is so insane. It can cover like 2 POIs if you space them out with one another, since you can put 2 down. Great placement here, works out considering it was still active. Zero being on that altar early on when they were originally trying to take this fight, grabbing back their loot. 30-30 pings from afar, as Alliance had no idea that they had that altar portal. They were looking to try to get the evac tower.
Bro, he could not go
to wrap around here together with what looks like Hal, who also had fallen down. So they're going to be able to regroup all together as a full squad around that next corner. Feeling that pressure, but uncontested in this choke is great because nobody's waiting for them to gatekeep them on the other side of this hedge.
Just ahead of them, though, they do have Gen G and 100 Thieves. I believe Gen G might just be a solo still. Yeah, they are. Never able to really recover. Unfortunately, it's going to be their watching player the next ring pulling far east. VK Gaming. Vicky, you had mentioned it. They're kings at calling the zones, it seems like. And they're controlling that eastern choke. They know
yes, altar से ज़्यादा Watson है guys. Watson ban होगा.
Just need to start working on this eastern side. Start whittling away at Team Nemesis, Wolves Esports, and Sentinels. Try to alleviate some of that pressure and walk their way on in for free.
I'm sad, bro.
No one's
I'm
got
sad.
Mythic Bin, by the way, and the reason why that is because
please Jinx मत बोलना.
Are holding the high
Jinx मत
ground
बोलना.
with that Mythic Bin in their line of sight. Wondering if they could send somebody over there, since the 2 teammates of Rock Esports holding that high ground will be able to give suppressed fire to that one member if they're looking to try to get a third party. But it's Zero opening things up with the Arc Star, getting that knock onto Verholst, and following up with the bow check in hand. Great fight. They heard the fighting happening here already before. Zero trying to get the shield swap though. Can't get a gear on time before jumping right in. And thankfully, at the hands of his teammates, alongside the Watson Gen, they do get the reset.
Ooh, a little bit scary there for Zero. For 100 Thieves, though, they do recover Verholst's banner at the very least. Dexter's waiting on the roof for them.
So quick with the...
And I don't see a mobile respawn beacon for Jen Burton there. We'll see if Phony has one. There's plenty of time to try and get him back on in. But the difficulty is that Falcons know it's a duo above us. We can push this team at any moment. 100 Thieves now working around it.
ये देखो ऐसा इफेक्ट आता है वो ट्रैप को क्रॉस करते हो तो तुम अभी देखा तुमने इट स्लोज यू आई गेस maybe damage also.
So at least they have that Moby here, because when you have that support force, you could get that Moby out of the beacon, you could get that teammate banner, but Zero on fire with the bow check, takes out the T-Bow. He's like, where did he go? Kieran, where do you go here? Now trying to see if he can teleport all the way up, but then look over to his right. He gets taken out here, get knocked by McLovin, and trying to see if Walty can try to climb up. The zone closes in behind their back, and they're eventually going to have to start moving in, as Verhulst looks like he's been able to get responded.
All right, for Team Falcons, though, losing out on
Falcons.
It's going to be Team Falcons going down. NIP hold down their position and stay up as a full 3.
It's 5 teams in this building alone, and if E36 make their way in through that northern building door, that would make it 6. A lot of these teams collapsing on one another. On the north building of Lotus, you have NIP, 100 Thieves, S8UL. As now Curve goes down, Bane here literally one shot tries to turn around right after.
भाई क्या हो रहा है इसके साथ बेचारा गया.
With the havoc, it's only up to Bane, outnumbered, can't do much.
Oh no!
After getting that res onto Verhulst, then gets a reset and take out NIP.
Unfortunately for NIP, they don't even get placement points. We are now at the top 15. 41 players remaining, so 2, I believe, solos running around. One of them being Alliance, and the other, Gen G, still alive in this match.
TSM with only up to Duke, literally one shot gets taken out as rival esports now clear on this bottom floor. Rock popping up in the feed though, finding 2 knots onto Sentinels, finishing off Loader and Carter. They get another solo now, Jamerson, in this lobby.
Yeah, Rock giving up that high ground finally because they're forced out by that ring. But they have the long-range weaponry to poke and pick up some kill points for themselves. For VP now, they have to deal with S8UL and 100 Thieves behind them on this walkthrough. Luckily for them, they get that first knock. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. VP loses out on Lou, and now Slayer without any shield. It's going to be Verhulst to win the 1v1.
Wait,
they
Verhulst
survived.
Looking on form right here with the R9 popping up as Alliance. No longer solo is able to get the res.
That was sneaky. There was just so much action happening inside of their building. No one could check outside. They're able to get that one in.
भाई ये लोग तो सैंडविच होते हुए दिख रहे हैं मुझे नहीं ऐसे
Enter Force 36
Bro,
picks up
बहुत
2. Lucky
open
the
था.
only one alive, but for how long? 100 Thieves now charge forward with that wall.
Hashtag
Phony
12.
out, E36.
This hashtag 12.
Armor swap turns around. There's the knock. Phony chases for more, and he will nearly finish them off. No, it's not enough. 100 Thieves go down. Enter Force 36.
खैर मैंने जो टॉप 3 बोली थी वो तीनों आउट हो गए गाइस.
2k damage on the board for him alone at Rock Esports now. Still
भाई अभी रिस्पॉन किया है सेन ने.
With the red Evo shield ready to go, wondering if they got that mythic fit, if they got a care pack. Rock stuck in this corner for right now. They hear the res right above them. Beyond from Team Liquid, getting that knock onto VP.
भाई बट हम कितना ओपन से रोटेट कर रहे थे उधर तो पॉसिबल था ही नहीं बे. बट उसके अलावा करते भी क्या.
On the outside, looking at Sentinels. Sentinels going to call out Furia, climbing on top of the building.
Position matters a lot. अभी ये लोग देखो इधर सब होल्ड कर रहे हैं. इनके पास अच्छा पोजीशन था. Furia भी गई.
Wipe onto Furia. Team Nemesis playing inside for the time being. They've got Alliance ahead of them. They've got an extra pylon to throw down, but what more utility do they have?
At least Sentinels were able to steal a kill away from Alliance right there too, getting some more KP. Alliance have completely pressured out these teams from trying to take up the second floor. Rock playing off the low ground, but on the outside, but nowhere is safe. We need to worry about the altar. Aquatics got kidnapped, but he's able to get right back up. That's what I was about to say too. That's such a scary situation to be in. Literally just caught with your pants down here.
उधर तो कैसे ही बचेगा.
Gets knocked. It's Sentinels still who are looking to climb up to even third party when originally Alliance were fighting that Furia fight. Unlucky being the only teammate though alive and healthy, but there's 2 other teams down below them.
Good third party coming out here.
Alliance भी जाने वाली है.
They're now left to 1 player remaining. Unlucky does secure himself.
भाई क्या चल रहा है?
For Sentinels now as a duo, no opportunity to try and get that res.
Has literally no ammo on that energy weapon as Sentinels get eliminated. Team Liquid though being on the high ground in this final zone closing, the only team who is in the best spot to win this first game is VK Gaming, the least contested team, the only team on the east side of this zone. Team Nemesis, Rock, Alliance, Wolves, and Team
Alliance
Liquid
भी
have to
गई.
now extend as Alliance get eliminated.
Alliance get knocked out, but look at that
ये देखो,
focus fire coming
ये देखो.
out onto Team Liquid.
Bro,
They try to utilize this balloon, but no,
what is he
it's not
doing?
gonna be enough. It's starting to be VK Gaming picking up a lot of
उड़ते
kills.
हुए.
Wolves find one more on the Wolf.
Team
Wolves,
Liquid
excuse
भी
me, as
गई.
Liquid end up going down. Final 3 squads remaining. VK Gaming controlling the outside. Wolves porting to the out, and Team Nemesis dropping down.
Only a matter of time until Buffet is feasted on by VK Gaming, trying to extend on this fight. Nemesis being one of the teams with remix powers being on Newcastle. Gashega cannot get the shields off in time as
VK Gaming
are able to take the first game within our match point finals.
भाई यही जो कैमरा को घूर रहा था.
We said at the beginning of the day, they're a team
Oh my God!
relatively silent in their success, and we're always surprised when we see their name, but no longer.
Virat Kohli.
In match point
It's
finals,
Virat
in their
Kohli power,
usual
guys.
style
Virat
as well.
Kohli.
This time around, they didn't have the same
It's
ability
Virat
to
Kohli.
be as proactive in that mid game, right? We saw how many teams were stacked up in that one building, and all they could do was wait for the KP to come their way in that final zone.
Literally, they were able to get away with getting 7 KP, but they also had to make sure that no other team was either going to rotate from the north side of Lotus before that second to last circle closed up, and also with the Newcastle and Watson composition, it allowed them to bunker down and keep peppering a lot of these teams that were outside of these buildings with damage. Take the first
बहुत
game,
जल्दी
it
हम
was
बाहर
7
हो गए.
KP, even looking all the way down. Rock Esports were taking these fights constantly
कोई नहीं.
from the bottom floor side of these buildings, finding themselves in 5th place with 8 KP.
Yeah, we have to mention the APAC South representation. VK Gaming, of
भाई
course, with that win,
ROC
but not to
कितने
be
kill points
outdone.
लेके गई है.
Wolves Esports will come
Highest.
out in 3rd place there with 7
Yes.
points.
नहीं
for
नहीं
placement
100
and
thieves के
2
highest kill
kills.
points है.
Wolves Esports in that top 3. There was an opportunity there where they tried to go
ऐसे
for that
लिए
second
कितने
place
points?
finish. You saw they
3.
understood the assignment.
Only
Hey,
3.
we're not winning this one. VKG have this in the bag. Let's try and get some more KP here.
Yeah, why would they even try to take fights in these buildings when they knew
अभी
their backs
next
were
में
clear? They
Watson
rotated
ban
from the
होगा.
east side of E District, and they're also one of the few teams, if not maybe one of the only teams out here, Kinotro being the other one, that didn't run the altar. They ran the Wraith instead, so you could try to put QQ up in the line of sight to get a little aggressive, steal some KP from the teams that are already weakened, while still going right back to your squad in their
Total
safe
matches, no fixed
Now, at the
number
beginning
of
this
matches.
map, we were talking about teams that do like to prioritize E-District, but you know what? We're going to be moving on to our next map. Right after this break, we got World's Edge for EWC
Hi,
mid-season
Rajeshwari.
playoffs.
सारी टॉप टीम्स है ब्रो. देखो ना उस दिन भी लाइक टीम्स क्या खेल रही थी एंड उनमें से कितनी टीम्स बाहर हो गई. एकदम सब टॉप के जो भाई क्रेजी खेलते हैं वो आया है. There have been no melee kills yet. हो तो कहीं और हुआ है, किधर और तो हुआ है. हार गए लेकिन हुआ है. फाल्कन्स जल्दी एलिमिनेट हो गए, नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड. वो थोड़ा मैंने उनका नाम ले लिया था ना कि वो लोग टॉप 3 में आएंगे, इसीलिए. एक्चुअली तुम लोगों ने रियलाइज नहीं किया, मैंने जिस सीक्वेंस में नाम लिया था वो लोग उस सीक्वेंस में आउट हुए हैं. मैंने टॉप 3 बोला था, फाल्कन्स, निंजाज इन पजामास एंड देन 100 थीव्स. सबसे पहले फाल्कन्स गई, फिर निंजाज इन पजामास, फिर 100 थीव्स. और फिर मैंने कहा था कि अलायंस उतना नहीं मारेगी आज, बट वो सही था. उसके बाद अलायंस बाहर हुई. परिचय इसमें मैच पॉइंट रूल है. सो स्कोर बोर्ड में जो भी टीम के 50 पॉइंट्स हो जाएंगे उसके बाद वो लोग को गेम जीतना है, तो वो लोग जीत जाएंगे फाइनल्स. ऐसे नहीं होता हर्षवर्धन, ऐसे नहीं होता. ब्रो ये कौन सा लेजेंड है या फिर ये स्किन्स है? ये क्या डांस हो रहा है? ये कौन है? I've never seen her in game. Skins है वही. That is actually a good concept वही ना? हाँ? Crazy comms. Crazy.
A team that likes to take fights, as we've seen through pools, as we've seen through Pro League, waiting patiently in the game-winning position over to the east side of that final zone on our first game on E District to take the dub.
नहीं ना शिवांशु कम नहीं है तुम देखो
how good they are being able to secure
ऐसे थोड़ी टीम्स करने देंगी.
and also
Fast paced games, fast paced comms, crazy comms है bro, सब समझ आ रहा था. This concept give more relevance to the battle royale nature of the game. Exactly. अच्छा लगा मुझे ये.
points per game. If they can maintain that, well, it'll take a while before they hit match point.
फिर से पिज्जा चैलेंज कब है? तुम कहो तो अभी कर लूं.
This is where legends are made, here at the Esports World Cup. Nice, beautiful flyby of that boulevard here and the trophy. What's at stake for these teams with BKG already securing 19 points. But a lot of teams were able to drop some KP themselves. Team Nemesis, they got 4 here, but they got 2nd place.
Next pizza challenge होगा at least
right behind them. They may have not gotten, top 3.
एक रेड सुपर चैट के बाद.
With 8 KP setting them up for 3rd place.
बहुत कम मैंने वो रखा है, पहले बता दूं. पर इतना फास्ट पेस है तो टारगेट करना भी इजी नहीं. Yes, it is not.
Game for our APAC South representatives in
No, Krishna, I don't think so.
Finals. And again, it can't be understated that this is what VK Gaming do.
Comms is like listening to SQC.
For them to find their footing, to find that first game.
देखा मैंने कहा था वॉटसन बैन होगा. कौन कह रहा था ऑल्टर बैन होगा? रेड भी 10,000.
And can they adapt too? That goes for all the teams because we are going back to back, changing up our map rotation as we move on to game number 2 on World's Edge. We highlighted it before, but Watson is the first legend to go here from our controller lineup.
My team has spoken, guys.
You talk about Watson, you talk
at
about
least
the
10,000
amount of alters in the lobby when alter is usually that first legend to go. Second most.
व्यूज तो थोड़े बढ़ेंगे अगर आप लोग खेलोगे तो. मैं नहीं आती वो आप लोगों में. मैं तो खेलती थी कृष्णा. उन लोग में मैं नहीं आती.
We saw a lot of teams kind of highly prioritize this one, and in particular, it's going to be Alliance.
Why ban? What is concept?
West. We've gotten 2 Skyhooks.
गेम में जैसे फर्स्ट गेम हुआ उसमें कोई लेजेंड बैन नहीं होता. फर्स्ट गेम में जो हाईएस्ट पिक्ड लेजेंड होता है मतलब कैरेक्टर वो नेक्स्ट में बैन होता है. तो ये कंटिन्यू रहता है आगे के सारे गेम्स. फर्स्ट गेम में कुछ बैन नहीं होता, बाकी सब गेम्स में एक लेजेंड बैन रहता है हमेशा. प्रीवियस गेम का मोस्ट पिक्ड जो टीम्स ने सबसे ज्यादा लिया है. तो वॉटसन 18 टीम्स ने लिया था फर्स्ट गेम में. 18 टीम्स, इसलिए वो बैंड है.
So we haven't quite seen the southwest side of the map yet, but that northwest zone. I mean, if we're gonna talk about World's Edge here at LAN.
My team, no chat में बोले ना सब at least 10,000. तो मैंने कहा my team has spoken. It is 10,000.
We haven't seen these zones really pull far south either. Guys are just being that one zone that we saw at that point just yesterday. As we get to take a look at the arena, and what's at stake. Match point finals moving on to World's Edge also means that Alliance get all.
So ban for whole day or for particular match?
In Sky East.
Particular match. हर मैच में एक ही लेजेंड बैन होता है, एक ही.
If tradition allows,
whole day.
Zones have been pulling on World's Edge.
ब्रो मैंने तो रिपीट होते हुए देखे थे ज़ूम में. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
We get a little bit of diversity going into this map.
मैंने मतलब गलत नोटिस किया है फिर.
Because we're talking about Alliance, CSM survey camp, along with Falcons at Climate.
I'm confused.
That CSM might split a little bit, take
बट उस दिन तो परसों तो रिपीट हो रहे थे या फिर मुझे गलत याद है। जो एक बार बैन हो गया वो नेक्स्ट नहीं खेल सकते, मतलब एक भी गेम नहीं खेल सकते। यार मुझे क्यों ऐसा लगा था कि ऑल्टर बैन होने के बाद आगे की गेम्स में था फिर परसों।
when they get priority and being able to get God spot early on, but they also know
okay,
how to
मुझे गलत पता था
फिर
side
of the zone for themselves.
Hold it
so
back,
this could be
nice.
another case, a similar one that we had in game
मतलब अब हमें वॉटसन देखने को नहीं मिलेगा।
all the way to the north
My
side
duo,
of Lotus, and we're able
Watson.
to just walk in to the God spot, but coming out from Lava Siphon could be a similar thing. The unfortunate thing for them
Fence
is that
वाली ability alter की है नहीं वॉटसन
at
की।
least a lot of teams trailing behind. So you got like Enter Force 36 at Stacks, Navi at Dome, Team Liquid at launch site. That's a huge pileup that we see.
ऑल्टर का तो वो है किडनैपिंग बोल रहा था ना कि ज़ूमी किडनैप कर सकता है, वो वॉल के थ्रू जा सकती है, वो है ऑल्टर।
Which might entice VK Gaming to turn around. I don't think so. But there's always that worry for other teams that might be looking for some more kill points though.
हाँ इज़ूमी मैं खुद सोच रही थी कि टूर्नामेंट्स में लाइफलाइन कैसे यूज हो रहा है, क्योंकि इतना तो आइडिया रहता है।
You know, talk about fans here too, looking at their teams, their favorite teams to win. I heard that Barney actually got to catch up with a TSM fan.
मतलब मैं सब गेम्स में वही कैरेक्टर्स खेलती हूँ जो e-sports में नहीं देखने मिलते हैं। टैलेंटेड हूँ मैं।
Thick of it here in Match Point Sunday. It's popping off. The energy in the room is incredible, and I'm joined by one of the TSM dads next to me. You are the dad to Panic. He's been so impressive. John, tell me kind of how it feels to be a parent of one of the players that's out here on the main stage, finding all of this success at such a young age.
Well, to be honest with you, it's very overwhelming. It started when, you know, he was younger and he always kept saying, you know, how good he was at this. His brothers supported him. He was good. But it was just before we went to the LAN in New Orleans that we realized that, okay, this kid knows what he's doing. Like, we go there and they're asking for his autographs, and it's overwhelming. And then we get drawn into just the aspect of Apex, and to watch him grow, it's just become this Apex masterpiece that has been, you know, just growing. And honestly, once we saw what he's become,
Alter
we
card
just
is
jumped
like
on board.
Yoru TP
And,
which
you
all
know,
our
we've
teammates
been
can
enveloped
activate
into
with
the
60 second
world of
cooldown.
Apex, and it's just been fantastic. It's been an awesome ride.
Yeah, we've seen it in New Orleans and now here in Riyadh. Like, he's been so
आप तो all-rounder
I
हो।
want to ask you for some advice for the dads out there. I myself am a dad, and I feel like, you know, growing up with kids that are in this generation of gaming and esports and all that stuff, what advice do you have for the other dads out there?
Patience. I will tell you, a lot of patience. I mean, from him down in, you know, his room yelling,
characters, that's why they are not used. Jinx कर देती हूँ.
Streams of me yelling over to the balcony saying, "Be quiet, stop screaming." It's just been one of those things that once we slowed ourselves down, and me and his mother as parents, and understood the world that he was living in and that he was
मुझे आज तक membership gifted membership क्यों नहीं मिली? क्योंकि आप पे already होती है.
It's been fantastic, and it's one of those things. The more support we've given him, it's like the more he blooms. So I would say honestly, if they're wanting it, if it's their passion, support them. Just be there.
John, thank you so much for the wise words. I really appreciate it, and best of luck to TSM today. Back to you guys.
शुरू करो यार, शुरू करो.
Shout out to the esports parents that support their kids and their hobbies and their dreams. I mean, Panic literally just graduated high school this past year. Insane. Young gun talent.
हमारे लोग किधर है?
He's at right now, sitting alongside TSM, making his dreams come true. An insanely talented player. Sniped down highlighted him in the pre-show for a reason. We saw what he was able to do in the open, and literally had to compose himself. And then the day right after our finals day at the open, he just went to school. Like, just imagine popping off like that at LAN, finally having a breakout moment.
You mean to say I should stop being a member? No.
I could not imagine.
I think you should gift memberships.
When I was like his age, you know.
Hi Amenza. Heretics 1 by मत बोलो यार please. मेरे को बात ही नहीं करनी.
So I'm glad that he has that kind of support behind them.
और मुझे कोई jinx नहीं बोलेगा. मैंने कुछ नहीं किया.
Of course, or excuse me, Apex dads and esports dads got a lot in the Apex family now. Rain now, of course, his daughter about 5 months old. Yeah.
Come on, party.
Let's go.
And of course, shout out to our mamas out there too.
Spider Tip,
of course. I got to meet Hal's mom at the open.
Yeah.
Super nice family right there. Love it. Also love to see VKG, APAC South. Intermission, you keep highlighting the region, man, because literally 5 APAC South teams coming out to play at our mid-season playoffs. Truly, out of 8 teams have qualified for the final, and already BK Gaming putting their name on the board after that first game.
Yeah, we need to make them a global name. We need
आपने कभी SNL देखा है? बहुत पहले देखती थी.
That BK Gaming have definitely earned, especially with their performances, LAN after LAN after LAN. They have not missed the finals yet. Here, BK Gaming start things off strong with a big win over on E District. Moving on over, they're getting their first ring, and I kind of want to know what their mentality is.
क्या फिर enemy scan वाला था?
You ended
ये देखो altar अभी भी है.
We are going to the northeast part of the map.
Next क्या altar ban हो रहा है?
In a little bit of the overlook.
वही दिख रहा है सबसे ज़्यादा तो.
Smack dab in the middle. It's going to be Wolves Esports moving out from their position. It does look like they had a ring console for themselves. They're moving to try and control these bridges.
We haven't seen a zone like this just yet, I believe, throughout the EWC, right? We've had that monument zone, now pulling to that northeastern side. Falcons, coincidence, we're just talking about Hal's mom now as the zone pulls up towards their POI over by Climatizer. Teams already making their rotate, like Team Nemesis who have a ring console and a survey beacon over by Overlook, as well as Wolves coming out of Epic.
Yeah, this is a little bit scary if you're a team that's trying to get into early position. I think a lot of teams want to try and play the rocks or some of the train tracks. It's Team Nemesis getting into a fight with Wolves right now. That's the first knock coming out from Nemesis, and already Team Falcons are turning around for the third party. Team Nemesis, our second place squad from game number 1 already knocked out by our third place team.
मैंने तो नाम भी नहीं लिया था उनका.
We saw Wolves Esports fans in the crowd earlier as we get to see the side-by-side here, giving them their energy, already taking that early fight. 3 KP to their name. Great calculation on when they needed to go, as TSM now are engaging in a fight versus Team Falcons. CTSM having that high ground advantage after they come out of survey camp. They didn't have a ring console, but they call out that one member of Falcons who was looking to get the Evil Harvester. Zero is the first to get knocked.
Yeah, Falcons did answer quickly to this threat. They were able to get back with the port, and Walty answers back. We'll see if ImperialHal can stay alive. 1 HP stuck behind the boxes for the time being, but he will get chased down. That's going to be Panic picking him up, and Walty will go ahead and call it on this fight. Don't know if he'll have an opportunity to try and get his players back on in, because so many teams now are rotating in to this ring.
I mean, the script writes itself. TSM now immediately engaging on Falcons, finding 2 knocks, leaving only 1 member alive for Falcons. EMP coming out.
आ जाएंगे वो तो. Right, but Nemesis के साथ क्या हुआ bro? इतना जल्दी कैसे?
We just had the interview with his dad, who sees the success here, who sees his son popping off. Panic now, trying to find him.
LOL मैं वही सोचूं. गई बे. वो गायब कैसे हुआ था अभी बंदा? Walsy. So in this game you have to learn almost all characters because all can get banned potentially. I mean इतना तो भाई ये लोग prepared रहते ही होंगे तो अगर मेटा ही है तो. I mean concept ही वैसा है तो.
You saw the positioning coming out from TSM. They had a great arc of fire set up on them and the positional advantage. As soon as they got that knock onto Zero, they chased him down. ImperialHal to go down. Walty just not in position to help out. A lot of teams moving into this zone, going all the way up towards Climatizer. They are expecting it to continue to pull up to the north-hand side. That remains to be seen, though. Some teams now rotating into the zone.
क्या इसमें snipers होती है ना?
36 Rock Esports, Kinotrope, all on the path to actually meet up over at Fragment fairly shortly. But for Na'Vi, they are taking their time. Again,
pistol, shotgun, close range SMGs, rifles, and then you have bolt action type, sniper, DMR, दोनों टाइप की होती है. अच्छा वो ड्रोन कर रहा था. ओके ओके. कौन-कौन गई? Falcons and Nemesis. भाई बट ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही जल्दी बाहर हो गई दोनों टीम्स. The fuck?
Teams could try to gatekeep other squads, since the main objective in match point format is to get to 50 points. You want to be able to frag out. Aside from getting the 12 points that you get from winning the game, there is a ring console over by Monument, a survey beacon too, closer by Fragment, another one over by No Name. As we see the replay here from TSM, so they lost out on Zero originally because Zero was trying to get to the Evil Harvester north of survey camp because I don't believe there was an Evo Harvester by Climatizer. Sure, they could have gotten that information. That's why they sent Zero out, being on that ultra to get right back into position with the ultra ult that you were talking about, Jameson.
ESM going to utilize that ultra just to check their low ground, and it is clear for the time being, but they've got the defensive setup, so they're going to play a little bit smaller for now. It's not the same kind of defensive setup that you would have with that Watson getting banned out so early on, but you have to imagine just keeping your back clear is going to be nice for them.
I like to see that Fafafi working into this composition that they're running with the Catalyst and the Crypto has opted for the ultra to pick up that blue perk. That is the support perk, so when you get the res, you get that passive.
क्या हमारी S8UL है? Yes, of course.
Remotely loot your teammates' death box and get their banner, as well as getting a Moby could come in clutch. If this pulls out into the open, you could use that Moby for some extra makeshift cover. Kinotrope still on the high ground, where we saw Jen Burden get a knock from 100 Thieves with that 30-30.
ये 7 picks 1 pick क्या है?
Basically dead center of the zone right now, but VK Gaming should be able to recover him and get him back into the game. QQ ends up going down again. I think there was an interesting stat on the walk-in where during their pool play, VK Gaming had the most knocks, or were knocked the most despite, you know, their performance in the group. And there was one E-District game in particular where I remember QQ consistently just getting knocked down every 10 seconds or so. They were stuck in one of the stalls in E-District. Someone had sights on their toesies, and he was going down every few seconds. Right, and there it is again. VK Gaming want to be able to pick up that, I don't know if I want to say it's an award.
I mean,
but
I guess that makes sense. You know, they run the Newcastle here too. Well, Pony then gets QQ again. McLovin wants to also put his name up on the kill feed, is able to get that knock onto IOI from E36. NIP looking behind him to make sure that no team walks up here on the next side of zone, because they have information. QQ, High Purples, now taking turns from 100 Thieves to rotate how many knocks they can at least put on the stat board.
Stat farm, hey, liable ace. Now for Fnatic joining in, QQ will fall once more. I need to just know what's going on. What is going on with VK Gaming right now? I see them in position. I see them playing inside the truck. That's why. They're playing inside the truck right now. We don't have Watsons. So a lot of utility can get in there, but also we have so many teams with a long
agent combination.
So QQ, he's on
but
the verge
कैसे वो
of
थोड़ा
instantly
समझा
bleeding
नहीं.
out the next time he ends up getting knocked.
I mean, they've dropped down their Evo shields out here too.
भाई परिचय बहुत गंदा था, मेरे को अभी रियलाइज हुआ तुमने क्या बोला है.
The teams all around them being inside this truck. QQ's gonna get knocked once again. The res once again, and it's the Newcastle res back and forth as they go.
Oh, Phony once more. I think that's 8. 8 onto QQ alone for Alliance, though they're able to get a nice knock onto Lou. That's going to be on the north side of the map, and it looks like Alliance might have been looking to get aggressive on that epicenter side.
क्या उस पे आर्मर है नहीं कि उसने उतार के रखा है?
We know how potent that duo.
मेरे को लग रहा है खत्म ही हो गया.
QQ.
कास्टर भी चिल्ला रहा है.
I get it. They cleared out the skybox. They made it nice and bright once again. But that was years ago. You've enjoyed this view plenty of times, QQ. All right?
कितना नॉक होगा?
They have their armor shields like right there at their feet here, so it's inevitable at this point here to get taken out. Both the Newcastle and QQ.
Very funny
nice little flyby here, but it's not the only action. TSM, rivals, Sentinels are still piled up on top of each other over by that southern building of Climatizer, but the zone is not pulling towards Climatizer despite it seeing that northern zone. It's actually pulling on top of these tracks. That's why we saw 100 Thieves here. That's why we see BKG here specifically too. It's the teams that are going to be by the rock side on the outskirts of Overlook that will be taking some of these pop shots.
Yeah, we've had a match point finals also end in a very similar position there, where Furia currently are holding with Rock Esports along with Na'Vi. Looks like a finisher onto No Name.
Bro, कुछ ज़्यादा ही teams जिंदा है. बहुत chaotic होगा. Chaos शुरू होने वाला है. ये zone बनते.
They got Alliance that are back right now. An Alliance. Push up on them. Rivals Esports inside of Climatizer proper are sandwiched in between two teams currently. Sentinels playing on the center side, TSM controlling the south side of this building for the time being. The scouts out there throw that drone though, and so they know about the threats around them.
Other teams here, Liquid, have now moved up into that center zone to see if they can find their spot over by Pride Rock on the outskirts of Overlook. And the only team right now who's committed to try to hold that position, because
भाई ये तो मस्त है, ऐसे तो
a lot of teams
इजीली छत पे जा सकते हैं इससे.
30-30s. They put down the Void Nexus just to allow the rest of Team Liquid to close in that gap.
Bastard incoming, yes.
Their move outside of the building of Climatizer. Alliance are staring down currently at Fnatic. 100 Thieves
ये
as
भाई
a side-by-sider
क्योंकि नॉक्सी दिखा रहे
these
हैं.
knocks on the QQ as you saw before. I mean, they dropped down their Evo shields. That's why it was happening.
It's Gen G versus Interforce 36 right now, and Gen G have the 1v2. Illy was down to 1 HP, and Ziki comes in for this flank. Nice win there for Gen G that clears out their path to get into the zone. But as they're resetting, as they're getting the reses and healing up, Kinotrope Gaming and Ninjas in Pajamas are moving. But this was the threat of Alliance now pushing forward on to Fnatic. The Catalyst wall has been thrown down, but here are the nades from Unlucky. Effect tries to charge forward, but he's taking a lot of damage, but it's Unlucky consistently throwing down the support nades.
Oh my gosh, Unlucky. I mean, with the Fusey out here too, the Arc Stars, the nades, literally booted and evicted. Fnatic off of this high ground. It's really only Colonel Garcia with the red Evo. He's got the red helmet on. Nice triple take here too. Looks like they were able to get access to the mythic bins here as Fnatic in some trouble. After they felt the pressure from the nades, they left Colonel Garcia alone. They dropped down, and now Colonel Garcia was isolated. See the drop down here too with the altered portal, and nothing Fnatic can do here to
Fnatic का भी नहीं चल रहा.
dish out way too much pressure.
Sentinels coming in for the third party though. TSM were eyeing this one, but Alliance are able to get up to the top. Hawkes in his drone. They don't know he's quite there yet. The threat of TSM coming in for the third party allows Alliance to go for the full reset. Panic stuck on the low ground. Down to about 20 HP, and Hawkes is caught out. It's going to be Carter to finish him off.
And Alliance losing out on Hockey Sentinels. They're saying, don't sleep on us. Putting their name on the board here in this lobby. They are going to be able to try to get this res, but right behind them, Sentinels want to try to fully send this. Carter losing out on so much health. It's only up to Riley. Can you clutch this out? No, you can't. But right behind him, 13 squads left as Alliance win the fight.
Team Liquid throwing a lifeline out to Alliance. We have to, of course, always mention when it comes down to Unlucky, along with the fact that 2v3 is there, but not when a third party comes in. But this is an onslaught from TSM. EMP nades out. Yanya gets a knock onto Jet. Team Liquid are keeping Alliance alive.
They're literally from afar taking shots at them with a 33. You know that was just one bullet when he was one shot. That is so infuriating from afar here, but even better for Alliance to clutch out this fight as just Effect and Unlucky to get this res. We've seen them do it before as this duo looks unstoppable, but can it be enough with S8UL now showing up?
S8UL Wolves, who just got knocked out. Alliance finally go down. S8UL pick up nothing off of this one, but they will stick around for the time being. TSM, Ninjas in Pajamas, all stacked up on bridge as Ninjas in Pajamas. Takes a lot of damage here, but he'll be able to back up. One drops down. Sharky and just go down. Vayne bleeding out on the floor as they want to finish off this fight.
Oh, having to be careful, but McLovin's going to be able to call in or
Legacy किधर है?
catwall, then having to navigate over into that Void Nexus. Disengaging here. TSM looking down below before Panic with the red.
भाई यहाँ पे देख रहे हो एक ही जगह पर कितने डब्बे बने हैं.
Not engaging in any fight thus far. Team Liquid directly smack dab in the middle of these rocks. BKG, by the way, we're still able to farm those Evo shields by constantly getting the reses. That's what they were doing earlier on before. Yeah.
I don't think you need 9-10
Yeah, that's why they keep doing it too, you know? Like, when you're holding a position like that, you're denying yourself the opportunity to play objectives. So they have to make do with what they got. That's why they drop those Evo shields. That's why we see those funny stats. It's to get that charge here, as it's only up to Phony, because right behind them, they were fixated on VKG, but they didn't clear their backs against S8UL.
Now S8UL charge forward with that mobile shield, finishing off 100 Thieves. VK Gaming get the ultimate laugh in the end there. S8UL, unfortunately, still stuck on blues here in round number 4 closing.
I think
BK Gaming holding that northern
I think
side
उनका
up
strat
against
था, वो
TSM,
दोनों इसीलिए
Catalyst
घुसे
wall
थे
out.
because
BK
Legacy was ready
Gaming
to
might
respawn
get
them.
sandwiched here by S8UL, but they can turtle up. There's the
क्योंकि
knock
तभी
onto Jesco.
वो दिखाई नहीं था. अरे यार अभी बाहर हो गए.
From afar, taking some of these kills.
थोड़े KP है यार, but ज़्यादा नहीं है.
And here BK Gaming now
6-7 points मिले होंगे ये गेम से हमको शायद, ज़्यादा तो नहीं मिले.
Picks up KP here, but getting pinged from afar by G7. As we get the Newcastle res, we get the reset, the passive regen, but this Newcastle wall is just enough to keep BKG alive and to send TSM back to the lobby.
7 squads, 20 players left. BKG, we were talking about how good they are at securing top 5, but can they do it here? Rival Esports charging forward with
भाई
the
क्या
EMP.
BKG का back to back होने वाला है?
Things down. And there's the first
थम जाओ वायरस कोहली.
goes down next. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. The Newcastle res does not go off.
I don't want to see this out here. The way we've seen Apex South pop off of BKG still alive. A flow. Having to try to jump over the tip box because now Team Liquid trying to capitalize on the opportunity on the 3P. Rival Esports get eliminated. 5 squads left.
मैं बोला ही था.
For Team Liquid who have moved here
इत्तू से जोन में 18 टीम जिंदा थी. होना ही था chaos तो.
I thought they were going to have more KP for themselves with how often they were showing up on the kill feed, but it was just a lot of knocks after knocks from range. Still, they've done a great job of whittling down that northwest side of the map, have Team Liquid. They have to deal with Na'Vi to their east, who are working on peppering them, and they've got ninjas in pajamas just below them. 2 teams to the south right now. It's going to be Gen G and Rock Esports. I believe Gen G on that height, Rock Esports will get dropped on.
I want everyone to pay attention to Navi's positioning right now, because if they clear the 2 teams that will be moving in from the south side of the zone, it would be Gen G and Rock. They would be in a prime spot as long as they can hold the high ground by that rock that you see Yanya by. Navi looking behind them though, it looks like the fight is being taken to them.
कुछ utilities है जिनके through तुम ले सकते हो zone, क्योंकि वैसे भी movement बहुत fast होता है. But हाँ मुश्किल तो है ही. सब मिलके मारते हैं.
They try to take this fight against Team Liquid, but they gave up the high ground, allowing Gen G to walk up for free.
Now they're just down to Chaco here as they get eliminated. Team Liquid trying their best to reset, but they don't get that time. Ninjas in pajamas in full swing, trying to get around this Newcastle wall. They lose out on McLovin throughout all of this. The third party, though, is going to allow Ninjas in pajamas an opportunity to go for the reset.
And Team Liquid still alive here. As I say that, they get taken out. That last player here, Ninjas in pajamas, playing off this low ground, looking to see if they can get the right, but Genji have to split their attention, make sure nobody's going to walk behind them. Because in the action that we were talking about, Na'Vi, Rock have been taking their time with the fights happening in front of them. Rock looking to see if maybe they can wrap up on the other side of Gen G.
This is a scary proposition. While it is quote-unquote God's spot, Alter is still alive in this lobby. Rock and NIP both have it. They can get up onto this high ground instantly. So Gen G have 360-degree threats that they have to watch out for. They know where the teams are, but they can appear at anywhere. It's about trying to hold on to your utility. That Ashe needs her tether back.
And that's the one thing Gen G doesn't have. They don't have an Alter. They have the Ashe, Crypto, and Fuse instead. Meanwhile, Rock, they can play off this low ground tunnel. Why? Because they can just go all the way back up with that Alter. And you can see with Vaxilon having the red Evo, they were able to get either a Mythic Fin care pack here. Same thing as Vayne over on the other side.
अच्छा, Alter के teammates भी wall through जा सकते हैं उसके साथ.
Wow. Looking to try to force up the engagement. Bait that out.
वो लोग सीधा ऊपर आ गए. Tunnel से.
Disadvantage.
Gen G trying to deal with NIP to their backs with that wall now, giving them some coverage. We know that Rock don't want to push out quite yet. They're waiting for the knocks. There it is, NIP! The nade onto Dexter, and they want to push for it.
That's a green light for Rock now to be in the best position amongst these last 3 teams now. Vaxon looking down at these teams. As long as they hold this spot, the calm before the storm, NIP try to mirror that up Rock. They put him in the catwall, but they can't give up the space just yet. They can't fully extend because Gen G are still alive, even if they're bludgeoned. Kurov gets taken out.
Rock are trying to slow things down, but the Demons in the face from Asia gets the knock on to Deeds, and now Ninjas in pajamas are trying to regroup.
Gen G gets the res, by the way, and now they're going to try to move in late to this fight. This spells chaos for Rock, as now NIP playing Ring of the Round the Rosie.
NIP best try कर रही है third party करने का, लेकिन नहीं कर पाए. What?
2 members try to finish him off. Gen G, it's Saucer on the low ground here. It's an all-out brawl.
Now moving up the home saucer as a solo looking down a curve. NIP get eliminated as it's a 1v1.
Why don't tell me ROC? What? भाई ROC ने क्या खेला है इस एंड में? जेंजी के हाथों से विन चुरा लिया. मुझे ना मुझे पता नहीं था कि ऑल्टर के वॉल वो एबिलिटी से टीममेट्स भी आ सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये लोग टनल में थे तो मुझे लगा जेंजी जीत जाएगी आराम से, तो सब ऊपर आ गए ब्रो. और इन्होंने एकदम सही मोमेंट का वेट किया भाई. नाइस.
Where it came down to individual 1v1v1s.
And the Reds like too, like what?
Oh my goodness, but Rock Esports did an amazing job there securing that victory. We saw how so many teams put that emphasis on getting the God Rocks on that spot for this ring pull. Team Liquid
मतलब सेम रेट टीपी जैसा है, टीममेट्स ओपोनेंट सब यूज कर सकते हैं ना, समझ गए. वही तो आरओसी का गेम बन गया.
We didn't see from Junji having the catalyst, but Rock and NIP having that cat really allowed them to get out of disadvantage without having.
हमें 4 पॉइंट्स मिले हैं. Bro, I thought we had kill points. What? फिर तो बहुत कम है. पिछले गेम कितना था? पिछले गेम 2 ही था, अभी 4 है. 6 पॉइंट्स है गाइस हमारे अभी सिर्फ.
They had the Ash. That's what they were using for their rotations, and so that's where the value of the tether ends up kind of falling, because we saw the tether going down, I believe, onto Rock. That were
7 points है.
They were going to try and push out from that train tunnel, but it doesn't matter because you just alter your way up the hill, and all of a sudden you completely avoid it, and they can't predict your movement from there. And so it became
7 points, guys.
Rock are going to be able to secure themselves a plus 12 in terms of kill points, and that was a well-earned victory for them. Excuse me. This is the series results. So
अभी देखो जो टॉप 4 टीम्स है ना, वो लोग फिर से जीती, they will get closer to match point. 4 points, 4 टीम्स जो है.
Along with the placement points that they are so consistent at getting.
I'm still very impressed to see it's been very methodical with a lot of these teams. You know, they're not just fully sending it here in this lobby. A lot of respect given at the level of talent that we have in our match.
हाँ, हमें kill points ही नहीं मिले. मुझे लगा हमारे kill points थे यार.
And now we'll be seeing Broken Moon as we move on to game number 3 on the other side of this break.
Not good, yeah.
Sorry, I was.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Oh damn! I haven't been writing.
Rock.
We are 2 maps into our match point Sunday right now, and as you can tell in the arena, it's pretty loud. We've got loads of fans. It's a full house right now, spilling into the outside, and the energy in here is definitely palpable. So what I'm going to do, if you can hear me back at home, and if you can hear me in the arena, I'm going to do a little test to see who's got the loudest fans in the room. Okay, so we're going to kick things off. Who here is cheering for TSM?
Not us, bro.
We've got some in the room. We've got some in the room. Okay, everybody, who's here cheering for 100 Thieves? That's what I'm talking about. I can see Team Verhulst up there in the stage with Weston and the gang. It's great. It's great so far. Okay, okay. How about Alliance?
Alliance के बहुत ज़्यादा है ना, और Falcons के.
It's getting spicy up here. I like this. We're only 2 maps in. What's it going to be like later on today? And finally, let's hear it for Team Falcons.
देखा.
It's incredible up here.
Alliance and Falcons के बहुत ज़्यादा fans.
Everyone here in the arena is going absolutely mad.
Rooney has the worst luck. No, bro, that's me, bro. That's me, bro. Longest kill, 295.56 meters with the Sentinel. क्या सीन है, अभी शुरू हुआ है. लेट्स सी गाइस, लेट्स सी. और कितने मैचेस बाकी है? मैचेस बहुत हैं बट कोई फिक्स्ड नंबर नहीं है. ब्लड आउट. अपने बंदों को दिखा ही नहीं रहे. हाँ ना.
I'm going back. Batting, up here. Deets, chill. Batting. Climbing. They're resing. Just play on me, guys. I'm coming you. There's Reds. Keep me up. I'm gonna counter EP. No, I'm dead. Fuck, man. Get this kill. I'm gonna need sus. The fuck? Sus, wait, give it a walk back up. On you. Nice, by knock. Come him knock. Tom, shut up.
सॉर्सरर ने निकाला है ब्रो. ये मस्त है. विनर का फॉर्म दिखा देते हैं. करेंगे आयुष, करेंगे. अगर कोई टीम के 40 पॉइंट्स और मैच में 5 किल्स किए फिर जीत जाए तो ऐसे नहीं. स्कोरबोर्ड जैसे हर मैच के बाद दिखा रहे हैं ना, तब 50 पॉइंट्स. लाइव अपडेट नहीं काउंट होता. बीच में काउंट थोड़ी होते हैं कभी भी पॉइंट्स. मैच के बाद होते हैं. सो मान लो 4 गेम्स के बाद कोई एक टीम 50 पॉइंट्स पे है एंड वो नेक्स्ट गेम जीत जाए तो वो जीत जाएंगे वैसा. चलो ऑल्टर भी गया. ब्रोकन मून, स्टॉर्म पॉइंट, E District, World's Edge.
Some of our heavy hitters down at the bottom of that leaderboard yet to pick up some points, but as we said, still about
मेरा लाइफलाइन खेलो. जो लाइफलाइन खेलेगा वो जीतेगा.
and we have lost Alter, as I like to say, we've lost Walter in the first 2 games, and that means we're going to start to see more Ash start to come into the equation, of course. Certainly are indeed. And how is that going to affect the drop spots? How is that going to affect rotates?
एक नाइस बोला. कौन इज़ुमी?
Well, let's take a look at the POI draft. This is where your teams will be landing. And of course, TSM down at Terraformer. They took this as
इज़ुमी, इसमें क्या सबका लोकेशन डिसाइडेड होता है? क्या सीन रहता है? एंड ऐसा कुछ है क्या कि क्लैश नहीं कर सकते? क्योंकि आई गेस कुछ रीजन होगा कि ड्रॉप करते हुए नहीं दिखाते हैं टीम्स को, कि वो फिक्स ही है कि वो लोग कहाँ जाएंगे और अच्छा डिसाइडेड होता है और 2 टीम्स एक जगह नहीं जाती. वाओ.
And you get that unfortunate pull away from your POI. Interestingly, we've seen a few teams really struggle when it does come to Broken Moon, but the actual
तो सीधा वहीं स्पॉन होते हैं टीम्स. ओके, थोड़ा अलग सिस्टम है बे. थोड़ा नहीं, एक्चुअली काफी अलग सिस्टम है ये एपिक्स का. If they go at same place, game restart?
Falcon's TSM did when they performed on first day. I don't know about you, Dan, but I sat in the green room.
कॉन्टेस्ट करना पड़ता है कुछ टीम्स को, तो फिर वो डिसाइड कैसे होता है?
I get the feeling we might be here for quite some time. 13 games it took us for Alliance to get over the line last year here at EWC.
सुधाकर जो भी टीम 50 पॉइंट पे पहुंच जाएगी उनके बाद उनको सिर्फ एक गेम जीतना रहता है और वो जीत जाते हैं. इसमें ये सिस्टम है.
back to ALGS format is 50-point threshold. So there is a chance we could go a little bit sooner, as it, you know, if we had been on a 50-point threshold back then, we would have finished earlier.
मोबाइल में नहीं खेले आप, एपेक्स मोबाइल में नहीं, पीसी पे खेलती थी मैं.
You never know what could have happened, and one thing we do know that has happened so far is the slow start for these three gentlemen. Now,
अच्छा उनको मिलती है लोकेशंस.
only 2 games have elapsed in front of us, but a 19th and a 17th
थोड़ा अलग सिस्टम है.
so far for Falcons. A little bit quiet by their own standards.
And they don't get to decide.
Game 0 couldn't get the void passage up to where
भाई फिर तो ये भी बहुत ज़्यादा मैटर करता है. एपेक्स मोबाइल एग्जिस्ट अब नहीं करता, बट पहले था. बट एपेक्स मोबाइल आने के भी 2 साल पहले खेलती थी मैं पीसी पे. मैं छोड़ दिया था बहुत जल्दी. बेस्ड ऑन रैंकिंग समझ तो नहीं आ रहा है, ठीक है.
They could put these bad games behind them, and I'm still expecting Falcons to get some points. Now, Team Alliance.
रैंक में प्लेन होता है एग्जैक्टली. रैंक में प्लेन होता है.
Certainly up there in the conversation. Not the dominant performance we've seen so far, but Alliance in effect have still been doing the same thing we've seen time and time again, just dominating the fights they find themselves in.
Certainly have been dominating those fights. Alliance looking to pick up even more momentum, and Barney was able to catch up with an Alliance fan, and of course part of Alliance we've got Pontus here with him.
I am in and amongst the green army that is Alliance. Make some noise.
No, she's very cute.
We have just gone into match number 2, and it's spicing up over here. I've got Pontus here with me, the general manager of Alliance. Pontus, how are you feeling today?
Feeling awesome, dude.
I'm loving it. I'm loving all these mascots. They've loaded you up just before we go live. Do these guys have names?
Ratio.
Okay.
Team mascot, version 1, version 2.
Version 1, version 2, get your merch here. They're expanding. They're expanding, okay. Look, if you could give any words of wisdom to the boys as they're down here, and quite literally facing the Falcons boys as well, what would you say to them?
I mean, we spoke before the game. We're not bothered by anyone. We're going to play our game, and we're going to win.
लबू बड़ा भाई है इनके पास.
Feeling spicy once again.
Of course.
ये भी खत्म हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा.
What he's talking about. You know what? I'm going to let you guys cheer from the sidelines because map 2 is underway. We'll go back to you guys for now.
Always great to see the Alliance fans in behind their boys who are looking to go back to back. It is such a fascinating kind of storyline that we've been following coming into this event. The fact that Alliance, yes, defending their throne here at the Esports World Cup, but yet to win.
Excuse me, Kulti. What is your problem?
ALGS event. It's a real opportunity for them.
What is your problem? Insta live पे क्यूट को मैंने किसको बोला इंस्टा लाइव पे क्यूट?
The way they've been playing, the way they've been fighting, it is hard to
I never said
they
that,
would
bro.
not find victory in those moments, but it's about getting there first. And sometimes you need the rub of the green, you need to have the zone going your way, but also sometimes you just have to bully your way through.
Furia on our screens right now, a little bit of a quieter start for them, not a huge amount of
क्यूट
points,
थोड़ी बोला
but
तो.
it's going to be quiet starts for a few teams.
That Lance looks like mini boo. थोड़ा समझ गई मैं किसकी बात कर रहे हो तुम, जिसको अभी दिखा रहे थे कुछ देर पहले यार. थोड़ा
Extremely nervous yesterday, and
थोड़ा दिखता वो mini boo जैसा.
was Team Liquid. They love to leave it late to get to these match point finals.
They really do like to make their fans just sweat a little bit more, but they got the job done. Also in game 1, they had a fantastic position, able to put some points on the board. They are definitely going to be up there in the conversation of teams getting close to that match point threshold. Probably around matches.
Bro is bored, playing with mouse.
Is some of the teams that maybe aren't as much of the heavy hitters have put points on the board, which means if we do see the likes of Alliance, the likes of Falcons, for example, taking game 3 or 4, it means we are going to still be quite far away from that match point.
Triple fried rice.
That could lead us to going quite far into this series.
I think we're going a long way today. I think if you're watching right now, you love match point finals. We've been part of those.
खेला हुआ है कुलदीप मैंने और बाकी के खेलूंगी मैं ऑलरेडी सोचा.
Match where you get the feeling, and I certainly do, that this could be one of those occasions. The Falcons fans out in force, as you would expect here in Riyadh, supporting their boys. Maybe that energy can just get them going a little bit now.
गाइस तुम लोग को क्या लगता है कितने मैचेस होंगे आज टोटल? देखो 2 हो गए हैं, उस हिसाब से बताओ कितने मैचेस में खत्म होगा फाइनल्स? मेरे को तो देखो सच्ची बताऊं थोड़े लंबे की फीलिंग आ रही है. 7, 8, 13 मेरे को भी ऐसा ही कुछ लग रहा है 7-8 7 तक तो जाएगा I think 6-7 7 7
The continuation of match point finals. Broken Moon is where we find ourselves. It's match number 3. As I said,
match number 3, let's
10
go.
catalysts featuring as well. But then we've got Fuse, Newcastle, Sparrow, Rampart, Valkyrie, Wraith, Ballistic, Pathfinder. There is a big legend selection here already in match 3. People starting to diversify a little bit, trying to find maybe a composition that won't get banned going into future games here.
What a clutch it was from Sorcerer in that endgame as well. I think everybody who was watching in the green room backstage was just all of a sudden at the same time went, 1v1v1, he could win this. And all of a sudden, he peeks up behind the last remaining player, gets that beautiful spray with the Havoc and finishes off with the hip fire of that Scout. Those moments calm every single nerve in your body. During the moment, you find out nerves exist that you didn't know existed before.
I love final circles like that as well, because it's one of those where
yeah.
sometimes you get, you know, the 3v3v3, but one team pushes another, and then it's an easy flow thereafter for the team that follows up. But we didn't have any idea
I think
who was
Ash
going to be winning that one. Well, this is the lay of the land and where the zone is going to be heading. You see Furia already moving very quickly from Cliffside, Fnatic moving fast as well, but they might walk in to Na'Vi, who are quite spread out, because the zone is going to be heading up to around Stasis Array, as you can now see on your screen. But I think actually Fnatic might just hold this position you currently see on your map, and then Na'Vi will join in on their rotation.
We'll have to see where this zone does pull. Stasis Array usually a pretty good indication outside of that fence line, kind of in the open ground. It's usually a pretty good indication of where it's going to be going. We've got a little bit of a pause in the game at the moment. We'll get back into it. Good news for everybody, including the players, ourselves, everyone watching at home, fans, wherever you are in the building. No kills, no engagements as yet, so this pause won't affect the game too much.
When it comes to the best teams that we've seen so far in this tournament on Broken Moon, or at least the highest kill teams, it would be Alliance. Pretty expected, I think, when you look across the board, who is going to get the most kills. And I think that's because Alliance, when you come on a map like this, it does provide a little bit of aggression, a little bit of uncertainty. They thrive in this environment of taking those team fights over and over again. TSM, another team that have done very well on this map when it comes to kills. Sentinels as well doing the same. And actually, Team Liquid. I mean, if you think back to that production yard game yesterday, when the zone started to pull their way, but they really commanded space on that side of the map and didn't allow anyone to take that position off them.
We're going to start talking about ring consoles, but we'll leave that until we get back into the game so that nobody gets any extra information that we're privy to that maybe they won't be if we're going out in the arena.
Hashtag वन के कितने points है? 28 शायद.
Game. What a game that was for Sentinels yesterday. And I mentioned this about Sentinels yesterday. I was so impressed how they always felt like when they were fighting, they were in arm's reach of each other. Baiting and switching was superb in some of those fights. And when they had to death ball and all three players flush through one door to isolate one player who'd separated from another team, they did that almost instantaneously. It felt instinctive.
Team teams है 20 and 20 plus
environment as well. They were
sorry, 4
to
teams.
Go through the void passage together.
4 teams,
they were very
3
clear
teams
on their
20 plus
communications
पे,
on whether you're
18
going to
20
one
पे.
side or the other. But we have no alter here in this Broken Moon game. Instead, it's going to be plenty of Ash.
We did see some clutch Ash moments. Effect will remind you of the one that he had in that 1v1 that we did see, or should I say a 1v3 at one point. As we go back into match number 3 now, the game is unpaused and we get to continue what is going to be Broken Moon.
So one thing I do want to highlight, and the fact that we did get Watson banned in game 1 means that a crypto ban in general is less likely to happen in these early stages. And there are teams who really benefit from the crypto meta. I think of the likes of Alliance, I think of the likes of Falcons, teams who have these incredible IGLs. They get even extra information provided to them. When will crypto be banned? Will he even be banned at all?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. Crypto certainly not banned, and Na'Vi finding that out themselves at the moment. As they do get EMP'd, and it's going to be Panic once again leading the charge here, trying to be that entry fragger as TSM pressurize Na'Vi inside of this building.
TSM showing aggression at the start of the game yet again, really wanting to find one of these dominant spots from the early stages.
Duplex has gone down, that's the Newcastle down as well, and now Panic is thinking about escaping rather than engaging. It looks like he might have just been able to do so. This isn't just 2 teams, by the way. That was TSM and Rock Esports are here as well. Jacko has to jump into the void here to escape. Deeds gets that wall down, but there's a grenade just behind him. Got to be careful that frag grenade doesn't tickle him around the corners. These will be able to pop this barrier as now they stand up against each other once again. Elsewhere, you can see the rest of TSM struggling as Fnatic get involved.
I mean, these are huge teams fighting early on as TSM will be eliminated. Could not escape Fnatic were able to clean up the pieces. Now ROC using this Newcastle shield wall and will clean up the pieces of Na'Vi as well. Our #1 team now up to 30 points, 20 away from match point threshold.
And if you're wondering why there's so much action on this one particular building, well, I think a lot of teams recognize this building is going to be essentially where Godspot could well be when we get towards this end game. So everybody take a little bit of a risk early on. Na'Vi win the race to get there first. TSM try and take it off of them, but Na'Vi stalling them for that long and other teams rotating quickly means it becomes a little bit of a ruckus. And the winners of that ruckus, the team who won the previous game, it's going to be Rock.
And the fact that there were several teams there shows how important they believe this building to be. In the grand scheme of things, where this zone is going to be going and where you want as your priority spot. As in the kill feed, you can see Sentinels also getting involved in a scrap with Virtus.pro, but also Nemesis are on the other side of this.
Yeah, Riley's down. And you can see that Carter and Lota just decide they want to get out of here. Might be a little bit of a split of resources as Nemesis do manage to hold their ground. A great hold from them. Second place in game #1 for Nemesis. We've been talking about the EMEA region, how maybe didn't have the representation they would have wanted in this match finals lobby. Well, Nemesis, I think, have maybe solidified themselves as one of those top 3 teams in EMEA, one of the teams to make it through to match point. And with the, I would say, relative to the rest of the lobby, low LAN experience for these players is such an impressive performance.
It's going to be vital experience they gain throughout this lobby, game after game after game as well. And it's about putting that into effect as you march on. Because if this does go the length, like you said it might, and suddenly some of the things you learn in games 1, 2, 3 could come into effect. Games 8, 9, 10. Falcons, ImperialHal will take down Zach Mazer. Virtus.pro struggling to find their footing in this game at the moment. Seems like anywhere they go, they're being shot by someone.
Volz is trying to play up on the position of Rocket. He wants to try and find a cheeky pick. He's got the Ash to play with, so he's got the maneuverability to get in and out. And having recognized the drone went out and that he's been spotted out, he's just going to return to the safety of his teammates here. It looked like that knock from Falcons came in from a distance. So it looks like VP will be able to get Zach back to his feet. A little shield swap comes in to make sure everyone's got enough health to deal with a push should it happen. Now VP will be able to hug these tires of the big truck, get themselves healthy once again.
And I do wonder whether stats are going to play a part in this game, because as I mentioned, Eternal Gardens, the most winningest POI on this map so far. ROC did drop there, and they have been able to get priorities in this zone very fast. We could see another win from Eternal Gardens just from the position they currently hold. But they've done job 1, which is getting to one of the best positions and win that initial fight. But of course, there is a lot to follow. You're not always going to be in a 1v1v1 in the final circle. Sometimes you're going to have to take a straight 3v3.
VP under a little bit of duress at the moment. You see a lot of teams are trying to focus on
S8UL top 5 में आएंगे. आज क्या ग्रैंड फाइनल है यार. आज ही है, जो है आज ही है. आएंगे नहीं आएंगे नहीं पता. तो भाई VP का तो भाई खत्म कर दिया उन्होंने.
VP now find themselves down to 2.
Gets the shot, then he is out of there as
Low
well.
भाई,
One of the benefits
respawn भी कर दिया.
of Ash having the phase breach available,
So
so you can quickly
quick.
move from point A to point B. Sadly, you won't be able to do it in the next game. And this is another reason why I'm wondering when will a crypto ban, if at all, happen, because people want the rotational abilities. They want the ability to get out of fights. So once Ash disappears, suddenly people start to look at how else are we going to do it? We've already lost Ult. Do we lost Ash? Do we look over to the likes of Pathfinder, for example?
One thing to highlight there, VP did have a Moby down while they were holding that space, so they've been able to get Slayer back into the game. So VP back up to 3.
VP सुन के मैं भी याद आ गया. वाह.
Kill that they did manage to get, but doesn't really affect the long game
अगर
here for
2
VP.
legends का same use, अबे हाँ.
Where the zone is going.
ये तो अच्छा question है. इज़ूमी को
Teams who
पूछो.
have taken up residence in Eternal Gardens might be
Izumi is our Wikipedia.
Yeah, though, I mean, the Sentinels had priority to the zone, or one of the teams that had priority. They're going to be on that western side, over towards Stasis Array. So they're instead going to have to force their way through some teams here. And instead, it's going to be teams like ROC who are going to be some of the better positions. But if it does continue to fall to Eternal Gardens, there's a big choke there. That is going to be near impossible for any of these western teams to actually get through. So you need to either move early or be prepared to fight as you move.
पता नहीं इसका. Oh shit guys, Wikipedia भी fail हो गया अभी.
Wrapping all the way around the left-hand side of where this zone is at the moment. They're going to have to go through a little tunnel towards quarantine zone, probably hit the ring console there and the survey beacon. Liquid are going to be closest to them, but again, some way away for now. But
Bro, ये तो glitch हो गया.
Overall at the moment, 26
इज़ूमी को नहीं पता अभी.
for them.
अभी क्या करे?
You always wonder what is going to be that game where suddenly match point comes into effect. As I mentioned last year, it was 60 points here at Esports World Cup, but this year, as it's the ALGS mid-season playoffs, we go to ALGS format. It will be 50 points. So ROC, if they were to win this game, and let's be honest, in the position they find themselves in, they have a huge chance to do so. There is a possibility they could cross it here in match 3.
We just saw Zero's dad in the audience, as well as Privacy, the analyst for Falcons. Speaking of Falcons, they're actually in a really good spot on the northern side of not just where this zone is, but where the next one will be pulling. So if Falcons can hold this choke that they're in, they will be set up for potentially a very strong game. VK Gaming still taking their time though, still a long way away from a lot of the action that's going to be going down. They'll be safe for quite some time. Speaking of action, Team Liquid trying to get underneath Nemesis.
There's a couple of teams involved in this one. You can see S8UL are going up against team rivals as well. Team Liquid down to just Jaguares and Nizel now.
Yes,
Yanya has to be recovered and then potentially respawned. But they do have the mobile res.
Obi is available for them. But
Can we get respawn?
An opportunity. Big tether coming in from Nizel though. Plus he's got the Devo. Plus he has a problem. Slayer's turned his back, but he turns back just in time to win the fight here for VP. Question is he going to be able to rest? You would imagine not, because Nemesis hear all the ruckus. They extend out, they will clean out the bottom of this building. And in the meantime, as VP fall, the killer truck will fall as well.
Yeah, falling to Alliance, but that's a great 3-player swing there from Team Nemesis. You spoke about Sentinels playing arm to arm. Well, Nemesis were basically holding hands at that point, because you just ensure you don't want to allow anything to happen, any sort of weird 1v3 to go down if you push one after the other. As a care package or a mythic bin, I think it is a care package is going to be looted by Zero, so Falcons are going to have some goodies to play with. Speaking of mythic bin, looks like it's spawned over towards 100 Thieves, so maybe they'll be able to get some goodies here once this zone closes.
हमारे बंदे respawn हो रहे हैं कि नहीं हो रहे?
On our screen right now, if they can get that mythic bin, it'll be fantastic for them. They've got Furia in front of them, they've got Nemesis still inside the stasis rail, going to be holding them out. Plus, they've got Sentinels and S8UL, or the leftovers of S8UL.
किधर है दिखाओ?
Pinch in behind them, so getting that extra little bit of goodies and extra bit of loot is going to be very vital for their success.
And just to point out the composition from 100 Thieves, Catalyst, Newcastle, Sparrow. That is not a composition that's really going to see much effect on bans. As S8UL down to just Legacy, by the way. Sentinel's looking to close this one.
He has to heal.
नहीं push कर दिया. Come in, and even though he manages to dash it away,
नहीं बहुत जल्दी बाहर हो गए.
So many people can. And S8UL will be eliminated here as we find ourselves now with 14 squads.
Just to go back to my previous point, 100 Thieves might be able to avoid bans for a couple of games here. And there is something to be said about playing the same composition for a consistent few games to put points on the board. As in terms of zone, it does shift back towards ROC again, who are still being rewarded for their early fight that they took. The aggression that also TSM tried to do as well. All these teams realized where this zone was going to be pulling. They hedged their bets, but it's ROC who have come out on top so far.
अगर रिस्पॉन हो जाए तो जो एनिमी टीम के किल्स है वो सेम रहेंगे या चेंज होएंगे? नहीं 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 ऐसे नहीं होता. किल्स मिल गए जो मिल गए.
Everything from that mythic bin. If they want to be able to fight their way in towards this zone, well, they've completed stage 1 of that plan, but Furious still in front of them. This is the position of Falcons, though.
Oh, bro, हमारा तो बहुत गंदा जा रहा है. बे ऐसे तो नहीं चलेगा, guys.
And relaying the information back to his teammates on what is in front of them for the next zone. But they have to hold their back. They have the drone in the air from Waltzy, Zero alongside him. If they can hold their back as this zone closes, Falcons are in a great spot.
Falcons need to see how important this game is and their chances of finding points, because the first 2 matches, they didn't really get a chance to play the game. But now perhaps we'll see them with their best opportunity as VK Gaming will walk in, thankfully, because Rival Esports had decided to fly away there. But VK now, with the zone to their back, have to approach the southern side. And I think Alliance are going to be in front of them when they do move in.
Well, Rival Esports have just pushed Rival Esports down to that low ground, to the golden building, which is still owned by ROC. So
जीतना मुश्किल है, बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है.
Alliance's presence on the edge of this zone has made it very uncomfortable. Speaking of which, Gen is on his own. 100 Thieves versus Furia. We've seen it, and now Gen has to clutch. Sprays, plays in and around that mobile shield. We'll keep our eyes on the kill feed here to see where that 1v1 goes, but a big moment in the game for both teams.
Yeah, a huge 1v1. Elsewhere, Rival Esports trying to survive against ROC. And you can see Furia did lose out there. 100 Thieves will survive. Genji also going down. Now we're on 12 squads. But Rival Esports have managed to find themselves in a pretty central position here. They avoided the gunfire of ROC because, of course, they're within that building, and the zone is going to force ROC outside of it. But now they have to turn their attention to behind them, where Alliance currently reside. Oh, this is aggressive.
They're trying to get aggressive off the EMP damage that just came in, but getting aggressive is tough, especially when you've got ROC still looking at you from that golden building. They will get that knock initially. Damage continuing to come in here.
गई ना rival गई.
But it doesn't matter. He still outputs damage.
भाई ROC तो मार रही है बे.
After the shield swap, and Rival Esports will be dispatched by a combination of Alliance and ROC.
भाई मेरे चैट में BGMI haters बहुत है ज़मीन. तो पहले बता दूँ.
Find a way to survive. One of the best fighting teams.
Fnatic now in this fight. Important to note as well, the 100 Thieves got back up to a 3. So the clutch that came in from Berholz absolutely.
भाई ROC कुछ ज़्यादा ही नहीं मार रही है.
Fnatic will fall as now we find ourselves with a lobby and half. 10 squads remain.
I'm one of them.
As now everyone's kind of been forced together. There are still 3 teams on that eastern side that have to come from Eternal Gardens, by the way.
But वही तो हमारी fights ही नहीं हो रही है भाई. हमारे kill points है ही नहीं.
As they say, maybe this one isn't worth pushing because ROC have a full 3, but now Alliance back up to a full 3 themselves, and this is when they usually like to get aggressive, when they feel like a team is weak, when they feel like they have maybe an advantage, when a team is thin. Sometimes they do.
इसमें respawn की बात हो रही है. BGMI अगर तुम खेलते हो, तुमने किसी को नॉक फिनिश कर दिया, तुम्हें एक किल मिल गया, फिर वो अगर रिकॉल हो जाता है तो तुम्हारा किल कम थोड़ी हो जाता है.
But this fight we need to stay with here, or this potential fight, Alliance are looking to bully, and Deeds has got to hold.
Here comes the utility.
Revive and respawn में फर्क है.
Counter wall is available though. Ninjas in pajamas have just gone down. Effect gets slammed back.
अच्छा मैं उसे बना रहा. Oh my god.
It's an amazing hold, not for the first time of this building.
Continue.
And we would see Deeds on the Newcastle be able to get his teammates back up as well.
Again, this is the benefit of the composition that they're playing. I believe Hackers decided to go into his drone, go invisible, and just hold position for now, as there is still good potential placement points. But actually, no, he gets caught out. He tries to go for the res.
Best game, trash game.
Yeah, absolutely love that from ROC. They know they've got the 2 knocks, right? They want to make sure those players not only turn into KP, but at the worst situation, they have to deal with just Hackers on the outside of that building. 41 points now on the board for ROC, 9 points away from match point.
Yeah, suddenly a top 3 might find them a chance to actually cross the match point threshold here. They've been incredible so far. Let's jump into a quick listen-in with ROC Esports.
I'll drive, okay? Yeah. Grabbing all 6 cells. Gonna find nades. There's 1 nade on the body I just left. I got a nade, I have 6 bats. Okay, I'm gonna get a drone here.
That rock, right, Deets? Yes, we have to fight for that rock. We need to push Falcons down, and that team bottom left. EB, go off, get a drone.
By calm suno tum.
Zero's just fucking hard angling over here, and they're 2 on heights.
We just don't give them entry, guys.
Yeah. They're crossing, you shoot the teammates. On our left. They're walking up on our left on the rock. Yeah.
Okay, I'm batting.
We have to focus left. Focus left. I have to pump an ulti cell. They're on the heady over here.
On this rock.
On the rock and the heady. I'm nading. I pumped an ulti cell. I'm just burning them so I can keep pressure on them.
You can hear the intensity. They know how close they are at this point. Something to note though, Falcons very much in this game and very much have a chance to influence how it goes. Zero has a Kraber and he has been hitting shots recently.
I mean, look at the team names that are left in this lobby right now. ROC, 100 Thieves, Falcons, Nemesis, Sentinels, and VK Gaming. This is going to be such a tough final circle to try and get into.
Falcons trying to survive. Sentinels make play now a little bit closer to center zone. Zuni manages to get 1, but it's not going to be enough as Nemesis will now fall. Falcons take and now slide down, but oh how, that's a horrible surprise. He might have just slid down right into the clutches of VKG.
And suddenly ROC are pushing
even ये VKG ये दोनों
will just take this fight against Falcons.
अबे मारो बे इन दोनों को, क्या कर रहे हो?
Maybe he can escape for some placement, but VKG still showing their strength here in this lobby.
5 squads remain. 100 Thieves are going to lose Jen, over peeking through the catwalk. Baxalon, we brought back to his feet momentarily. Deeds now has to escape on the Newcastle. But I mentioned that Kraber, and there is Zero again as a solo.
VKG जीत रही है.
Match point here, but Falcons maybe can do something still with Zero here.
Phony gets 1 in the back, but it's not going to remove that head. He will stay on his feet.
No more Kraber bullets to work with though for Zero. That makes it a little bit more difficult for him to control the space around as that solo player.
I mean, I bet Zero would love a final circle like we just saw previously, ending up in a 1v1v1. But right now, there is 4 squads still remaining. I still want to point out the fact that 100 Thieves also have a Newcastle here, which could be very beneficial for them.
VK trying to hold at the moment, but Sentinels
Oh my god, VKG winning a watch.
Sentinels are stifling them.
VKG winning a
He's now the last
watch.
player alive. VKG have been picked apart here. 100 Thieves still on the
Wyrat holy.
Carter doing some good damage, but does get snared. Zero playing a part in this fight as well, but has now
Guys,
been
मैंने मेरा काम कर दिया.
eliminated though. Falcons get top 3, but that's going to be short-lived. It's a 3v3, 100 Thieves versus Sen.
Carter has not had the chance to pop a shield barrier or get a shield swap though, and 100 Thieves will march forward. 100 Thieves from the high ground after the clutch will surely move in to win this game here. Game number 3 belongs to 100 T, and Jen pops off.
Phony bhai, respect Phony bhai. Phony bhai, my new favorite player.
Just put themselves right back into the conversation for this entire tournament, up to second place.
Wyrat Kohli not happy.
On the board, and I said they did it with Catalyst, Newcastle, Sparrow. They'll be able to
29 kills, क्या बात कर रहे
They
हो?
are looking hot right now.
35 points on the board now for 100 Thieves. 15 away from match point, but it's ROC who will find themselves
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
closest. They finished with 42. They will be 8 points away as we take a good old look at Papa Bird.
A very happy man indeed, and for good reason. I'm sure
ज़्यादा
that not
लिख
only
दिए
the 100
तुमने.
Thieves fans, but also the players were pretty worried when the news came of Phony having to go to hospital. You never know what's going to happen. Are we going to play with the coach? How are we going to do if Bronzy's going to be competing? As Jen Burton goes over to give his dad a hug as well. But the job's not done
Hello,
yet.
Karan.
35 points, you've still got another 15 before you even get to match point threshold. And then you have to find yet another victory.
11 KPA, bro. 23 points.
Stood front and center. Think back to
Bro, we got only 1 point.
The 1v1 clutch that he makes gets them back on their feet. 100 Thieves do not have a part in that end game unless Verholz clutches the 1v1. They get the reset. They push their
Bro,
way
even
towards
ROC
zone.
ने भी
And
kills
off the back as
निकाल लिए
well of the
बहुत.
mythic bin they picked up and fell their way. 100 Thieves put 23 points on the board. That is a big, big moment for them.
Makes me think of yesterday when there was a big fight on the east side of the circle
Phony
between
J Squad
NRG and
Legacy का
Furia.
teammate था last
NRG lose
season.
that fight,
Oh.
and then in the end do not go on to qualify for
Phony
the
is
match point
W.
finals. One team fight can change everything here, just as you've just seen for 100 Thieves.
Some of the stats from the players you can see on your screen. This is the series so far. 20 kills for 100 Thieves in 3 games. Very, very impressive from them. And you can say the same about ROC on the left-hand side of your screen. 22 for them.
22 is a big number. 42 is even
भाई
bigger.
ROC 42 पे आ चुका है. 100 Thieves 35
As
पे.
I mentioned, Ash is going to be banned for this
Nah.
next game, which changes everything. And not only
It's
does the
GG's.
legends change,
It's
but also we
GG's,
change
guys.
map yet again. But for the first time in this series, we will be going back to back on Stormpoint.
But nobody getting too far away at the moment. You look at RSC at the top, they're closest, but the chasing pack, you think about 20 points or so for a win at the moment with the level that these teams are playing at and the KP that they pick up. That could be any team in this lobby being right alongside them with just 1 win. But those fans in the crowd of 100 Thieves, what a journey they have been on so far this tournament. They will be hoping and wishing that that good luck can continue here. 100 Thieves win the previous game. When we get back, map number 4.
Hundred is beating Sentinel somewhere. That's crazy. नेक्स्ट कौन जीत सकता है? नेक्स्ट कौन जीत सकता है? एक तो मुझे लगता है वीपी का चांस लग रहा है काफी. एंड ब्रो मेरा प्रेडिक्शन अभी ना वो हो रहा है, क्लाउडेड प्रेडिक्शन हो रहा है क्योंकि मेरे दिमाग में 2 ही नाम घूम रहे हैं, ROC 100 Thieves. क्लाउडेड प्रेडिक्शन. भाई वो लोग ने बहुत पॉइंट्स कर लिए. एक टीम को छोड़ के सबका नाम ले लो क्रेजी We will have more than 10 pointers next game, bro. Let's see. Hope so. मैंने काफी देर आइस पैक लगा लिया. I think अब रख के आ जाती हूँ उसको. पिघल रहा है पूरा.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot
पानी भी लेके आती हूँ.
It's
मम्मा भूल
moments
गई
like
पानी
this
देना मुझे.
that you spend years waiting for. Sometimes lifetimes.
Guys, I think BP 100 Thieves and वो ROC next जीतेंगे.
Unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning is no better feeling in the world.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Here on the Boulevard for the Esports World Cup, we've got action aplenty. Some heroes have been crowned champions over the past weekend, and today, Sunday night, we crown yet another here at our ALGS midseason playoff here at EWC 2025. 3 games gone, and that means that this whole stadium has been rocking. That's right, rock with a little win. We also saw 100 Thieves bounce back with a win themselves. Falcons, though, were in the mix. Alliance staying steady. And of course, the lights shining bright in Riyadh per usual, as this is a city that stays up late. Welcome
ये
back
नए
to the studio,
plans है
ladies
क्या?
and
ये
gentlemen.
temporary है.
We're here to break it
ये
down. My
मैं
name's Rain Day. I'll
क्योंकि
be your
shelf
host
के लिए
here
मंगाई
as we
हूँ.
continue on into the evening, and I'm joined by J-Hop, Snipe
But
Down,
यार
and
ये
Bruder
नए हैं.
Explosion to break down the action. And guys, this was a very
मस्त है ना?
action-packed first 3 games, but not the action that maybe we presumed.
Hi, Jumbo.
J-Hop. Obviously, Rock has been phenomenal. They were a team coming into this. We almost were surprised at their placement coming into the tournament. They even considered themselves dark horses when they reflected on us calling them that in their power rankings. How do you feel their performance has been to either keep that narrative going or completely change it and look at favorites for the rest of this Sunday?
I mean, it's been fantastic.
I'm ready
These three
for
players, when you
boxing.
look at them, some of these guys were dropped from their
On it.
previous teams, and yet here they are. They're the closest team to potentially hitting match point after 3 games. At the same time, though, this might be a little bit of a newer experience for them. You cannot afford to just fall asleep at the wheel now. Falcons and Alliance are still lurking. A team like 100 Thieves, like you talked about, all champions in their own right. You can't just allow those first 2 games where you really popped off to be the only games where you did well.
And Lauren, I'm going to jump to you here because we see this dynamic, in my opinion, when we go long, right? You either have these games where, you know, you have Alliance and Falcons off to the, you know, you see match point almost in game 3, but now Alliance
लो भाई
is kind
custom
of
के नाम पे
slowly
ही और
there,
टूट रहा है मेरा
Rock's
हाथ.
jumping forward, but you know those juggernauts are going to have big games as well, so this could end up going late.
मेरी
Sometimes
chat
we
में
see
कोई
that out of
Apex
our bigger
खेलता ही
teams.
नहीं
They
है.
do start off a little bit slowly, and it opens up a very short window
But
of
yeah,
opportunity for
मेरा
these other
हाथ
teams
ठीक
to
होगा
get
उसके
some
बाद
points
I'm
on the board.
gonna
We were
play
talking
Apex.
about it in the
बहुत
green
मन
room.
है.
We now have 3 squads within striking
Oh,
distance
she's
of
back
match
with
point
pretty
for this
eyeshadow.
upcoming game, and I think that's something they really need to seize, because eventually the Falcons and the Alliances are absolutely going to find their stride, and when they do, it's
जम्बो
dangerous.
भाई
Well,
creators
speaking
तो
of
आते नहीं
dangerous,
मेरे
this guy right
content
here
में.
has been playing out
उनको
of
कहाँ
his
से
mind.
लाऊं
I'm
मैं?
talking about Genji Asia. In game 2, we had a great game that kind of put Rock on the map, especially with a win, a huge play from Saucer, but I want you guys to break it down. And Snipe, I'll start with you a little bit on this as well, because this was a major aspect to it. Jayhawk, feel free to bounce in on this too.
Absolutely. Sorry to cut you off here, but I just want to talk about Watson got banned in game 1, and Snipe's going to break down the play here that we're about to see. The only reason it's possible is because with Watson being banned, Catalyst comes into the mix, and that allows for Alter to continue to be played. Snipe walks through the play.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive to be able to swap characters so easily, and for us, what happened here, Rock was actually at the bottom of the tunnel, and they chose to Alter Q through.
Yep.
And
यार जब वो लोग आते ही नहीं हैं, मेरे पास तो भाई 50 ideas हैं.
Best position to win the game.
But
we saw Asia
need
getting kill
creators
after
for
kill.
that.
They were able to third party, go back up the hill, and then all of a sudden you have Rock getting their back, which caused panic in them. And then honestly, the rest of this game was just a wrap around that giant rock the entire time. It was actually so impressive to see.
Boxing and Taekwondo player at state level.
At the very beginning, Gen.G got a res after one of their players got knocked, and then all of a sudden,
Gojo se
Saucer
पंगे
ends
मत
up
लेना guys
alone after
कोई.
two players get knocked. He knew exactly what he had to do, and you could just tell the kind of confidence that he's playing with to wrap up the hill immediately when those two teams are fighting. Zero hesitation.
Match
Wasn't worried
system
about
you
placement.
mean?
He was solely focused on winning the game. You can see him right here. He
टीम के स्कोरबोर्ड पे 50 पॉइंट्स हो जाए तो उसके बाद उनको सिर्फ एक गेम जीतना है ट्रॉफी के लिए. Thank you.
And the beauty of the timing is that it's a 1v1v1, so Vayne goes down and then he's able to take on Gen.G and find a way to get that kill. It was phenomenal timing, but also Saucer has proven himself to be a successful IGL, a successful teammate, a successful player in the ALGS, and even at the Open. I appreciated the way that they navigated this, and yes, while getting dropped and moving on with Rock, certainly made the best of it.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, he said
ये
that
भी
he wasn't
पिन
the
कर
problem.
दो, मैं
At
सब
that
कुछ.
point, you can say
I
those
need
words,
10
but you got to move
pins.
forward and prove it. And I think right now he's proving he's one of the top IGLs in the world. He had something, you could say a chip on his shoulder from that moment. And sure, you have a new team, and maybe it's not the ideal scenario. It's not the best players in the world, but Deeds is popping off right now. We've seen Max pop off all throughout his career, and so you make the most of what you're given. And Rock, they're doing well.
All right, we'll hit some more storylines in a second, but right now we've got an update thanks to our STE update for the Club Championship here at the Esports World Cup. Lace is standing by. Lace, what's up?
Lace here to give you the update for the Club Championship race here at EWC. In Valorant, Team Heretics actually took an amazing sweep against
इसको भी ये बताना जरूरी है. हम एपेक्स देख रहे हैं ना, हैं? हम वैलो देख रहे हैं, हम एपेक्स देख रहे हैं ना. क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
Securing 1,000 points for their club. Fnatic placing second place, added 750 club championships points for them as well. They're not yet eligible, the Heretics, but they do have some other titles to play here in the later weeks at EWC. So they are still a strong contender for the club championships. Moving on to Apex Legends, Team Falcons and Gen.G are very strong contenders as they met their top 8 criteria this week. So a win in Apex Legends tonight could see things change forever in their favor. And of course, a solid placing by Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, even Sentinels would see them also eligible for that club championship.
देखो T1 तो ऊपर आई जाएगी next week, सबको पता है.
Focus Me,
सबको पता है.
place adding 1,000 points to their club as well. So you can see the trophies up here on the totem. Apex Legends will be adding their frame very shortly.
News देने आई है, नहीं सुनना ना news मुझे.
This has been your club championship update for EWC 2025.
ये ओवरऑल दिखा रहा है. यस, क्लब चैंपियनशिप मतलब ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का है, क्लब्स का जो पार्टनर क्लब्स है उनके अलग अलग गेम्स को मिला के अभी तक कितने टॉप 16 कौन चल रहा है आउट ऑफ द 40.
Valorant as well, obviously finishing up.
तभी तो
We'll add a few of those. And Fnatic,
आज टैरिक फेकर को गलती से शेकर बोला. ब्रो, आई मीन अभी बताने में इट्स नॉट फनी, बट जो मोमेंट था मैं उस पे 2 मिनट तक कंटिन्यूस हंसी थी. It was very funny.
At our championship, the biggest event
Bro said
in the
shaker.
ALGS, and you don't want to miss it because we're going back to Sapporo.
FNC क्या ही थ्रो किया ब्रो. मत मेरे को नहीं सुनना है, मेरे को गुस्सा आ रहा है, कुछ फोड़ना है मुझे. मेरा एक हाथ तो गया, दूसरा भी जाएगा.
Championships are not given, they are earned. This moment, you cannot let it slip by. It's moments like this that you spend years waiting for, sometimes lifetimes. This moment does not go unnoticed. This is something special.
That feeling of winning.
Multitasking meme.
It just feels unreal. It's just a great feeling that I will never forget.
Sapporo. हो गया कुलदीप गाइस मुझे फिर से ये पहन के दर्द हो रहा है क्या सीन है अभी इतनी देर आइस पैक लगाया तो दर्द कम हुआ था इधर से लूज करते हैं तो पता नहीं क्या सीन है
Hey, we're back.
आज मेरा बैटरी डाउन लग रहा होगा वो इसी वजह से शाम से कंटिन्यूस दर्द हो रहा है जनवरी 15 to 18 2026 ये मेरे बर्थडे पे है मेरे बर्थडे पे है
So check it out and plan your trip now. A little bit ahead, a little bit behind. It depends. Do you want to be building up anticipation, having some fun, or do you want to have had so much fun, have the highlight of your life at a match point finals, see your favorite team win, and then spend a few more weeks traveling, snowboarding, doing all the good stuff Japan has to offer. One of my favorite places in the world. So join us there, please. January 15th to the 19th, I believe. I think it's 19th, maybe the 18th. But once you get there on the 15th, you'll figure it out. Guys, predictions heading into it. Are we coming back? Because 3 more games, it is possible to have a match point team. It is possible to close it out. I'll start with you, Lauren. Are we coming back? How many games are we going here?
We're definitely coming back at least one more time. I think we'll end up with at least 5 teams on match point when you see us again, though.
5. Okay, Snipe, what do you think?
Too many powerhouses at the bottom. I'm going 9 games.
Wow, 9 games, Jayhawk.
There's just something about Riyadh. We're coming back at least a couple more times if it, last year had anything to do with it.
I feel good about 9 games as well. What do you think in the chat? Let us know.
Right now,
obviously. We're throwing it back to the casters.
Obvious
Game 4 is underway.
Game 4 is almost ready to go indeed as we head back
T1
to
shaker,
the
bro.
of our teams and
The
players.
goat.
Dan, how many do you think is going today? Did I ask you that already?
You haven't actually.
I think the way mathematically.
Bro, come on, bhai, shuru karo.
Or something like that. No. It's like what Jayhawk was telling me yesterday.
Oh, I mean, okay, in theory,
like when you actually get
if
weirdly
you started from the start,
mathematical,
right? I think right now it would be impossible to go that far. But
you ready for 50 games? Then?
I'm always ready for as many games as possible because I bloody love this game. I think 11 or 12 is where I'm going.
That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. We're definitely going to get into double digits, especially like Snidown kind of highlighted perfectly there. There's a lot of powerhouse teams down the bottom, and when they win games, they usually win them big. Yeah. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case.
बहुत सारे लोगों को सिर्फ faker ही पता है. I am one of them.
Plays on their way to this game.
Because he's the goat.
It's going to push them up those leaderboards.
I mean, जो जिन्होंने obviously league खेला नहीं देखा नहीं उनको. So I am one of them. I've never played it, never watched it. एक बार कोशिश जरूर की थी देखने की मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा but when was it
maybe matches 8 9 10 it's snakes
Tyler
to E district and then we play E district again and then we go back to that original rotation with World's Edge to follow then Broken Moon
Tyler one is from Lee क्या बात कर रहे हो
lost Ash the next legend to be banned with a red X through her and that means mobility
but
is
he's so famous because
is it Wraith Is it
मीम आया था ना उसका वायरल बहुत पहले
I think Crypto might be able to go under the radar here because people are going to be moving and looking for these legends that are going to help them go from point A to point B.
Well, understandably, the Falcon fans are getting very excited for this next game, and why wouldn't you? Some much improved performances from the team in that previous game. That man in the middle there, Zero, hitting some really big Kraber shots for them to not just secure some KP, but put them on to 16 points after 2 pretty dud games in the first 2 that we saw today. So Falcons starting to come to life a little bit. Well, we need to turn our attention to the likes of Rock. 42 points for them at the moment, looking very, very healthy at the top, and just 8 points away from being the first team to hit match match point.
Worth noting, ROC, the worst map for them going through group stages. They only achieved 17 points on this map when they played it. That's only 16% of, no, sorry, 13% of their points throughout their pool. So it's definitely their worst map.
Let's go. Already fight शुरू हो गई.
On the flip side, this is a chance for a team like Fnatic, who found 60% of
भाई ROC को पकड़ के मारो भाई कोई तो प्लीज बहुत जरूरत है.
Could we see the APAC North Giants here come back into the equation?
Really good POI to play with from as well over at Sito Station, so they've got a great opportunity here to put those points on the board and maybe continue to not just match that record, but improve it. And for this team here, 8 points is a interesting position to be looking for, if you kind of get what I'm going at here, because it's not a huge amount of points. It's a couple of team fights that go your way, and then some decent placements. Get a sneak into that top 10, top 9, and then you find yourselves on match point. But that could put some interesting thoughts in your head, how you approach this game.
अलग काम नहीं करा, still आ गया हूँ. होगा.
You don't think a team liquid, but it's ninjas in pajamas who will claim that POI in the draft.
अबे इसमें कौन ban हो रहा है? इसमें नहीं समझ आ रहा.
That POI has to be said, but
to this day, still
haunts me. ROC Esports, look at how far they have
Catalyst
to go
काफी
to get
है.
to Barometer as well. From
But उतना नहीं है
of course,
शायद.
Elrod being one of the most picked POIs when it comes to this map. In fact, it was ROC's first pick in the draft. They picked his 6th, so they clearly thought that this is where they could find points over these 2 games when it is played back to back.
14th पे.
They have to go a long way, but with this position, they might be able to get points.
Well, one thing we need to keep our eyes on here on Stormpoint. You saw yesterday a tweet from Hackis listing the POIs that they had drafted, and he said, hey, we've got to contest against VP over at Northpad, because Alliance took Trident.
What is JMD, Jai Mata Di?
VP decided, you know what, we're not going to let you get Northpad. We're going to try and fight you. So Alliance
Momentum चाहिए.
VP over at Northpad is something sure
काफी ज़्यादा.
Yeah, definitely. If there is gunfire
थोड़ा ये लोग
towards
को
Northpad,
fights लेना
it's
होगा.
likely that the fight will happen. But it looks like in the moment, Virtus Pro are backing off away
I
from
mean
that.
यार
When we briefly
fights
checked in with
लेते
them,
fights जीतते वैसे ही confidence build होता है bro. Momentum वैसे ही build up होता है.
this away from them. There is a
वो
survey
बहुत
beacon
ज़रूरी
here that
है.
they can use as well, and they have changed composition. Interestingly, no crypto being used here by Alliance. They are going to favor Pathfinder instead alongside the Sparrow. So we'll see how this one plays out. I think that is a decision being made because of the potential fight as well.
I would agree with you, and I also think there's a little bit of storm point in that as well. We know that Alliance were very, very good at making those micro rotates late game, getting point A to point B using that Pathfinder zip. So Alliance may be thinking the contest potential, like you quite rightly highlight, but also something they're comfortable with if we find ourselves in a situation like we do now, with a potential fight against VP. But VP have backed down. They've got over to down beast. It doesn't look like this game we're going to see it.
No, not this game, but potentially the next one, and maybe it'll happen on rotation as well, because you have to remember they are going to be both trying to get from point A to point B in the same area of this map. Speaking of going down to Barometer, a lot of squads have already found themselves in that area. We check in with 100 Thieves who are currently on the northeast side, being followed by VK Gaming, may I add. So another potential for a fight to happen here as well.
Another quick rotate coming in from 100T as well. You saw attachments being shared between them, and when you're dropping a 1x2 for someone, usually gives a good indication that maybe you don't have the loot that you would have wanted. Another good example of that is Casa doesn't have a single attachment.
ये कैसा observation है?
When we speak about teams within touching distance of match point, VK Gaming are one of them. 17 points away. A victory plus kills is gonna get you there.
नहीं go
And I mean, imagine
no
that.
manga.
Imagine VK Gaming were the first team to hit match point. We've always known
Only
them
some
as a squad that
anime.
can play aggressive,
वो भी
can
उतना
find those
ज़्यादा
kills.
नहीं.
A great fighting team, but it would definitely be a dark horse moment if they were one of the first to cross match point threshold.
Yeah, certainly a criminally underrated team, I think, in the ALGS. And
Because there is always an Asian who will be better.
Continuing to perform at the level that they have been in recent events. ROC, 42 points on the board. We're going to keep highlighting that. Only the 8 needed as they hit the survey beacon here. They're going to get a little bit of an indication of where teams are going to be laying in front of them.
Bro, Kuldeep, I think they are not
When you're in
good.
this position, you might be
They are
using
just
that
not
survey
good.
beacon to find teams. I feel like ROC could also be considering how do we avoid teams and instead think about getting our Evos up for potential fights. But by scanning, they did give their position away to TSM, who are a little bit ahead of them on this rotation through Cascade Falls, because I think ROC want to go down and hit that ring console so they can get more Evo and get more information.
A lot of teams inside the zone playing deep into zone as well, right down on that southern side. So they general feeling from the majority of teams is that they're going to be expecting that endgame to pull towards those buildings right down on the southern side. TSM going to take a lot longer to get there, as you can see, with the POI that they dropped at. So going to get the scan here from the survey beacon.
They are good in football, that is true.
In front of them, it's going to be Sentinels. This is Barometer, though. This is a lot of where we expect endgame action to be taking place.
Rival Esports against Wolves also taking place in our kill feed, or at least there was a knock, but it looks like maybe that fight has subsided and it was just damage from distance. Speaking of damage from distance, S8UL also taking down a member of Wolves Esports, so they are really struggling.
Get a finish, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams inside of Barometer at the moment. All these knocks are coming in and around Barometer. You have to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of res farming potentially going on with these teams that have rotated, looking for those extra free Evo points. At the moment, Legacy looks like he's a little bit worried that there's a lot of angles that he's not going to be able to avoid all of.
I wonder if S8UL can find their way back into the conversation as well. Of course, we know that Sharky has been very successful throughout Apex South. The real question is, are they going to be able to actually get some points here in this lobby to consider themselves potential chances of winning? Because at the moment, they're a little bit of a way off, and as teams get closer towards match point, you start to wonder if you'll even get a chance to be on match point yourself.
Nemesis having a little bit of a scuffle. You see that in the feed as well. Fnatic are going to lose one. Again, all these fights at the moment seem to be fairly inconsequential, apart from, like you say, that one we've just seen, because ALGS will be finished, and that will be him out of the game. That's going to force Fnatic to go into a position where they have to look for that res. So elsewhere, VK Gaming, they're going to be safe down on the bottom here. They've got the Newcastle to play with. They've got the wall they can use. Also a Catalyst as well. So if anyone tries to siege them, it'll be very, very difficult without taking damage.
RSC Esports, I can see it, just ballooned into the north and have just found a building for free. So they've done their job on their rotation all the way from Lightning Rod. Now are within the next 2 zones. So a chance really to play from here and pick up 8 points that they need, as Fnatic will respawn ALGS back onto his feet.
Nash में मैं तो कुछ नहीं देख रही
There's a
भाई.
lot of expectation and weight on the shoulders for Fnatic from me.
मैंने बोला तो था जुजुत्सु, मैंने सिर्फ फ्लाइट में गई थी जब, तब देखा था. मैं घर पे कुछ नहीं देख पाती हूँ यार. मैं मम्मा के पास सोती हूँ ना, वैसे भी मैं सो जाती हूँ जल्दी.
Skyhook's always up there for me when we get those crazy stacked up finishes with teams sharing buildings, sharing floors. Almost guaranteed to have 20 squads alive in those situations. Barometer, I feel like, gives enough of a home for a lot of those teams to exist in a similar way. Especially on Storm Point, which usually POI doesn't allow most teams to get in there, but there's a lot of playable spots here. Rival Esports, 20 points to their name. 30 might seem a long way off, but that's very achievable in a couple of games.
So most people are safe in Barometer, but down here on the southeast, you've got Na'Vi, Furia, and TSM all in the same area, trying to move from
भाई
this eastern
top
side.
4 को तो भाई जल्दी बाहर होना ही चाहिए.
I don't know if Furia know that TSM are there. They were looking towards Na'Vi previously, as VP get eliminated in the kill feed.
They die to Alliance as well. Nowhere near the contest, but certainly
एक तो गई.
over at Mill, so I'm counting that as a 1-0 to Alliance.
So all these
3 more to go.
Hesitant.
अच्छा वो top 4 में नहीं है. Bro, but VP के तो points थे.
3 squads are here. The zone
नहीं
might have to force this
थे.
fight to happen.
क्या बात कर रहे
Begins
हो?
to close. As TSM have gone slightly back into the zone, Furia also having to go into the zone as well to try and avoid Na'Vi's gunfire.
Shaka going to get the first knock here as well. This will be finished as well. R301, probably one of the first kills we've seen from that so far here in Riyadh.
TSM taking a balloon to try and get over the top of both teams now. And all 3 teams have done pretty well to stay alive, even if it's with 1 player or less.
Where did TSM go, though? We'll find out in a few moments' time. Alliance, though.
Solgimar अभी 14th पे है.
Symbol comes in, which just forces them to just vacate the space in front of them. It's going to give Canon here a chance to jump up onto the height, but a beautiful Q coming in there will just force him down from effect. Stinger being a real problem, and now the damage has been done. Hackers is going to swing past. Doesn't make it.
गई Alliance गई.
Finds himself on his own. Alliance take down VP, but won't make it any further.
I mean, we have to give credit to Kinotrope Gaming there for taking down Alliance, because we know that is no easy feat. with how Alliance have been fighting throughout this tournament, Kinotrope defends successfully, rewarded now with the entirety of the western side of this circle, may I add. A real opportunity for Kinotrope to gain some points here, but depending on where this zone does shift, if it goes a little bit further southeast, they could be in a difficult spot.
Well, Navi still chasing down Furia at the moment. Madness.
किसी की हाफ सेंचुरी लगी नहीं, but ROC बहुत close है. 8 points, I think. Just 8 points.
And Madness now has to pop a battery. You can see they pop the Tempest to try and close this gap. But now that's run out. EMP's going to go down, which might slow progress a little bit. But Madness is going to feel the brunt of that as well. Now the swing is going to come in from Slab. You have to imagine that Madness is not going to make it out of this. Slab will be credited with the kill. Furia still running in zone here. Keon looking at the med situation for him. Not looking great. Just the 3 syringes, and he has to go towards zone here.
Yeah, because Keon was the one who was just respawned, I believe. So he just doesn't really have the meds, but he's going to try and go the long way round. As Barometer is where we are heading, and one of the teams that
priority team क्या होता है?
Wolves Esports, of course. I would also say that Ninjas in Pajamas dropping down at Barometer had a lot of priority to this zone.
यार परिचय बनाना तो था, but समझ नहीं आया कि क्या बनाऊं.
So, you know, I mentioned Kinotrope winning that fight against Alliance, having the western side. They're going to have to move across the water here if they want to find themselves in zone.
Gen.G look like they're backing off initially. As 100 Thieves do at least make their presence felt here. It's not going to be a comfortable rotate for them. And 100 Thieves are going to have to think about moving forward in around 20 seconds time as well. There's a team on the island. That's going to be Sentinels, who are aware that 100 Thieves will have to move in very soon. They do have the catwall available here. Jen Burton have that available to make that cross. But outside of that, the rotate options pretty slim here for 100 Thieves unless they just bully them away with bullets.
Intermission bot kid, yeah.
Opportunity has been seized by 100 Thieves. That's really good timing for them.
क्या है Ashmed? DM.
Yeah, what's going to be awkward is the teams arriving from the north now. Speaking of awkward, Navi also losing one out here to enter Force 36.
This is going to fly in himself, try and do a little bit more damage. Slab drops a frag grenade, but that's not going to hit. Tina, though, is going to have his toes and calves and ankles singed as this fight just invites Team Liquid now to join.
Oh, what a win this could be for Liquid. If you take control of this building, one of the few buildings within the next zone, but it's not done yet. They need to make sure they heal up here from Nizel. Now they've been able to stabilize would be my question.
Fury just been eliminated by, in the meantime, the last player alive, Keon, wasn't able to make anything happen as a solo. Navi still was a 2 though. Important there for Liquid that the one player that went down wasn't the Newcastle, able to quickly reset here. And speaking of resets, Hiaka also gets back to his speed, so they have the Crypto back now. 100 Thieves now push up onto Sentinels. This fight's been waiting to take place for quite some time. Good damage coming in initially. Phony down to 1 HP though. Varholz, he's not looking too healthy as well. That grenade might hurt, and it will hurt him indeed. It will be enough to take him down. And Jen,
bro, Sen का तो बहुत मुश्किल है.
Left on its own here for 100 Thieves. Coming into this game, 15 points away. Loads up, flies in. Phony back on his feet now, but it's ROC who are moving into third. All of this going on. Sentinels eliminated. Phony will go down as well. 100 Thieves, they are out.
Points for ROC.
Bye. Guys, ROC नहीं मर रही.
Could we be seeing our first team cross it here as we see Storm Point for the first time? They are going to control like the entirety of the northeast side of the circle.
ROC is gonna hit match point
just getting placement points here. I mean, top 10 should be good for them, which would be one more placement point to 46. I mean, after that, you just need to win one more team fight. You'd be up to 49, and you'd get a placement point. It's looking good for ROC.
Looking really, really good for ROC. That pulled back to the northern side of Barometer. We mentioned earlier on how it felt like a lot of teams were backing on it, pulling down to the southern side.
Bro, हमारी टीम की तो किधर भी फाइट ही नहीं हो रही है, दिख ही नहीं रही है.
All of this bridge, all of this space in front of them.
कौन जीत रहा है, bro? ROC is leading. And they are still fighting, bro.
And you know, as a player, when you are like 5 points away from being that first squad,
bro, हमारी टीम है किधर?
And to think, ROC are the only team out of all the regional final winners to actually do well at this tournament. They are still backing themselves up from their online performance.
Well, Nemesis are in trouble here, though. They've got to take this port. You can see damage has been done. Rival Esports trying to pressurize them at the end of this portal as well. Nemesis do make it out, but are they healthy enough to reset here? That's the real question.
अपनी टीम इंट्रोवर्ट है. Oh shit.
Looks like the Newcastle wall has gone down, so Nemesis somehow, even with about 5 HP on both players, reset for long enough to pop some shield batteries here. They will be, I think, close enough to zone to be a problem, but Rival just keep peppering them.
The ability to stabilize is incredible with Newcastle, but Rival Esports now need to
हाँ मारो इनको, राइवल को भी मारो, बाहर कर दो, फेंक दो बाहर, खत्म, मारो, गुड बाय.
He's actually going to be credited with 2, and the flow is now the last alive.
Last alive.
इसको भी मार दे. बढ़िया.
Nemesis somehow stabilize and win the fight. But now it's just going to be down to 1. No shield swap.
दूनी ना मान रहा.
But maybe a back can be popped.
Gets behind the knockdown shields, Gen G in the meantime, respawning both Dexter and Asia while all of this fight takes place. Speaking of fights, you can see TSM and Falcons. They're throwing some fists at each other at the moment, and it looks like Falcons are in a position to potentially win this one.
Falcons big guy.
TSM again finding big points here when they needed to. How many times have we seen that throughout this tournament? But can they stabilize just as they have done over and over and over again through pools? It looks like the answer is going to be no, as two teams manage to get their eyes on them.
And Nemesis take a page out of the TSM book. They clutch, they stay alive, they reset, and now Zuni has a Kraber. Nemesis have fought their way from a horrible looking position into one now where they are in a position of power.
12 squads now remain. Remember,
Virat Kohli, stop camping. Get out.
On 46 points right now. They did just get a knock.
ROC I think अभी placement के लिए try कर रही है क्योंकि वो लोग को पता है कि वो लोग का हो जाएगा easily.
Liquid also in this zone. Na'Vi pressuring them. This fight has been
वो लोग full safe रहने वाले हैं.
written in chapters so far inside of this building, and this is the second one. There is VK Gaming though, isolated on their own in that corner with the Newcastle wall down, away from all of this gunfire.
I mean, I can already tell you this is going to be an incredible.
Bro, honestly ये टीम को ROC को घुस के मार देना चाहिए. भाई लेगेसी सिर्फ नॉक्स निकाल रहा है, हमको कंफर्मेशन नहीं मिल रहा है. कंफर्म हो तो थोड़ा मजा आए.
Get that Newcastle wall back very soon. But VK Gaming, all of a sudden they're under duress. All of a sudden pressure, and Caster's last alive as it's been Wolves Esports who are just firing down on them.
ये क्या किया?
In the meantime.
Guys मारा मारा मारा.
ROC who are likely to pass the match.
मारी हमारी टीम मारी.
They're on 47 points right now and they're in the kill feed.
भाई ROC को मारो भाई, ROC को मारो भाई. ये लोग बहुत मार रहे हैं. हो गया. मैच पॉइंट हिट हो गया इनका. मारो इनको. गुस्सा आ रहा है मुझे.
Now they want to take points away from other teams here.
Now they want to get comfortable winning games. Faxalon looks so cool and calm under pressure in this situation. Reloads that Devo. VK Gaming have been eliminated. They won't pick up any more points on their journey towards 50.
अनन्या यार क्या कर रहे हो यार?
Really close enough to cross match point now. It is just going to be ROC going into match 5.
अनन्या चिड़ दोनों चैट में. Still, bro, how is that even possible?
Nemesis still holding on. Still surviving. Rock still outputting damage. They know Gen G are in this corner. They just can't quite get the angles for.
मैच पॉइंट है ना. हाँ बट ये वाला जीतने से नहीं होगा है ना. इजुमी नेक्स्ट जीतने से ही होगा ना. लाइव अपडेट थोड़ी माना जाता है.
One player alive, but Team Liquid taking a fight against Gen G right now. You can also see Wolves are getting a big fight against Fnatic.
S8UL, you mentioned how they'd taken the west side completely earlier on. Well, they're still there. Up on the high ground on that western side. Na'Vi still alive, taking on Gen G. Jacko will get a finish in that fight. Zip's going to go out.
अभी ये लोग पता है मारने के लिए भी खेल सकते हैं. honestly इनको इतना फर्क ही नहीं पड़ेगा.
Such good positioning, using both ultimates now to secure a spot, but you need to be making sure you're looking at this building because Na'Vi were going to try and do the same thing.
Well, the big thing there you might notice as well, they picked up a couple of frag grenades from some death boxes
around them. लाबुबू को ROC नाम लिख के सुई मार दो.
A couple of sky nades could go huge here for ROC.
This would be massive for ROC
अरे
to steal points away from other teams to make sure they have an even bigger gap between themselves and the rest.
S8UL गई.
S8UL eliminated.
8th पे गए guys हम लोग. हम पे शायद से 3 to 4 KP था, ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स नहीं मिले, 6-7 पॉइंट्स आई थिंक. ब्रो ROC
They might be next as ROC start to go crazy in this game. This is a masterclass from Deeds with Newcastle play as well. The shield wall comes out to give them protection. Liquid now go down, and ROC versus NIP. NIP, welcome to Vaxelon, the man with his Devo on the Pathfinder.
दोनों ही देखो टॉप 4 है भाई, ये तो जीत गए. ये फेक है अनन्या चिल्ड का फेक मैजिक.
And they would be the champions here in the mid-season playoffs at Esports World Cup 2025. They are within touching distance now of that EWC trophy. And may I add, the only team on match point, and no one else is really like guaranteed to get it going into the next match as well.
It's the free hit. But we have to talk about, for all the good, the curse of hitting match point first. No one has managed to really do it in the LAN environment.
4 मैच में बस गेम खत्म. नहीं. नेक्स्ट गेम इनको टारगेट किया जाएगा.
But what a masterful performance that was from ROC. The rotates, the fighting, the way they navigated, and Vax is playing out of his skin right now.
Everyone played their part, whether it was just going with supporting abilities, the IGL calls, or of course, as you mentioned, the sheer amount of damage that was being output. 25-point game for ROC to cross the match point threshold.
We got only 5, bro. हमारा प्लेसमेंट ही अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है.
Run it back here on the map that they took priority with their POI draft. They're at Lightning Rod, one of the most successful POIs you can have on this map. There is a real chance for ROC here in match 5.
And I'm sure
बड़े आराम से विन करेंगे. They need to win a game.
A raised eyebrow or two.
बट इनको टारगेट तो करेंगे ब्रो, मतलब करना तो चाहिए, बनता है पूरा टारगेट करना.
They won it on match point, and they are showing the match point speciality. Maybe is their forte here. They are the first team to hit it. They are winning game after game.
Wow.
And not just hitting match point, the way they close out as well, they are looking absolutely fantastic at this stage.
I mean, me and Jayhawk bumped into Deeds earlier, and he said he was watching Jayhawk's videos. They're getting pumped up and ready for today. And Jayhawk said, hey, if you go and win the thing, I'll create a whole video about you. Well, you are not far off from achieving that. 67 points.
Next match इनको suffocate कर देंगे पूरी lobby.
Bit of a gap there between teams to reach it themselves.
I'm going to say that's not a gap, that's a chasm between ROC and the points they've put up so far. But you're right, when it's talking about 50 points, which is the one that really matters here, Ninjas in Pajamas have moved up into second place. They are now within a striking
Name hidden होता है, name hidden नहीं होता.
Wow, what a performance this has been from Rock. They have looked absolutely
the players were literally calling enemies by their name comms में जब दिखाया था.
We never see something like that. It happens so rarely. I think once in APAC we saw something so
2007 के ऑस्ट्रेलिया जैसे खेल रहे हैं, कोई दूर तक सेकंड भी नहीं है. Bro, उस दिन अलायंस थी, आज ROC है. बट अलायंस को देखा क्या पॉप ऑफ की थी और आज नहीं कर पा रहे. अलायंस का ज्यादा कैप था परसों या वो तो कुछ ज्यादा ही ब्रो, इफेक्ट थोड़ा पागल हो गया था. बट देखा, एक दिन तुम इतना ज्यादा मारते हो तो फिर बाद में देखो कुछ नहीं होता है. पॉइंट्स कुछ 60 थे, 42 प्लस उनको कितने मिले, 23 मिले थे ना शायद अभी, ये ज्यादा भूल गए मैं. बट 60 प्लस तो है ऑलरेडी. कि 70 हो गए, 68. सोल की लेगेसी रिपीट होगी, ग्लोबल की #12. ओ माय गॉड. व्हाई
I mean, if you don't know this face already, then what are you doing? Of course, it is Papa Gen, one of my favorite people to talk through in these interviews here. We absolutely love him. He's an absolute character. And of course, he is the father of Jen Burton from 100 Thieves. I mean, at any point, does your proud level get any higher? Or has it reached the ceiling at this point?
It has not really, no, not. It will peak more.
I think so after these games, it's probably going to go a little bit higher and higher. I think there's no end to you, Papa Gen, of course. But, you know, he's always here supporting the family, of course. I don't think I've ever seen him not at a single event, to be honest with you. I do have Mama Gen next to me as well, who likes to come along here. But obviously, you know, they've had a bit of a trouble with, you know, say, Phony in it. Were you ready to sub in and fill for Phony in the games?
I was. I begged them to get me in the team, but they didn't know.
Yeah, honestly, they were talking about picking Bronzy, and I was like, why don't you get Papa Gen in there? Honestly, he's probably a better player than Bronzy, right?
Definitely. You see?
Absolutely.
They made a mistake or not?
I think they made a mistake, guys. But look, Papa Gen, we absolutely love having you here. And of course, you're actually going to be a part of a bit of a documentary series for the EWC. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
I'm excited about it. It's the first time I've been involved in something like that. Yes. And you can watch it, I think, next May. Yeah.
That's it. You're going to be absolutely famous, even more than you are. Of course, this is Papa Gen, the father of Jen Burton from 100 Thieves, and we're about to head into match number 5.
Match number 5.
Killed one. Go back. Shit. IVP. Cruising left. Okay, yeah. Wait, we can't get this spot up. I'm IVP. Top 4. So you left back. We go. The rest of the right. So much damage. I'm IVPing now. Did we kill this guy? I'm burning. I'm dead. You're split. I know. One.
कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है मुझे.
I got soft. Top 2.
ये लोग के कॉम दूसरी बार दिखाया यार, मुझे अभी भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा.
I'm reloading. 6. No! Come the fuck on! Holy fuck. Good shit, guys. Come on, man. Last game we would have won already. Holy fuck. Oh my god. We're on a burner right now.
Dude, we live in a world right now.
I mean, this is
Rock now sitting at match
This
point
is it.
could take the dub here in this mid-season playoffs. Vax, Deegs, and Saucer are playing out of their minds. The positioning in that end zone alone, Jamerson, had Vax literally baiting the opposing team to go into the line of sight of his own teammates.
And also importantly, throughout the mid-game, just how well that they were able to control the teams around them, navigating the battlefield. That's why we've seen over the course of the last 3 games, Rock absolutely dominating, getting that win on game 2 when we were on World's Edge. Another close finish there in game 3, and here in game number 4, that barometer rotate all the way out from Elrod. Now, they're the only team sitting on match point. 2 teams stand on the cusp of hitting match point, but that means it's another opportunity for Rock to close it out without anyone stopping them.
No Catalyst going right back over to Storm Point. I'm expecting to see an influx of these Newcastles. We've already kind of saw it in that last game too. Second most picked legend here, but with no Catalyst and going over to Storm Point, it can get a little finicky when it comes to crossing that
Catalyst
distance
ही था ना?
where there's little to no cover when it comes to the different POIs of Storm Point.
We have a lot of options, right? We can see, of course, teams defaulting back to more aggressive compositions, but with
Let's go,
like
guys.
you had mentioned, still being in play,
Match number 5
and make it difficult. But I'm expecting some ballistic cryptos as well. We saw a steep drop off of the cryptos as the series continued on. We'll see if maybe more teams want to pick that one up.
I think it's an interesting story, looking at the POIs here and looking where Rock had to come from specifically over to that north side of the zone, where teams
Team
like
and
Alliance,
location
who like
ठीक
to
है, pick
thrive
क्या है?
in with using that crypto composition, can't really get away with it.
मैं आगे अब comeback आ रहा है.
The ballistic Pathy and the Sparrow specifically. We're wondering here, looking at the results of pools, We have right now, Rock, our previous regional winner finals
Bro,
from
the
Americas.
That looks weird.
In the Esports World Cup for our mid-season playoffs.
भाई ROC को मारो भाई.
If they can remain consistent.
If they can remain consistent, and that's what they've been able to do. Again, 3 games in a row. First, second, and a first. Now they just need to string together one more victory. They have no other team that can possibly take it. So this is their opportunity. It was interesting, though, seeing the rotations out. Like we had mentioned, they're on the draft. Coming out from Elrod, they had VK Gaming, another squad that was right there just on the cusp of getting so close to match point over at Stormcatcher. They rotate in a very similar way down over towards that barometer side. And we saw that Rock being able to play this one a little bit more patiently, bide their time, and, well, destroy everyone in front of them. The third party coming out, eliminating 2 teams. Rock are just on another level right now.
We know once we hit this threshold, though, one of my favorite things about match point format specifically is the target on the teams. They have it on their backs against the other squads that know exactly where these teams are in the overall standings. The fact that Rock lead this entire lobby with 67 points, the same lobby that we saw Alliance farm within Pool B, the same lobby that we highlighted Falcons, we highlighted TSM and their consistent placement points.
Hello Nakul bhai.
Can this be it? Can this
Nakul
be
bhai
the
kuch
opportunity
karo.
now as we get into game number 5 on Storm Point?
Send your
It's gonna be
powers.
difficult, but they land over by Lightning Rod. They have a Trident for quick rotates. They have an Evil Harvester. Let's see if they have the Beacon for information.
Rock currently leading with 67 points, like you had mentioned, 29 points in the lead. But that lead doesn't matter. All that does, closing it
क्या
out.
करना है?
They need to do it here
हमारी
before
टीम
anyone
को
else
पावर
gets on
पे
match
जो
point. This is their biggest opportunity, where there is no other competition really to stand in their way. Rock Esports are on a generational
Hemlock.
run. I mean, we had so many high expectations. Falcons,
Massive.
TSM, Alliance, but it's not even any of those squads that we're mentioning right now. It's Rock, it's NIP, BKG, and 100 Thieves currently in the top 4.
भीलवाड़ा
The other teams,
भीलवाड़ा के बाजू में
14 points away, so a decent game for any of them.
थोड़ा आगे
They don't
जाके
necessarily need the win, but they can get on top. And Vicky, look at that zone pull. We're going back down to the southwest over
भाई आज तो जोन तो हम पे आ ही नहीं रहे.
zone. It is pulling away just a bit from barometer, so you're going to expect a lot of that open ground, a lot of that open.
ये चिल्ड का आलस देख लो. 18 others.
So it is going to play out a little bit differently. Overseeing
जादू गलत समझ लेगा.
already making their move, 100 Thieves as well, and Fnatic looking to control a power position.
Yeah, we've seen zones like this end up pulling towards that northern building of Barometer, so I'm actually expecting a Barometer zone specifically here too. It's about the early rotates and where you want to find yourself. NIP have that POI advantage.
कोई नहीं कपिल डरने की बात नहीं है, उसका जादू वैसे भी फेल है.
After they were able to get second place in that previous game.
This is our opportunity, right? NIP currently sitting with 38 points. They just need the plus 12.
Most picked कौन सा था?
That second place finish with some kill points.
अबे Newcastle.
So at the very least, get to match point by the end of this one. We'll see if they can play off the priority well. We talked about their draft on E-District. They did extremely well off of priority there, but now the zone pulling right on top of them. They've already shown us in game number 4 they can do it, but hold on just a moment. Furia versus Sentinels right now. Madness already getting the knock.
No, bhai. भर दिया भाई.
Madness angry with the rest of Furia. They've only been able to secure 6 points over the course of
ROC needs 1 win, yes.
Neon,
that is the point, bro.
Sentinels have already split up for this one, so Furia at best will only secure 1 more kill point here. But again, in this marathon run, that is match point finals, every single point counts. It's going to be Riley Mekanak on the other sides of the sights of Furia. Alliance taking the fight to VP here at North Pad.
Oh, but losing out on Slayer before sliding in with the grapple. Missing out on some of these shots. Effect gets the back-to-back knock.
लो भाई लास्ट गेम भी ये लोग फर्स्ट एलिमिनेट हुए थे VP अभी फिर से गए
They are one of the teams swapping off over towards that ballistic and they are claiming their stake. Alliance is a squad that's already claimed the stake here at North Pad and Trident. So many teams avoid them on the draft. VP came in last pick, I believe. Their final pick to take North Pad. A few options were available, but of course, things like
उस बंदे को S8UL का भी भेजना था ना भाई तुमने सही बोला इजुमी अभी समझा हम कहाँ रह गए पीछे डिजिटल स्नान नहीं करवाया गाइस
Genji being another one of those teams already making their rotate here, but they are trailing behind that Sentinels player. Rest here of this lobby have already made their way into this next zone. Interesting to see VK Gaming, who exited out of Stormcatcher, understanding the team that's going to be coming out of Lightning Rock being Rock specifically here, but now they find themselves on the north side of that Jurassic Park.
Yeah, VK Gaming decided, you know, we didn't get here with priority. We were not here in time. We saw them take a similar approach in game number 1 when we were on E District, coming all the way from Humber Labs, going all the way up north to Lotus. But they were so late. It's better to control a choke. Instead, try to play slow side of zone. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to make it all the way over to slow side, and particularly here on Storm Point, it's difficult to control.
नहीं रियल बंदे से करवाना था स्ट्रीम जिसने PRX का किया था.
Quickly rotate behind you with the Trident, so it's not something that you can really do. So VK Gaming back off. For Rock Esports, our only team currently set on match point. They are making their way on in. They've got a lot of options available to them.
हाँ क्या सर्वेश?
I'm trying to see if we got a scan anywhere nearby.
आपस में मत लड़ो आरुषि को मारो भाई. I know right? ये देखो आरुषि मस्त लूट रही है मस्त चिलिंग कर रहे हैं लोग. कोई है ही नहीं इनके आजू बाजू मारो भाई घुस के इनको. इनके घर में घुस के मारो गाड़ी से गिरा दो तोड़ दो फोड़ दो.
Rock will be planning out this pathing, Evo Harvester right next to them here, just so that way knowing that they're going to be a little late on this rotate compared to the majority part of this lobby. We get to see the replay here. It's Furia fight versus Sentinels from early on. I saw that here before here too. While they were able to finish that off though, see Rock making that rotate before finding themselves at the mouth of Jurassic. VK Gaming have not moved from here because they're trying to prevent other teams from getting information on the ring console that's in Jurassic.
Well, there's really nowhere for them to play around Barometer right now. They hit that scan, they know. The large majority of the lobby, about 15 teams, are already inside of Barometer proper. For now, you just gotta kind of have to hope that you get an awkward ring pull that they can really capitalize off of. And so they are going to play things out. They've got that ring console over at Jurassic on lockdown. Rock, we're eyeing it as well. Inside of Barometer proper, you can see Fnatic holding position here on the northern edge. And it's VK Gaming that will secure that ring console for themselves.
Thank you very much for that net set of information, and they'll get the word.
Did I just saw execution? वो finisher मारा वो pathfinder वाले बंदे ने.
Off of their POI advantage.
Bro is having fun.
They're going to be looking at rival esports on the other side of that zipline bridge. I'll guide you right there in the corners of Barometer. VK Gaming though, as they find themselves going through the tunnel, it's Rock that are still waiting for them on the other side. VK Gaming then will be able to wrap around, go towards the Evo Harvester that we saw Rock go through earlier, and then approach probably through Cedo Station where there's also.
और कितने matches है? This could be last.
Considering that they're still on blue evos.
Yeah, VK
could be second last, third last, fourth last, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
It's Rock Esports. They want to try and delay that ring console scan as much as possible.
I will play next month.
Fast, and they need to make the move now. So they give it up. Rock Esports are going to be able to hit that tag. As soon as they know, they will have, of course, all the information they need to close this one out. Rock Esports, 67 points after 4 games, averaging 16 points per game in a match point finals. Slightly unheard of.
Fast and Furious, I guess.
Graphics तो बहुत अच्छे हैं.
See the zip lines put up here too. And it was the Newcastle, by the way. 11 picks on the Newcastle. Understandable here. We see what
gameplay भी क्या है बहुत smooth है यार Apex का.
Been able to find their own building.
It's fun.
Especially in a zone like this where there's so many different angles.
यार एपेक्स में कंटेंट तो क्या ही कर सकती हूँ मैं, बिकॉज बात ये है कि कोई खेलता ही नहीं, किसी को आइडिया ही नहीं है इस गेम के बारे में.
So many cryptos still reside in the lobby. Running one of those
barely 2-3 लोग खेलते होंगे पूरे S8UL में.
One of the three actually believe. Nice highlight here, playing into that comfort. That's Newcastle wall. Just going to be able to zap those knuckle clusters away.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they're just biding their time. This is, of course, what happens when you early rotate into Barometer for the time being. We have a lot of rotates coming out just to keep teams abreast. Rock Esports are moving their way south now through Jurassic, almost met up with Furia. As Furia give up their position at that choke to work their way on in. I think Furia took that as an indicator. They weren't able to get the ring scan for themselves. And noting that Rock, who did, they use that as the context clue for where they need to go. So they start working their way into the eastern edge. That gives Rock all the space to play off of here. Furia now underneath the bridge. They're going to have to worry about their back. You can see Vaxlon looking for some damage here. Gets tagged himself. He stays alive. Rock Esports, though, still have to be careful. Teams are behind them. They have not been able to hit a survey scan in just a while. So they are not playing with perfect information, but they do have the crypto to keep an eye on their back.
Saw Duke getting knocked to look like in the feed right there. Rival showing an appearance, one of the teams with the Cossack. I think the only team.
Spotted, bro. Spotted.
Brave move out here when you see so many
Spotted,
cryptos,
bro.
honestly, as panicking and just trying to grapple away, getting that information.
Fafa5 is on the chase, though. We'll see how much longer CSM can survive for. Fafa5 is forced to fall back. It's going to be Enter Force 36 to secure that last kill. TSM now eliminated, bringing us down to 18 squads. Rival Esports pick up some much necessary econ for themselves. Again, another team that ran in here really early on. They've got the Caustic. That's kind of interesting. Game number 5. We saw that one come out a little bit later. Game number 7, game number 8. But looks like it was a good call here in Barometer.
That's Gobgaps. Brave with the crypto EMPs. Completely annihilating those barrels if you find your safe inside of that building here. But
GPC is also fun, but वो बहुत थोड़ा slow है. Like दोनों में बहुत फर्क है.
Has his teammates right there to give him cover fire. We see this.
Bro, आरुषि को तो कोई मार ही नहीं रहा है.
Great guidance from Saucer.
Alliance getting a nice team fight win, knocking out Wolves.
I mean, they're not good, bro. Not good. Very bad.
Kinotro Gaming looking to come in for the third party on that one, but it is Alliance.
No Rainbow Siege.
A bit as Rock Esports are looking for a fight up against Sentinel. EMP connects, and Vaxlon is ready to work his way in.
But they have to do this quickly because Genji are looking at this fight, and I believe Genji is also one of the teams with the crypto themselves, so they'll have that information as having the high ground here.
अरे मारो इनको. Sentinels. Sentinels. किधर तो कुछ कर लो, किसी गेम में तो कुछ कर लो. Sentinels तो गई. करो 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 watch party.
Genji on the roof, spot out Furia, who actually turned their heads
हो गया
onto
मेरा.
this fight. This might be
How many matches are there? पता नहीं भाई, पता नहीं. मुझे लग रहा है आरुषि के लिए केक ऑफ होने वाले हैं. मेरे को सेम लग रहा है. भाई एसी बंद है क्या मेरा?
They were playing underneath the bridge, close to jungle, and being right here on the Pathfinder allowed them to zipline to get involved in that fight.
Throughout all that, Kinotrope Gaming, that fight over the Mythic bin, they actually come out ahead, knocking out Alliance. We're now down to 15 squads here. Furia move back into that same position that they were in just before for that third party. The third round now is closing in. Kinotrope Gaming, they've got VKG just ahead of them. S8UL set up with their walls, looking on over with that rampart, excuse me, as VK Gaming have been able to work their way on in. Genji Esports now just getting eliminated. Libel Lace with some nice shots from that Kraber to finish that one off.
Lace is so scary. Every time I see a Kraber in this guy's hands, it's just magic happens right now. Wait a minute. Oh. I want to see if we can land that right there. Like I got it.
Yeah, literally on the edge of our seats for that shot. But he was holding on to it. VKG looks like they will be able to finish off Kinotrope maybe in just a moment here. Yeah, with the help of Nemesis, that's another team gone. Sentinels getting bombarded right now. It's all Riley Mechanic.
And with a great nade from Madness, they're looking to see if they could at least pick up some KP, but they're not going to extend on this. Is a team that wants to hold the low ground positioning of the bridge. Also noting that Rival Esports were right next door to Sentinels, so they didn't want to try to fully send that. Literally Sentinels stuck in that corner at the moment. Furia trying to ping at them from afar, while VKG moving underneath the other side, the other bridge here. Sentinels get eliminated. It's a very tough cable cart to hold specifically, especially when you find yourself pinched.
Now, VKG work their way up towards one of the shuttles.
वायरस कोहली गेमिंग को भी मारो वो लोग भी टॉप पे हैं
there you see the gold helm now
जिंदा मत
from the
छोड़ो
Newcastle coming out to keep them topped off. BKG one of the
डब्बा
teams
बना
on the
दो
verge of winning
वायरस
match point. They need
कोहली
11 more points here, but Yanya is not going to allow them to do that. Here's a charge forward from Nizel with Sheila out.
नहीं मारना था मरना नहीं था
with that Sheila, but VKG having the Newcastle get the res. Patient play, but Yanya not expecting QQ to appear on the other side of the door. VKG have the advantage.
My goodness, the plays coming out from VKG, biding enough time for QQ to come in for that flank. Excuse me, Flake calling out the Pathfinder the entire time. VKG are able to turtle up extremely well with that Newcastle, and now they clear out that northwest side for a free walk-in with this zone.
That's been the theme, honestly, here in the mid-season playoffs.
Aside from a nice highlight of the R9,
Fnatic managed to make their way into that next zone, taking a good amount of damage before finding that landing. VKG, though, aren't looking at them because they got all the loot to themselves right at their feet with the graveyard that they left behind. Team Nemesis now up on the high ground. This is a great spot to hold here. At least contested, and you can try to steal some KP from the teams playing on the low ground.
Yeah, and they need him. They're at currently 30 points, I believe. VKG only 8 points off. Libel Ace tries to charge forward, but QQ once again playing the bouncer will keep them far back. Might be forced to QQ. He ends up going down. They still have LD up. Reno, there it is. Fnatic get eliminated. And QQ is going to be brought back up to his feet.
BK Gaming at 46 points right now. They're looking like they want to join the Match Point Club.
हो जाएगा इनका भी match point
for this team. While NIP are trailing right behind them, top 3 for that team too, as they're at 44 points.
Enter Force 36 will be the next team eliminated here, bringing us down to 8 squads remaining. 8 full squads at that. VK Gaming just need 1 team fight win, 3 KP, and then they will be on match points. So much on the line here. And unfortunately for Rock, they have to watch on as their competitors start catching up to them.
You called it, Jamerson. You said the teams that were right there on the bubble to also hit 50 points, to be at match points. Now NIP, another one of those teams here, as we see 100 Thieves just drop down. Arc Stars hurtled in their direction, but look at this little house that they've set up. Newcastle walls, Rampart walls, but in the next 20 seconds, they got to start moving. Sheila out, looks like, as McLovin on NIP is over to the right side. Great angles, though, forcing them to hold back.
100 Thieves, another squad. It's a little bit further, but they are on the cusp of hitting match point. We are on the verge of possibly 3 teams making it onto match point here in game number 5.
Ruby, long time no see.
A lot of work ahead of them here for 100
भारत कोहली मार रहा है बहुत ज़्यादा.
It's going to be Falcons poking out. Faulty taking a lot of damage, but that's Phony getting knocked down from Imperial.
अरे Falcon भी है. भूल ही गए थे हम.
Now looking at 100 Thieves. Verholst staring down his former teammate of HAL here as Zero drops off with the ballistic, with the Tempest, revving up the Rampage, but Verholst turns around and gets the click with the car. He can't clutch it up. He's outnumbered.
मैंने बोला अभी है और 2 लोग knock हो गए. गई भाई.
NIP and VKG both sitting at 48 points. 2 more kill points, and that will put them over the hill, putting them on match point. NIP, they have to sense it. It's VKG on the other side. They've done so much damage, but Rivals goes down. Both teams have made it onto match point, but it's going to be NIP now looking to knock out BKG.
The deed is done. That's what matters here. Match point finals.
BKG NIP दोनों का हो गया. Guys अभी तो 3 teams हो गई है. पहले तो एक ही थी.
Possibility of taking us home in the next game, but focusing here at what's at stake. NIP are looking at the teams right alongside them.
बहुत कम
BKG not able to reset quite yet.
2 या 3.
Now here in our final 4 for this zone, we've got Na'Vi, NIP, Team Falcons. We're now sitting at 27 points, and of course, BKG, 2 of them have been thirsted. It's just QQ left as a rat.
If he hasn't already hit that replicator before, by the way, Kuriv lacking on the energy ammo department here with that Devo. Vayne spotting out QQ though. Gonna be able to keep rushing him out. He's forced to go into the zone, phasing out on the right. I mean, I love seeing something like that here. A swap, but I mean, come on. You're getting barrel shove here. Barrel look down rather on the PK, and we know the PK's got some range. EMP though, Curve backs away here. Needs some suppressed fire as Na'Vi looks to try to take this fight.
The final 3v3v3. Na'Vi push forward. Kurev gets the knock. Now, with 2 gone, they're going to charge forward. Falcons coming in for the third party.
Falcons are looking to be on form right now. A little late to the party, but they're picking up KP.
इधर भी party है.
Eliminated our final 1v1 here. Our last 2 teams. McLovin sliding in, has to split his attention as Hal gets 2v1. They get the next knock, and it's only up to 0 as NIP. Off of getting match point, they get the dub on top of it all for game number 5.
Some might call it lucky. Others call it skill. You have to put yourself into the position to capitalize on that kind of luck. NIP get the zone, pull towards them 2 times here at Barometer. 2nd place in game number 4, and of course the 1st place finish there in game number 5 to now put them over the top. 64 points. It's
next game final 1. लगता है तुम लोग को कि next final होगा.
The gap is closing here. NIP not only take
we got only 4 points, bro.
14 KP
now pai
on the board for this squad. The way that they were able to fight, coming right into that other side, the north side of Bravo.
Has to be the last one. मेरे को नहीं लगता next game last होगा. ये game इतना slow है कि मुझे 2x पे देखना पड़ रहा है. आप crazy हो ना यार आप. Total कितने games है? देखो 3 टीम्स अनमोल 50 पॉइंट्स पे पहुंच चुकी है. उनमें से कोई भी टीम अगर नेक्स्ट गेम जीतती है तो खत्म है, उनको ट्रॉफी मिल जाएगी. 3 टीम्स भाई.
Because they were pretty low down on the leaderboard before this match, but with that, right? They need another stellar win to try and catch up with the rest of the lobbies. Falcons, you can see they're on the leaderboard.
Bro, we are 15, bro.
They find themselves in 5th place with 33 points. So 17 points away from hitting match point. They even have 100 Thieves ahead of them currently, who are sitting in 4th place with 39, and so they are off.
यार वैसे अलायंस और फाल्कन का भी गंदा स्टार्ट हुआ था, बट वो लोग फिर भी कवर तो किए हैं.
Hitting match point.
But this time we will be moving on to Broken Moon. A change of scenery here where we saw 100 Thieves take the win with 11 KP. A lot on the line with now welcoming 2 more teams at match point. What's going to happen game number 6? Find out next on the other side of this break.
Oh, पता नहीं चला रवि. Sorry. Next game S8UL winning. तुम लोग कब से लिखे जा रहे हो? विनिंग तो छोड़ो भाई, हमारे किल पॉइंट्स ही नहीं आ रहे हैं. ब्रो बहुत जी जा रहा है. आई डोंट थिंक सो निंजाज इन पजामाज वैसे जीतेगी. उनका तो एकदम फीलिंग नहीं आ रहा है. बाकी दो का फिर भी लग रहा है. वो तो नहीं जीते हैं. ये क्या बोला है? अग्रेसिव खेलेंगे तो ही होगा यार। एक्चुअली वो चीज गेम 1 से ही हो तो पॉइंट है ना।
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
बेड टाइम रिमाइंडर आ गया गाइस मेरे फोन में। अगर सच में नेक्स्ट गेम लास्ट हुआ तो जी गुड नाइट बेड टाइम। Theoretically, even the #20 team can win, bro. Yes. Hi, Adi. Oh, just so much time to go to bed. No, it is not. It is not. The hunt begins. ब्लड हाउंड है कैरेक्टर सोवा जैसा, पर उसकी वॉइस लाइन है रेना वाली। द हंट बिगिंस। गाइस मैंने इतने दिन से बालों में स्किन ही नहीं चेक की। भाई मैं क्या बेवकूफ हूँ। क्या पता एमोंडिर आई थी होती तो हो सकता है ना आई हो। मैं तो भूल ही गई थी वालो भी गेम होता है जो मैं खेलती थी। नहीं आएगा कुछ, बात तो देखो सही है।
Dad Raven in the back, giving his players support here. The nice pop off. Wow, we had right here with NIP.
चैंपियन मेडल भी आके क्या होगा? गिवन योर लक, बात तो वैसे सही है, नहीं आई होगी। खैर
to game number 6 on Broken Moon, Jamerson.
Yeah, gifted with 2 pulls over to Barometer, but
overdrive blade आई है। The fuck?
Gotta capitalize off of it, and that's what they were able to do. 2 strong games in a row, a second place finish along with that victory. Saw how much they had
Ninjas in pajamas.
a Barometer along the way. They controlled the battleground around them, and now NIP join Rock and VK Gaming. They're on match points. 3 teams can close it out here. We also have
Deadline Pro character reveal मेरे को पता है।
3 of hitting match point here if they can't close it out.
I love Apex Esports. I love match point finals. The battle is on and the pressure is getting worse.
नाइट मार्केट तो कब का कर लिया था?
To find their footing in the last 5 games right now. Now seeing 3 teams at match point. What we could see going on to Broken Moon, breaking down the map specifically, aside from the POIs, we all have highlighted how difficult these chokes can be. And as the legend brands you don't have any more Ash to help you out with these rotates. You don't have Alter, and you don't have Watson anymore. But the Crypto has still been out in play. You still can have that Wraith play as well. The Pathfinder too, that we even saw on Stormpoint.
Along with the Ballistic.
Yeah.
We do typically get to see an uptick in Ballistic once we get into the later stages if he hasn't been banned out. Typically, the Ballistic coming in a later ban around round number 8, I want to say. Yeah, in match number 1.
It's okay.
Group A, Pool A, and Pool B. He was banned out in 8th place respectively. So he might be able to survive long enough. Here, though, again, we're just waiting for our players to get into game. Currently have 3 squads. Rock, NIP, and VKG. And I was taking another look at the leaderboard, Vicky, right? I said 2 teams possibly on the verge of it, but just underneath them, in 6th and 7th place, we have Falcons with 33 points and Alliance with 30. Both of these teams more than have the potential and the capabilities of hitting those big, high-scoring, high KP games.
How is S8UL doing? Not so good, man. Not so good.
Put them into match point. So there's a world where we could see maybe 4 teams actually hit match point here.
Ninjas in April. Finals game नहीं पसंद मुझे नहीं. Finals, Marvel Rivals, no. I like Apex, CS2, Valorant, even PUBG PC. Today is a bad day for S8UL. हाँ ऐसा लग रहा है overall. It was not good, bro. It's okay. Every day is not the same.
When there's already 3 teams that don't really have to risk too much themselves. If anything, you want to try to cut them off.
Finals was good. Not that good. आप बोर नहीं होते without games? You don't know, bro. You guys know me. You guys know me. कितने games खेलती थी daily? कितना ज़्यादा खेलती थी? Obviously, bro. बहुत मन करता है, but क्या करूँ? हाथ ही ठीक नहीं हो रहा है, मैं करूँ क्या? Super people क्या है? नहीं, ये नहीं खेला मैंने.
Of Apex Legends on their shoulders here in match point finals, looking to close things out.
Man, I mean, all of them have been through the trenches. Let's be real. The way that we saw Sauce as well transition here into Rock, it's just awesome to see. See, it's great to also
Newcastle
see
bad.
Individually, all these players know where they slot in on this team.
यार Bloodhound भी pick नहीं होता बे. मुझे लगता था Bloodhound तो खेलते होंगे लोग. मैं होता तो पैरों से खेलता. हाथों से तो खेलने की लायक ही है नहीं. पैरों से और खेलेगा बॉट. मेरा फेवरेट हुआ करता था Bloodhound. जो नया नया शुरू करते सबको Bloodhound ही पसंद होता है. मेरे को बालकनी खेलने में बहुत मजा आता था. लाइफलाइन ना सब यही खेलते हैं फेजर नए लोग. Bloodhound and Lifeline.
Let's get this going. Our winners of game number 5, NIP. Coming into Broken Moon, no more Newcastle. Gotta highlight that once again. This is gonna affect the legend compositions going into this game. We talked about the Ballistic Jamerson. We see the Sparrow, but the teams that still feel comfortable with the Crypto will be able to do what that Sparrow does remotely, being able to get these beacon scans.
Yeah, right now we're basically seeing a mixture of a lot of compositions, but
Guys,
favorites, it is gonna
क्या
be
लगता है?
of the ballistic.
Is this gonna be the last game?
Crypto, and it's about who's gonna slot in third. It's pretty even amongst our different comps, right? We've got the Pathfinder, we've got the Fuse slotting in as that third legend as
I
well.
say no.
But for the time being, NIP.
Sage and Sova of Apex, exactly.
Themselves a ring console. No, they do over here at Dry Gulch. And as we take a look at our first spring, NIP.
पोर्टल बनाने वाली रेत है भाई. नाम तो ले ले भाई. सबके क्या क्या नाम लिख रहे हैं.
And now look at them. It's a hop, skip,
yes, last game.
over towards Virtus Pro at the core. NIP. This is their opportunity.
Wait a minute though. When we see VP get gifted zones, a team that's right now dead last with only 6 points. All right. We've seen what happens before in early Pro League of Split 1 thus far. They had gotten gifted like 5 zones at 1 week, and they were leading overall the American region there. So
नहीं इनका मुझे कुछ नहीं है गोजो. Honestly मैं 4-5 बजे तक भी चलेगा. मैं इधर ही हूँ.
Navi are following suit. Fnatic.
But हमारी
team member of Sentinels, but it does seem like that player of Virtus might be able to get away.
Zone को क्या तकलीफ हो रहा है? बहुत ज़्यादा तकलीफ हो रहा है.
VK Gaming currently one of the 2 teams along with NIP that were able to hit up match point in our last game, working their way in. We saw how well they were able to do with the cross map rotation when it came down to the first game, and it looks like Rock have not slowed down one bit, already finding a kill onto a Wolves player.
Avaxis keeps knocking heads out here. He's claiming them on stakes. Trying to close in that gap and being on the fusee himself.
मार दो इनको, घर भेज दो, अभी क्या अभी खत्म कर दो. Wolves, let's go, Wolves. Wolves, OP.
Trying to get that reset here, and while they do try to take this fight, it's one of the teams with the caustic to know they're playing inside underneath the building here. Notre Dame gets deleted.
सो जाओ जाके. Good night.
Because they're too busy cross-eyed looking at Saucer and Vax.
Yeah, they take that to fight perfectly. They understood that they had about 20 seconds left on their Tempest. And so they needed to make something happen there. So eventually, of course, they get onto that rooftop. They can secure all the exits of the building. And they'll be able to finish off Wolves. For 100 Thieves making their way on in. Jen Burton just a little bit wary of that choke. You can see he's keeping an eye on it right now. Set up with that rampart. We've got 2 members of 100 Thieves also checking the northern choke. So they've got they've got the cliffside to their back, but they have 2 chokes that they have to worry about. They don't like the position, they move out of there.
Yeah, Trope would be approaching from the choke right next to 100 Thieves. As NIP, still white Evos. They had gone for a very quick rotate. On the spaceport side, it looks like, considering that they land in Dry Gulch. Spaceport, though, is where we saw the ring, we saw the survey beacon. But with Gen G holding that northern side too, they felt some pressure here. So they're just going to be able to settle in because remember, they're already at match point. Their angle is to get the dub, but you still have to be able to boost up those Evo shields so you're not vulnerable to get pushed in.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for NIP because the position they're holding right now, they don't have the same kind of sight lines unless you do something like this where you don't play as safe inside of a building. Karev looking for any kind of damage to do. He's only 60 off from his next Evo. Try and get that blue perk for himself. Nemesis have worked their way in to the southwest side here of Core. Nearly half the lobby now inside of Core proper. Some still on the outer edges as Team Nemesis are looking to get further in.
Duty being on the raid, we're gonna put down that portal. Lacking in some ammo here. Havoc with the 99 bullets in the reserve. Wondering what that R9 looks like instead here, but at least with the full blue Evo and the cryptos flying around. They're one of the teams without the crypto, but at least the teams around them will have that information. Looking at Na'Vi on the other side of Nemesis, Furia holding the other angle from the middle side of Core. Other squads, though, within the vicinity that are looking to gatekeep teams before they start engaging rival esports. Kinotrope still holding that southern choke. TSM have moved up into that building right alongside Rock, who have now moved up away from Cliffside where there is a ring console, where there is a survey beacon. And seeing the team still over on that northern choke originally with NIP, it's also Team Liquid alongside Gen G.
Right now, all of our teams are being tested as here in match number 6 it becomes so much more difficult to really identify which team is where, and I feel like that's where a lot of the caution is coming from.
Game के time तो थोड़ा सा दिखता है
This is not
left
cautious
में.
whatsoever. EMP down onto 100 Thieves. Panic is looking for the entry. Phony caught on the cross. Only the crack
For first
there.
time final isn't bad. ये देख लो consoling चल रही है.
Squad. He will just go ahead and back away with that damage off. Pearls keeping an eye on the outside. So it was just a scouting effort there from Panic. You can see that he is all set up. Notes, the rampart walls are down on all the doors. It's going to be a difficult fight for TSM to take. So they shouldn't really try and force this without knowing especially what teams could be pushing in from these chokes right now.
Panic being that fragger.
Let's go this way.
Setting him out like a Pokemon before he's forced to come right back. As Z8UL makes the next move though. Portal play in hand. Where do you go here when basically the whole lobby's already found themselves into this next zone minus 4 other teams that are still rotating right now, but finding themselves on the high ground over by the cliffside at least allows them to see if any team may want to take a much more roundabout rotate through Dry Gulch. There's a survey beacon there, and you have those accelerated zip lines that allow you to take your time as VK Gaming. Taking some shots here too, but I love the Nemesis setup here. He's got the gold accelerator.
I guess so.
R9 is a secondary here.
पता नहीं बाकी.
Yeah, seeing that core, of course, here
Oh
too.
no!
Probably pulling slightly more so to the north side.
By Team Falcons को देखो एक बारी.
But holding a position there early on by the fence line, even by a truck, could be very risky since a lot of these teams will slowly start making their way into the next zone once they have that information.
Yeah, this is always a dangerous proposition for a team like Sentinels, who have decided to play with off the map to their back. Right, they are holding that very far northern side, but you're seeing that a lot of teams do like to try and rotate into the slow side of the zone. One of them we might have been able to catch on the map there is Team Falcons edging their way on in from that northern side. Or enter Force 36 though, as they try to make their way into the core. Looks like they were gate kept. It was a
सब teams मरी रही है ROC से.
And Rock Esports taking out a long distance there by LD. Not gonna be. Never mind. It's the Thirst. They're not able to recover him.
Yeah,
we'll see if
में shift हो गए हैं तो स्टिल के साथ उनका contract का क्या होगा?
That was a call out from BKG. They do. They knew right there too. I wish I could be.
ये मेरे को नहीं पता
players out here calling that out. Rock Esports are in Shambolic Town as Fnatic now appear trying to pressure them out. It looked like maybe calling in 2 instead from Fnatic. I'll still leaving one member Fnatic.
2 players down.
Behind these rampart walls. Now gonna be able to see
उसको भर दिया पूरा.
Level Ace holding that angle. Fnatic just getting information with the crypto drone, and Rock trying to run for their lives. But
Maxlan अकेला है, मारो उसको. भागने मत तो.
Looking at that one member.
पकड़ के मारो, हाँ.
Esports about to get knocked out here, and watch on as NIP and VKG.
मारो भाई कोई दूर से शील्ड नहीं है उस पे मर जाएगा वो. ये गया घर पे बाय बाय. 1 down guys, 2 more to go.
Game number 6.
Huge, our first match point team out from this game. Their fate is out of their hands. NIP, VKG still alive in this lobby, while VKG still playing on the edge of zone.
अभी वायरस खोली की बारी. वायरस खोली.
Over by the choke on Cliff's side, trying to deny that ring console away from Alliance. That's why VKG have been holding this position for so long. We saw that original.
Recall होगा ना, team eliminated brother. Last player था वो जो भाग रहा था.
EMP, they are forced back. VKG trying to regroup right now. And I think they might have made the call. I think they know that it's Alliance. They back away with that port, despite utilizing that EMP to slow down the fight, and then have the opportunity to try and find better angles.
TP करके आ गए वो लोग.
Whatsoever. This is extremely
Alliance उनको push ही कर रही थी I think. तभी भागे ना.
So they want to just wait here to get that ring console before making that next move to wrap around.
करो भाई Alliance, डरते हैं क्या?
We're taking that fight if they see where that next zone is going to be pulling here. So before they get to wrap around while this round 2 closes up behind them, the Mythic Bin will be spawning after it closes right next to Liquid.
And now out for Alliance. They'll note the slightly northeast pull coming out. VKG coming in for the third party. Kinotrope versus S8UL. Casa making his presence known as he does tag him from long range.
Third party करने आ रहे लोग.
VK Gaming. They don't need the kill points, but they need the position here. The zone is closing in behind them.
नहीं, third party हो गए.
On the right, brings Jesco down low, but he is caught out. Has to back off as his teammate gives him covering fire.
I mean, talking Jesco S8UL were engaging on a fight. Now Kinotrope is down to a duo, and S8UL down to a solo. VK Gaming with that pressure still hold on to this choke. But you know what they don't know? Because there's no beacon here. They don't know that Alliance are wrapping up behind them. After
रोने उसके next game से ही होगा.
Seeing what that next move is going to be with them.
Match point game खत्म होने के बाद match point hit count होता है, so उसके आगे से जीतना होता है.
Game kills. They haven't been able to find it. VK Gaming have been playing this one extremely safe.
Guys, not our day, guys.
They might actually get
just not our day.
Allowing Alliance to find this flank.
Hawkies are sending out his troops right now. Alliance, unlucky.
Bye.
On the other side, they see VK Gaming right ahead of them. They find that one member of Kinotrope as there's now just a solo down for that squad. Having to look behind him though, the Devo. In case it does back away, we'll have the feet action here. For being able to pop the shield back, may need suppress fire though, just to wrap around the rock.
Tempest is popped for Alliance. They are full sending it onto this fight right now. Casa is the one slowed down. Effect on top of him, but he's able to get out with that Wraith portal. But Effect, it doesn't matter. Close range, long range, you are gonna go down.
All the time with Hockey's giving them this information, being on the crypto. This is Alliance leaning into that win condition, their strengths as VKG down to a duo, one of the other teams on match point. The only team up, alive, and healthy are NIP. VKG trying to get this get this res now, and as you could see, they're getting fully set. It's Navi Slab on the other side.
QQ holding the angle, nades in with the EMP. He's forced out of position, forced to kill. QQ on the verge of getting knocked out here. He is able to use that Wraith Q to get out and stay alive as LD gets dropped back into the game. It doesn't seem like they were able to chase for more here, and so LD might be able to get the res, and Casa gets pulled back onto his feet.
And while they try to reset, there's an engagement over to the north side where that zone pool is that we had mentioned, closer to that truck. And it's going to be Sentinels, Team Falcon, CSM, but looking at another fight happening down here to the south. Even more important here too with S8UL trying to get the respawn right next to Alliance and TSM.
Alliance now charging forward. S8UL caught out. Legacy has nowhere to go, especially with all three members of Alliance on top of you. S8UL are still alive for the time being, and now this is Alliance's turn to try and farm up these kills, but it does look like because they're forced to heal up, they will not be able to chase after it. Alliance regroup as they run through the western side of the map. Panic finds a nice knock onto Jesco here. Are on their last legs.
Imagine being S8UL, you finally get the respawn, but it's CSM and Alliance fighting right next to you.
Eliminated.
For you to run around like a chicken with its head cut off.
Nah.
Sports get eliminated. 13 squads left. Team Nemesis have been holding down to the middle console here for so long, and now BKG. Only the crypto alive at risk.
VKG bhi gayi.
So does VKG. This only leaves NIP alive, but as a duo right now, if they can get this res on Ballistic.
Team Nemesis out here on the south side. We do have a pretty clear path to get forward. If we're not able to recover the banner quite yet.
LOL gayi. What did I say? कि ये last नहीं होगा. I told you guys. It won't be the last game.
As TSM continue to charge forward.
हाँ? कौन था? Last वाला कौन था?
With TSM and Genji, hand in hand help, and TSM, Panic having a triple take. What a better combination. Name a better combo here with Panic playing the way that he has been. The fragger for TSM, Gen with a huge nade knock, gets the next knock. Genji down to a solo, and TSM is on the hunt.
TSM will not find more here, as I believe the last player of Genji was able to make it out. For TSM though, they have a lot of this western side free. Take a look at how many teams have now moved into the buildings inside this final zone.
इधर से तो बहुत tough है.
42 points right now.
NIP कौन match point वाली सारी गई, लेकिन 100 Thieves का match point हो जाएगा. ये game.
We got Fnatic off to the eastern edge. VP in the building to their south.
बाकी तो कोई close नहीं है. 100 Thieves ही है जो कर सकती है match point.
You're looking to gatekeep Nemesis on the walk-in.
100 Thieves looking at Nemesis here. Sheila ready to go. Furia is going to have to forcibly try to take that fight versus Team Nemesis. Not going to be isolated, even if they're on the other side of that fence line though. 100 Thieves know that their win con relies on them clearing this side of the zone, but this could be a third-party opportunity. Fnatic also looking at this fight.
I love how quickly Furia respond. After winning that 3v3, someone is instantly on this angle, forcing 100 Thieves back. Furia, understand they need to catch up on the leaderboard. Currently in 17th place with 16 points. They want this kill point. Now, it looks like with the armor checks, they back away for the time of being. It's 45 seconds before all hell breaks loose. Only full teams, excuse me, are
They might need a Sherlock. Need a Sherlock क्या होता है?
Fnatic was able to port their way on in and
मैं तो एक ही हूँ.
Now it's going to be 100 Thieves having to worry about two teams looking on as they rotate up north.
How is the Crypto? I mean, Genji, we know Crypto could go invisible, but the fact that he managed to get directly in the middle of the zone.
अबे Falcon भी close है
He's
actually.
literally looking at Falcons. Falcons are hungry. They're thirsty.
Falcon 100 Thieves दोनों का हो सकता है match point.
They finally get eliminated. Falcons are not giving up that building. This is what we had called early on Jamerson.
दोनों पे खैर अभी kill points तो ज़्यादा नहीं है, but अभी मिल सकते हैं.
Inside their own safe building, neighboring that, a Falcons. Having these rampart walls, though, will go the distance before the inevitable collapse with 100 Thieves, Fnatic, and I believe another team here, VP, are still in that building. Furia could easily third-party this, though, if they time it right.
Falcons with the opportunity here to hit match points. They need kill points. They need placement points, as well as 100 Thieves. But 100 Thieves have an easier path to secure that for themselves, especially with that walk-in. You can see now 3 teams stacked on top of this building. You got Fnatic up top. 100 Thieves inside the building right now with Virtus Pro just above them. A lot of nades, a lot of utility coming out. Wall is gone that they were able to utilize. Jen Burton is getting tagged down. Lou goes for the peek. Jen is ready with Sheila.
This is so scary, especially with the Sparrow ult here as they let the Sheila ring. Looking right behind them.
भाई देख रहे हो?
Holding the other angle, trying to help them out. Literally one shot. Both these players lose some help. This is the third party that we were talking about. Fnatic now walk up to clean up what is left of VP.
2 members of VP gone, and Fnatic are just cowering in that corner. Colonel Garcia will secure that thirst onto Slayer. Might even be able to get the res. You can see the walls coming down here. Colonel Garcia does not want to check that Sheila by himself. Lou able to get one back on up, so VP are still up as a duo, and they're turning the tides of this fight, and now 100 Thieves have the opportunity to get Phony back up.
This is literally a match point fight for 100 Thieves if they win. The reset for all these 3 teams of respect is crazy, but Yukaf comes in, he finds Zach, Jen gets the next knock, and VP get eliminated. 5 more points before 100 Thieves find themselves at match point themselves.
Have Fnatic reset though. You can see now they have taken that rooftop back up. 100 Thieves have fully healed. Now we are left with 5 squads remaining. 5 full squads.
और rampart पे होता है machine gun. Shield लगा के बैठ जाती है और ब्रrrr करती रहती है.
Fnatic and 100 Thieves. Colonel Garcia does need a top off there, has that med kit, but it's gonna be 100. Receiving Fnatic, one of the best positions here on that high ground.
100 Thieves looking down the amp barrier. Jen looking right behind them. Portal play, in play, TSM. Now move up, Panic. The scout ahead here being on that range.
machine gun bhai.
Comes in afterwards. Walty loses out on his shield. Burhos gets being forced to pop the shield back.
Apex का ओडिन
They're
यार.
now making their next raid play. There is 4 raids in this lobby. The only team without a raid is Falcons.
Falcons though nearly has that Tempest ready to go. They'll have the move speed. They'll have
100 Thieves ले लेंगी.
the increased attack speed. Now they charge.
Falcon का मुश्किल है 100 Thieves match point ले लेगी.
Team Falcons full sense and it knocks out Liquid.
Never mind.
They get the reset. They have enough time. While the team fight each other, Falcons could actually get a match point right here. 100 Thieves though, they're so close, but they don't clutch it. They get taken out, and the mother load from Falcons. This is gonna be the Falcons versus TSM fight. As Falcons
हो गया ना? Match point? Yes, हो गया. Match point मिल गया bro Falcon को.
That's what matters. They hit match point. Welcoming 4 teams.
What a chaotic end.
100 Thieves को भी मिला ना?
TSM survived with just enough HP to turn that fight quickly around.
TSM जीता, yes.
Nade lands at the feet of Team Falcons.
TSM तो जीता लेकिन match point को.
Like you had mentioned, Vicky, Falcons
उन दोनों को मिल गया.
match point for themselves.
5 teams at match point, I know, right?
The other 3 teams. Now it's Rock, NIP, BKG, and Team Falcons that'll have the opportunity, game number 7, to close this one out.
इसमें गेम इतना जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है बिकॉज इसका बहुत फास्ट होता है. सर्कल बहुत जल्दी छोटा हो जाता है. जॉयस्टिक से भी खेल सकते हैं. कंट्रोलर पे होते हैं. हर टीम में एक प्लेयर खेल सकता है कंट्रोलर.
You often don't get to see Hal left breathless and speechless there at the end of a game. I think with how close it was, he just needed final confirmation that they were able to hit it.
Just look at his face right there. No cheering for TSM. There's nothing to cheer for when you're not at match point. But at least they get closer. some lackluster games here has now allowed TSM to take this win on Broken Moon. 11 KP too to add to it all. The inclusion of Panic has been so successful for this squad. As Falcons with 10 KP themselves, we saw them position themselves in that building very early on. Same thing for Team Liquid. We originally saw them in that Western choke.
100 Thieves का नहीं हुआ, वो लोग शायद एलिमिनेट हो गए ना फट मतलब
we were talking about the truck, the northern side of that zone pool being the most probable outlook here.
शायद वो फनाटिक पहले होते और वो बाद में होते तो हो जाता शायद उनका.
Taking the brunt of a lot of the aggression, right? He was trying for a lot of these fights. He was looking for a lot of angles. There were points where it seemed like, I believe it was 100 Thieves might have been able to turn things around on them and slow them down just a bit. But I think 100 Thieves having to deal with Fnatic, having to deal with VP inside that building.
Yes, रह गई. Bro, but they were so close.
That building, clear it out. Path to victory there. There you have it. The series results right now, Vicky. We got 4 teams standing on match point.
And you know what's happening next, 30+ आ गए bro. Reapers of match point. They're gonna come up on the mic, Onsa and Gaskin. But before we transition here, I do have to highlight how close of an insane lobby this is. We have 5 players, with 14 kills each.
4 teams हो गई भाई.
Which one could top the other here?
NIP ROC next match डर लग रहा है.
How effect? I mean,
next game मुझे भी लग रहा है. Next game last होगा.
You can't leave out effect when it comes to the top of the kill leaderboard. But surprisingly enough, you know,
6 हो गए ना, मैंने 7 बोला था वैसे. I think next last होगा.
That's something that we're more than.
We are moving downward after every game, bro. Because हमारी ना fights हो रही है ना placement. दोनों ही नहीं मिल रहे.
Kill points to placement points. They are so good at hitting top 5s, but they just have not been able to do that quite yet. And so now Alliance are going to look on here.
मेरे को तो next last लग रहा है.
Try to close things out in game number 7.
He's literally hit like 50 kills even.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Incredible so far. It's a great day to be a Falcons fan looking at the teams at match point. There's a lot to break down. I want to hear from you guys over at the desk.
Thank you, Vicky and Jamerson. Good cast there, guys. And obviously a lot of action. We've got 4 teams now on match point. Rocky Sports, Ninjas in Pajamas, VK Gaming, and Team Falcons, the latest one to join them. 100 Thieves, only 4 points away with 46, rounding out our top 5 so far after 6. And Lauren, I guess I'll start with you because you ended with the guess of
I feel the same.
Or how many teams would be on match point. Right? You were close. It's not 5 though, it's 4, but 100 Thieves almost joining them.
I know, I'm gonna blame 100 Thieves for getting that prediction. 4 points off, okay?
Come on.
Right on the cusp of things, but I feel like we're on a really good pace overall for this lobby.
Yeah.
The ones that opened up strong managed to get themselves on that match point. They've had a couple opportunities to close it out, haven't been able to get it yet. And that has opened up just enough time, like I also mentioned, for the heavy hitters like the Falcons to show up. And now that they're at match point, everybody's going to be that much more scared.
Snipe, I mean, taking a look even at these leaderboards as well for, you know, coming off of the break. For us, looking at these teams in the top 10,
8
looking at these
last
teams
match.
in the bottom 10, to me, I feel like everyone's showing up to play. Yes, Fnatic are steadily climbing, but even the teams in 14th, 13th place, Fnatic, Sentinels,
देखते हैं guys, कोई बात नहीं.
They have 30, 25 points. That's not bad after 6.
2 बार hashtag 1 के बाद भी match point होगा. क्या मतलब क्या? कितने match हुए? 6 bro, 6 done.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the losers run we saw yesterday with Team Liquid, where they came out of nowhere at the bottom of the bracket and they worked their way all the way into that top 6 to make it here to the finals. So any of these teams can do it. We saw Furia drop a 29-point win, and
we tried so hard
teams in the world for a reason. So there's no doubt
and got so far.
I predicted 9 games, and I have no doubt that this is going to continue to go on. I think these teams are going to be pulling for each other. We still have Alliance at the bottom.
But in the end,
winners from yesterday. I mean,
it doesn't even matter.
I see that Alliance has 7 placement points. I mean, Snipe mentioned that earlier, and I was shocked when I heard that because look at them. They're in 7th. They're in striking distance of hitting match point if they can just have one solid game, and they're doing it off of kills. Vicky mentioned all those kill leaders. These are players at the top of the leaderboard, and then you hear Effect in there with 14.
Yeah.
He's got half of their kill points. I mean, Alliance, they're...
कोई चांस है? सोफियान 16 पे चल रही है. 2 गेम बैक टू बैक जीते और जो मैच पॉइंट वाली टीम है वो गेम में ना हो और फिर उसके बाद फिर से जीत जाए तो चांस है S8UL का, बताओ
You gotta take advantage of it right now. This is
बताओ.
you don't want any questions. I asked a hypothetical. Would you rather just, in the tournament now, but know that you take second place, or keep it going to 11, not knowing where you place? I mean, obviously, so much money on the line, and the glory of winning this trophy.
आज दिन ठीक नहीं लग रहा, गंदा दिन था भाई.
But I think for these players,
अलायंस भी नहीं चल रही, वो तो मैंने पहले ही बोला था. उस दिन वो लोग इतना गंदा मारे थे, मैंने बोला था कि अलायंस अब कुछ नहीं करेगी.
The fans as well.
ऐसे ही होता है.
We heard people chanting one more game, one more. Nobody wants it to end early. Like let's run until people are fighting tooth and nail. We've got 9 teams on match point and see what happens.
Well, let's see what happened in this last match, because it was a banger. These guys put on a show, and honestly, when you're looking at who's going to make match point, sometimes you think they're going to finish with that crescendo. It didn't happen. TSM would take the points, and they would get themselves into a position where next game, with another big performance, they might be able to join Falcons. But it was Falcons who took second place and joined the other 3 teams, VK Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, and RLC Esports.
हाँ, जोन तो खैर एक भी बार फेवर नहीं किया है, बट देन हमारी ना फाइट्स भी नहीं हुई है ब्रो. बाकी टीम बहुत अग्रेसिव खेल रही है फाइट्स लेके, हमारी नहीं हुई है, बहुत कम फाइट्स हुई है. फाइट्स लेने से मोमेंटम भी होगा, केपी तो चाहिए, कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ता है. आई फील कि फर्स्ट गेम से ही थोड़ा अग्रेसिव खेलना था. बाकी देखो मुझे ज़्यादा नहीं पता है, बस जो मुझे लग रहा है वो ये है. Linkin Park my favorite. OGs bro, OGs.
I mean, Team Liquid just backed into a corner, no health. The Devo going crazy from HAL, and then once they win that fight, sure these
It's just unlucky day guys. It's okay.
Falcons has already done the deed. They hit match point, and that's what matters.
I do want to point out real quick that Falcons
हर दिन हमारा नहीं होता.
Back second places, or they've gotten 2 second places where they've lost the final team fight. So they haven't gotten that win yet. They lost it to NIP, and then they just lost it to TSM right there. So they do need to get that win. They are in match point, and it'll be interesting to see if they can pull that off.
जल्दी शुरू करो.
Joining the scene.
मेरा हाथ में दर्द हो रहा है.
6-month stint. That's really been the talk of the town. Duplex, Gent, as well, joining the black and white here with TSM. We'd be remiss not to look at these stats of how well they've been performing, but consistency has been the name of the game for them. Coming in to this tournament, 10 top 10s out of their 10 games, looking to keep that momentum rolling now. Of course, TSM also one of
I think so.
winning orgs in Apex Legends history. If they win again here, that would say a lot to the org, Lauren. It would say a lot to the players as well, but it would be a new version of the black and white lifting a trophy.
Absolutely, and I think that was a question that a lot of people were asking. When that OG Dynasty roster broke up, would the title go back to TSM but under a different name, or would it stay with the players who are trying to create all of these new rosters?
क्या दिक्कत है हाइड्रा?
A little bit of a chip on anybody's shoulder who's ended up
जो दिन हमारा होता है उस दिन फाइनल नहीं होता, बड़ी समस्या है.
behind them wanting to prove themselves on equal footing as well. So I feel like they've started to get a little bit hot now, but with
Match point explain. अभी हाइड्रा बताएगा. मैंने ना 50 बार बोल दिया अभी.
Well, I want to talk about a team that's been getting icky, zicky icky, as well as Dexter and Asia. Gen G, these guys have been phenomenal. And coming in from yesterday, Gen G and Asia were a dynamic duo. First place as a team overall in our last chance, but also Asia had the #1 performance as a player individually. So
yeah, not disappointed.
Not only of confidence, but experience. I mentioned today, I made
bro, honestly, finals में पहुंचे bro. अच्छा लगा. हमारी टीम finals पहुंची. With so many big names, it is good. It's just the beginning.
Seem to be working out. They're sitting in 9th here with 32 points.
Absolutely, you talk about the mistakes.
उल्टा पार्ट मुझे ये ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा सिस्टम, सच्ची बोलूँ तो.
In the first set with pool play, they felt like
unfair की जगह unfair तो नहीं आएंगे.
Sure, but at the same time, you want to.
मेरे को तो बढ़िया लगा concept.
Make sure you're getting good placement points alongside all the KP. You don't want to be like Alliance right now with the 28 kills and only 7 placement points. So Gen G, they've struck in a good balance with 16-16, but they got to quicken the pace because we've got 4 teams on match point right now.
All right, we've been talking about iterations of TSM. Long ago were the days where, I'm sorry, Ekwerg, you were playing with Reps and Hal. I mean, I know there were some good times, but it's a while, man. We got you on the desk now. Sit down, take care of your knees. I'm just kidding. We're all laughing about it, but
मुझे तो पता ही नहीं इसको unmod करो.
At the end of the day, when you look at it, this new iteration as well of where that team descended from, the new TSM is the
Yes,
and now
Anuj.
Reps, who's taking his break or retirement. Verhul still has that thing to prove. Can I win without Hal?
Falcon ने भी कर लिया. Yes.
In Riyadh, we saw his brother Evan. We've seen his parents show.
क्या लगता है guys? History repeats. Falcon जीत रही है.
Stories that we have in this lobby. The fact that he's still wanting to get that trophy away from Hal, and also the fact that Jin
Bro, शुरू करो यार.
away from zero. Alongside Phony having
इतना wait नहीं होगा.
before we started play, and now leading his team into a top 5 position almost on match point. Speak about 100 Thieves here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in 100 Thieves, every one of these players has one of the most interesting storylines. You had Phony, who won a tournament and instantly got dropped by Zainu and Koiful. And then you have Jen Burton, who they had the fallout on that roster with Zero before. And then now you have Verhulst, who left the roster with Hal, and there was a fallout there as well. So
मेरा prediction Falcon ने last year पे ऐसे ही comeback किया था. Bro, I swear उनके starting के games भाई बहुत गंदे गए थे. पता नहीं कैसे तो आ गए वो लोग bro match point.
They came out hot, and they obviously have something to prove. I mean, we've talked about it before. I tweeted out kind of jokingly, this would put Jordan's flu game to shame in a sense. In the esports term, I got a lot of flack for that, but it is incredibly impressive. This roster is so much fun to watch, and I can't imagine how they would feel lifting that banner. Phony,
Yes, Anmol, hoga.
Okay, guys, I've got a little bit of that name game I want to play again, a little association for you, and I'll let whoever jumps out at this one take the answer. The word of the day and a team to associate that word with, however it comes to mind, good or bad, is reputation.
Oh, there's so many options. I'm going with Alliance if we're just jumping in here.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about reputation. We hyped them up heading into this event. They had an amazing one. We're looking at the people that came to Riyadh and lifted the trophy last year. We talked about they don't have an ALGS title under their belt.
उसका अभी sure नहीं है रोहन.
They did have a little bit of added pressure on their shoulders. And now, I mean, they're getting there, but like you guys said, it's all on KP. Placements aren't happening here today, and we definitely expected them to be on match point a little bit earlier.
And you know what? I think just taking this, because we have some action over at the stage,
yes, bro.
Levy the question, whose reputation takes the biggest hit if they don't win?
Falcons?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I think you look. I think Falcons have to be the answer. You guys let us know, but guys, I think if Falcons don't win here, that is almost like a taking the wind out of their sails. They finally got going. They're in their hometown again. Not getting first, I think, would be a big upset for them in terms of their momentum. But obviously, we want to know what you guys think. Whose reputation takes the hit? Whose reputation is on the line here?
Yeman Shiro is watch party girl. यार वो मेरे हाथ की वजह से यार क्या करूँ अभी. I miss gaming so much. मेरे को पता है कितना मन करता है मुझे games खेलने.
She's speaking with TSM's coach Aiden right now.
Yo, thank you so much, Rain Day. I
More.
have the brains behind the operation. I have Aiden, the coach of TSM, and after such a phenomenal game just before, we're going to depict a little bit more about that. Now, Aiden, obviously that last match was just, I was on the edge of my seat. Can you maybe talk us through a little bit about that final circle? Maybe what's happening with the team chemistry or the comms that you would have heard?
Well, that game we switched off of Newcastle, and I told them, we need to put the game in our hands now. No more sitting around with Newcastle. And in that final circle, it was just non-stop momentum, energy, and it was just completely different from all the other games we've had so far.
Yeah, honestly, we saw that Wraith portal to sort of sneak their way under the building against, 3 other squads of 3. It was such a smart play, and just to sort of wait that out a little bit.
खेलने का मन करता है बहुत ज़्यादा.
Coming on up. Speaking of a up-and-coming player, of course, we have
Fresh
Meat Panic, along with some long-standing players like Dupe and Gent. How do you think, they kind of cement him into the grouping, at such a young age as well?
हाँ ना बहुत लंबा break ले लिए bro. इनको बोलो शुरू करो.
Yeah, Dupe and Gent and their experience.
Yeah, Mrinal.
As long as we play in a way that enables him.
मैं movie देखने जा रहा. That's crazy. सोचो सारी beast team के 50 points.
And you can see exactly why. I mean, he's definitely
इतना तो मुश्किल है.
TSM is making a swift comeback.
Brother Hydra, I'm gonna sleep, bro. Hi, Rohit.
Excited to find out. over to you guys at the casting desk.
हाँ प्लीज अब शुरू कर दो, बहुत हो गया तुम लोग का.
TSM's coach there, and yeah, TSM closing in on match point, but not on match point just yet. 4 teams, however, though, Dan, are on match point, and with a win here in this next game, will end this thing and call themselves champs.
And of course, one of those teams who has just made match point, arguably the favorite for this event, Team Falcon.
Bro, why are you scaring me, bro?
Back in the ALGS Open, the team
Don't scare me like that.
was designed, created for this very reason. We'll have the chance to win this tournament here and now in match 7.
Now getting the fans going as well, enjoying this moment.
10 teams के भी 50 हो गए तो fun होगा.
We can think about if, big if, capital letters, bold.
Bro, but इतनी teams के 50 हो गए तो उन पे कितना pressure होता होगा. उनको लगता होगा भाई वो team ना जीत जाए, वो team ना जीत जाए.
How about a grand slam? I mean, it's entirely possible. Again, that's why
Last year क्या अनुज?
They've only just got to match point. Can they manage to do it in the first match? They have an opportunity to win it. That's the real question. One key factor I will mention, crypto is banned. And the reason I want to mention that, we know how good Falcons are when you have Zero with the ability to get info from the crypto of Waltzy. How does that change now going into World's Edge?
Well, that means Waltzy's out of jail. Maybe Waltzy's going to have a little bit of fun in this next game and drag Falcons towards a match point win. But we are heading to World's Edge once again. We say goodbye to Broken Moon. We've got 2 E-Districts back-to-back coming up after this. But match 7...
अच्छा हाँ World's Edge है ना अभी तो.
feeling there's going to be a few more teams who are going to be focusing on those MP teams and making sure they don't get to that end game.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of teams who still feel like they have what it takes to get a win of their own and get to match point. I mean, only 4 teams after 6 matches. There is a lot of room for other teams to catch up. If you think about how many teams we had on match point at the Open, how many teams we got on match point in regional finals, and way back when to EWC last year, I think you could be right. If we don't see one of these teams step up to the plate, other teams going to take that opportunity to get to match point themselves.
And you have to think about how much work the coaches have been doing should we go deep into this tournament, into the double-digit
क्या
games.
लगता है guys?
What the composition's going to be? Are they going to get a little bit funky? Are we going to see
मुझे तो last लग
a
रहा है.
team lift an EWC trophy and the ALG and call themselves ALGS mid-season playoff champions, playing a legend that no one has seen so far this season? It really is an interesting thing to keep in your mind. But of course, that's a long way away. We could end it right here, right now.
Well, looks like we are loading into match 7. Is it going to be the likes of Team Falcons, or will VKG, NIP, or Rock get a victory on the board to take the trophy home here? You spoke about new season, new
Himanshu,
legends.
thank you for the
Sparrow is gonna be with a
100 on
17
GPay.
pick rate. 85% across the board are going to be playing Sparrow here. He's going to be banned going to match 8 if we get there.
Looking at other legends that we've got, Ballistic still prevalent. A lot of Wraiths in the lobby as well. A smattering of Caustic in early. We do see E36 playing Mirage early on as well, so maybe looking for a longer term composition. Still some Pathfinder in there as well. We do have a wonderful blend of legends starting to come together.
One Bangalore as well, and remember the Bangalore legend selection does increase dramatically as we go further on into this series, when you start to need more and more legends to help you with those rotational tools. Of course, Pathfinder would be the next one that is kind of looked at when Wraith goes, but at the moment,
50 में कितने कम है अपने? हम तो 20 पे हैं.
picked with a 65% pick rate here in this game, so there is going to be
20 पे है ना
30
शायद.
in our lobby, but because of the amount of Sparrow, it means that instead he's going to fall.
Well, something to keep an eye on here as well. The Alliance started to find a little bit of form. 35 points they sit on
32
at the
नहीं,
moment,
20 पे हैं.
but they have the
मेरे हिसाब से
entirety
तो.
of Skyhook to themselves here. Not only do they have Trials and Sky West, Sky East is open. Alliance
मैं
are
थोड़ी
going to
बनाऊंगी
have so
amazing.
much loot once they leave their POI. This is an opportunity here on World's Edge for them.
It is also worth noting, Team Falcons did pick Climatizer as their #1 pick here on World's Edge. They have only won one map this entire tournament. Can you take a guess as to what map that might be, Mark?
Oh, was it World's Edge by any chance?
It is indeed.
Oh, what a
World's
surprise that
Edge.
is.
Can Team Falcons find that victory again here in match 7.
Well, here we go then. Match number 7. 4 teams with a chance to end it right here, right now. Rock, NIP, VKG, and Falcons. If you see that banner above their heads and calling themselves champion in game number 7, the tournament ends.
S8UL should play his main legend Revenant.
Looking at the zone initially, this
S8UL
could be a
कौन?
very good one
S8UL
for
Jesco.
NIP. And if we consider how NIP
अच्छा, he means
when
Revenant.
zones have come towards them so far this finals,
Definitely not the perfect start, but it's the beginning for dominance of S8UL in world learning phase. S8UL fans since 2018. Comeback यार मुश्किल तो है, but
on the hilltop where the respawn beacon
hopes
is
है,
between
hopes
Harvester
है.
and, like you say, staging that POI that everybody is beelining at the moment
कोई
for
नहीं
that
guys.
building, because I believe that's where the end game is going to be, and there's barely any other playable buildings in the vicinity. If you get there, it's great. If not, you're going to struggle. Kinotrope there, Ninjas in Pajamas, like you mentioned. S8UL had a look at it. Look how quickly Rock are moving. Everybody wants that building.
Yeah, everyone trying to force their way in, but then it's about actually trying to find a secondary position if you did not take it. Or are you brave enough to take that fight? We briefly had TSM on our screens. Remember what TSM
मैंने
did
इसका
last time
Twitch
on this
streams
map?
में
They
देखा वो
beelined
Revenant main
for
है.
Falcons. They took that fight acclimatizer instantly because the zone was going that way. But again, we might see TSM try and do something similar and block off
But
Falcons in their
वही है
rotation.
ना, first game से बहुत passive रहे.
We talked about this building.
वही I think
They
cost
are
कर गया
bang
बहुत ज़्यादा.
inside of it, and composition-wise, have a
I think
caustic
ये लोग का
alongside
passive
them,
खेलने का plan है पूरा. Caustic भी
which
है.
means sieging this building will not be easy. NIP win what could be the most important race of their careers.
It could be a very smelly building indeed, but this is a real, genuine opportunity for Ninjas in Pajamas to win this whole tournament. Of course, nothing is going to be easy here, but at least they have won that initial race and they're going to give themselves a chance. Of course, there will be teams to try and take that building away from them, but with the lack of altar, for example, no way to just phase through the building wall, you're going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way.
Well, Caustic, famous for his smelly gas. There's nothing sweeter than the smell of victory, Dan Gaskin, and maybe that's going to be the smell NIP will be breathing in as this game progresses towards the end. They've got to be so happy, though. Seeing that zone, and not only seeing it, getting that building, it's massive for them. Inside a Harvester, though. Couple of kills already going down. VK Gaming, one of those teams on match point and dealing with members of Fnatic.
It is worth noting, I know I mentioned that Falcons have only had one victory and it has been on World's Edge. Rock have also found a win on World's Edge as well this tournament, but NIP and VKG have not found a victory on this map so far this tournament long. So they're going to have to try and go against the statistics here if they want to be called champions.
Under Thieves and Rock so close to each other as well. Under Thieves still 4 points away, of course, from hitting match point. Very, very close in that previous game. You could say a team fight away, and it was. When you look at the points that could have been tallied up from the KP plus the extra placement they would have got, but alas, still not quite there, but certainly peeking through the curtain, so to speak, at match point.
It is something worth to be considered here going into match 7. You look at the teams who are still on not match point, the teams that can still find a victory here to keep it going to match 8, the likes of Alliance, who of course we know how good they can play, Team Liquid, Sentinels, Na'Vi. Well, I mean, I can name any teams. One team I won't name,
Rival.
Furia, just eliminated in
Huh?
20th spot, E36 catching them out.
Already out, Fury.
Furia eliminated. VK looking for a play themselves. I mentioned Rival. Well, they're on 32 points as it stands. They might have a few more to their name very soon as they're picking up the last pieces, or what looks like the last pieces, and certainly maybe a few pieces of Fnatic here. So Fnatic struggling a little bit in this game. Rival do have zone information of the hit ring console. You can see that on top left-hand side of your screen with the green illumination of that ring. So they're going to know what has to be done here.
I feel like Rival Esports just basically pounced on a res from Fnatic, I think. So we'd already seen that in the kill feed. Dropping at Monument, Fnatic had to make a long journey. I think they were bullied out of Harvester, and then they just had to try to get back up to 3, and Rival Esports capitalized on that dropship arriving, and now Fnatic will have to try and go again as we
check in with Alliance. It has been a somewhat quieter day than what we saw in the group stages. Similar to the Alliance of old, perhaps dominating group stages, but a little bit quieter in finals. But, as I said,
ये मैप भी मैंने सबसे ज़्यादा
from
खेला है.
Alliance here, suddenly they're on match point, suddenly they're right back into the conversation,
ये
and
बढ़िया
suddenly
मैप
everyone
लगता है.
else will be shaken in their boots.
Alliance never like to do it the easy way, do they? Historically, a bit slow to start in finals. And sometimes they hit match point, and just as they do, historically, teams have closed out match point. A lot of discussion about doing it quickly, showing you're a dominant force, but I think this lobby is just so talented that it's a lot to ask of any team to be able to do so. But Alliance, like I mentioned, one thing I want to highlight, leaving Skyhook, leaving Trials, 2 gold armors already in this game. Hackett's on the blue, but you would imagine with the Evo available en route, should be up to purple as well.
Well, this next zone shift could be a big one. We think it's going to be heading down towards the staging area. It does shift back towards Harvester. Now, interestingly, remember, we saw the building that NIP played for. Of course, they are the priority team here, having the staging drop. They moved very quickly. They got it gassed up with Caustic, and now they are going to be a spot. But the zone probably does continue to shift a little bit further east.
Yeah, interesting now, because it could be pulling down towards the snake outside of Harvester, or in Harvester, I should say, on the northern side. Teams like Rock, great news for them. You saw the position they were in. Also good news for 100 Thieves, who are right next to them down on the low ground. If they can get the extra KP that they require to cross match point, then they can focus on taking the teams out around them. Alliance now in the Vault Tunnel, trying to force their way a little bit closer to this endgame, but Sentinels are in front of them.
It is going to be against potential Caustic as well, or at least there's Caustic barrels here, but Alliance want to force this because they have to.
They also have the armor advantage. They would have got some armor checks in this. Nox gas goes down, Effect could not care less. He cues straight through, spots out Riley, who does not expect Effect to be there. But in the meantime, Unlucky has gone down. It's got a little bit ugly, this fight, on both sides.
Yeah, Hack is unable to get through the gas initially. Can't really help out Effect, so instead it's Unlucky's knockdown shield that's helping right now.
100 damage, but only to the knockdown shield. Now the nades are returned. Effect flies in, cues back out. But look at the wrap now coming in. VP have just appeared like a ghost in the night. Alliance are out, and VP pinched them in the tunnel. Alliance fans mortified. And Sentinels
the frustration of going up against a defensive legend like Caustic. It can stall it out and allows for a third party as now VP start to pummel Sentinels. But now here comes Falcons.
Falcons try and repeat the dosage. You wonder if VP are healthy enough, though, to hold this off themselves. May also give Sentinels a chance to reset and escape from this tunnel. And I think Falcons have decided that it's a little bit too busy here for them to get involved in. KP, not a priority. Survival and being first place, the only thing they care about.
I mean, Falcons just making sure no one's coming behind them as well. I mean, good news for them is there is no one further north. Probably seeing Alliance being eliminated in the kill feed, they're going to be thinking, all right, well, that's the one Skyhook team we don't have to worry about now, so we should be the last to this fight. They can play on the northern side, they can wait for this ring console if they want, and get that information.
Back to where we believe center zone was going to be. It's going to
I think चारों teams ही hold करके ही खेलेगी क्योंकि सेंस ही नहीं बनता है ना KP के लिए तो.
They're going to be safe inside
Cold
of that building.
no, they're not there.
The Canyon
did not qualify.
NIP and 100 Thieves in Harvester. They've left that high ground position, and they're playing for the late game here.
Now, I've seen teams survive here for a long time, but usually that's when Watson's involved. Obviously, Rampart could do a similar thing, quite defensive, but it's the lack of the interception pylon. You are going to find yourself in a difficult position when those grenades start to arrive.
NIP also, if the fight does go down, and like you say, without an interception pylon from a Watson, who isn't available, that Nox gas becomes a real problem. If they throw that down, and the Caustic ultimate impacts that fight, you can see a few players on Rock struggling to catch their breath. TSM, 34 points overall, a win in the previous game as well. As Falcons decide they want to continue on this route through this tunnel, the zone is closing behind them.
Falcons, they return again to the vault, but again they're going to be met by ultimates, grenades, gas. They're going to have to quite literally go through the fire flames if they want to get there.
VP are on the other side of the still. Sentinels only still with 2 players alive.
Hello, Bunty
Logs are doing such a good job at the moment, just stalling things out, still firing blind through that gas. Maybe just got a little bit of an outline. Now, Falcons do have the opportunity still, with a little bit of time left on this zone close, to wrap back towards landslide and go all the way around towards staging, but I think they're pretty committed to this at the moment. Sentinels have to move at some point. Zone's going to push them in.
Yeah, but sadly, they know Virtus Pro is on the other side, so Sentinels are just reluctant to do anything and maybe just thinking about potentially getting some KP here. Falcons really have to try and force this, and I think they're starting to realize that time is going away, but again, more defensive abilities coming in.
Now you see Falcons give this one up.
यहाँ fight करने का कुछ point था नहीं वैसे.
I think Falcons recognize with 35 seconds left in the game that they have to leave this position. They have to think about getting to zone. They're going to wrap towards landslide. They're actually not going to wrap round. They're going to go straight over the top here with an evac tower. Now, ImperialHal. Many a team we have seen either a Valcol or an opportunity to hit the ground. Let's see in a listen-in how it goes for them.
Len, Dorito, look at this team in front of us. Okay.
Okay, I don't really see them.
Where?
Yeah, ramp team in the truck. It's a Sparrow team I'm batting. No ult though, no ult.
He's here! He's here, here! They're crossing back! Okay, in fuck, batting.
Trying to walk forward.
There's someone main stage, we have to kill bridge now.
It's a raping, it's a rape team, okay?
They're toiling past me! They're going low ground or something!
Okay, I'm walking forward.
Oh, on the lane! I'm watching the right.
Is it a different team? Yeah, it's a different team.
I ported. Can't get any wrap, I'm pushing full team. He's down here! Bridge forces!
Okay, red armor. They just took port, behind. One.
Oh, मार दिया.
There was a race.
100, go!
Yeah, I'm walking forward.
He's another one. Let's chill, he's going back building.
On the right.
Cobra. That's the team.
Okay, it's a Sparrow with Cobra, okay?
Yeah. Okay, getting Cobra kills. I'm crying, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know how much I want to peek this.
Care package over there.
Another Cobra down.
Web zone.
We've got spot. They have to push us. Yeah, we can't not get boxes are in. I'm
gonna play back there.
Listen, team C is going.
The evac works, the Oracle for Team Falcons. You heard it from the listening there. We think we've got Godspot, but the zone has pulled back towards Ninjas in Pajamas. That house still as valuable as ever.
Not only Ninjas in Pajamas, but also Rock Esports down in that little crevice that they find themselves between NIP and 100 Thieves. So Team Falcons, NIP and Rock all within the final circle right now. This could be a very exciting ending. The real question is there anyone not on match point to maybe disrupt things? S8UL perhaps pushing it onto Rock.
They're dropping down.
Bro, legacy to gaya.
To call the crevice their own, but Deeds alongside Sheila. Making sure that this lane is very much closed.
However, it has drawn attention to other teams.
Discord, रुक जाओ.
S8UL eliminated, but Rocker having a survivor right now as Ultimates are reigning in above.
Bye गई S8UL.
Like you say, wanted to take this fight.
मारो आरुषि को.
Deeds is down.
Deeds down, but two more still alive, and Wolves have yet to press. But now Crazy can't you see him fly. Wolves have full set.
गई आरुषि घर पे आरुषि घर पे अबे किधर भाग गया घर पे 1 HP गया
Situation, but the thermite is enough, and Wolves will win it. Rocker gone. One of our match point teams is out.
One down.
खुद तो आया नहीं है मुझे क्यों बुलाते हैं?
Also a part of our match point teams. They're in the northeast though. They have to move out of the snake as Team Falcons are currently holding out Kinatrope Gaming from this runway. You can see they're trying to push through at the moment.
Edge got a kill and finished it
आज
as
का
well.
हो गया.
Finds one. That makes this much more comfortable for Falcons. And if Falcons win this fight, no one, absolutely no one, is
चलो
on their
movie
side
time
of
में
the zone.
सिट्रल घर आ जाओ.
BKK trying to jump into the ravine once again, but a lot of pressure's coming their way.
And a lot of teams, I mean,
Epic.
it's pressure, it's teams, it's damage, it's ult, it's everything to try and take down VK right now.
QQ into the void, using the Q104 from Zach Mazer. The Bochik is singing, as VK Gaming will be eliminated as well.
Down to just 2 match point
VK
teams
Gaming भी
now.
गई.
Team Falcons and Ninjas in Pajamas, as we see Na'Vi, Rival Esports and Kinatrope Gaming all wiped off of
NIP
World's
are
Edge.
moving! NIP are moving up onto the position of the Falcons.
क्या?
They're moving under them at the moment.
The portal away. Maybe they thought there was a third-party opportunity. Maybe just during the ultimate, they recognized now is not that time. both teams will survive, both teams disengage.
A team to remember here is Wolves Esports. They've now taken that chasm down between NIP and 100 Thieves, and they will be able to play that, and that is the closest to where the zone will eventually finish. But as this next zone closes, Team Falcons do have to push in. Is this an attempt to try and reposition and maybe take an angle?
Does it even matter?
Boxes down there potentially. They're looking for loot. Maybe they've been there for such a long time. NIP, they're desperate for meds. All of these are possibilities.
I mean, इसके बाद पता नहीं क्या होगा. हम पे थोड़े kill points तो थे. मेरे को placement तो नहीं लगता हमें कुछ मिला होगा. Maybe 1. I think 3 points मिले होंगे. ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं है.
Of course, there was a
crab
crate drop from the sky that's given Falcons a red armor as well, which could be very valuable towards the end of this game.
See a little bit of concern now. Oh, it does sound like it is a Kraber. Gen G with a chance to upset Falcons fans here.
I thought 2 थे.
The same thing now could be said about Team Falcons. Nades at the ready.
क्या मेरा prediction सही हो रहा है?
And Falcons will follow suit once he takes damage, but Zero keeps his compatriot alive.
It's NIP versus Falcons at the moment. And Kurev's run a hold. It's a lot of damage. And now he gets the Stinger Ball out.
The Stinger Ball should do so much damage. We'll find another.
Okay.
But do they want to commit to this here, NIP? They don't. Nemesis in the meantime, they will fall. They cannot afford to commit and give this building up. They have to let Zero survive for now.
Falcons down to just Zero, but he does have a Kraber. Look, Kurev trying to sneak up, but you don't want to go too far away from the rest of the team. 100 Thieves now eliminated. We still have Wolves, VP, Gen G alive. As Zero still plays his part.
100 Thieves did hit match point though. They got 52
इधर से तो
points.
बच ही नहीं
They will be at
सकता.
match point. Should this continue? How is out? Zero will collect the banner though. Whilst he's still on his back, trying to crawl towards his teammates.
Any Moby?
He'll be finished. 2 banners picked up here.
इनमें से किसी का game point हो रहा
will
है?
have to go
4
Superman mode.
Ninjas in pajamas with the chance to
उनमें से
win
2
the ALGS mid-season playoffs here at Esports World Cup 2025.
Take yourself back to the start of this game as we
Falcon का एक ही जिंदा है, एक तो वो है और एक ninjas in pajamas.
NIP win it. They hold it, they control it, and they have Caustic in their lineup, in their composition, that could hold the space and deny teams from approaching. But can they convert? Now it's a test of steel.
And whilst none of these 3 players on Ninjas in Pajamas have won a LAN,
okay,
who has won a LAN stood behind them.
VP and Gen G,
VP
they're fighting, and VP will go down. The only thing that is hurting NIP in this position is the armors that they have. Falcons are eliminated. It's NIP, or we go one more.
They are
अकेले तो क्या ही कर लेता.
Wolves Esports still with a big chance because actually Wolves are backing off and suddenly Gen G are right next to Ninjas in Pajamas.
Gen G are climbing above them. Gen G are above them. Zeki with a Kraber.
गए 2 तो गए.
Gen G go down. Vader's lost alive.
गई.
Wolves Esports, they found
ये जीत गए इवेंट?
नहीं, पहला गेम जीते. Guys, मुझे लगा था ये लास्ट होगा. I was so sure. शायद जिंक्स हो गया.
You saw Kurev. He knows it was an opportunity. And they don't come round very often.
इनका भी मैच पॉइंट सिक्योर हो गया. लॉल 100 थीव्स का हुआ है. उनको लिटरली 4 चाहिए थे. मैंने बोला तो नहीं होगा. अरे मुझे फीलिंग आ रही थी ब्रो. फैल्कन्स मुझे लग रहा था निकाल लेगी. नहीं हुआ उनका. बट उधर वो 2 मर गए ना, वरना निकाल लेती भाई फैल्कन्स. भाई अब तो बहुत टीम्स हो गए. मेरे हिसाब से तो 100 थीव्स का भी हो गया होगा.
just watching risks
कोई
as
भी
well.
जीत
Yeah, I
सकता
mean,
है फिर।
Falcons have to play for that wall outside the building, right? But I love the fact that NIP pressure them so hard in that
हाँ, हो
position.
गया
Turret
इनका भी।
commanded that space.
6 teams हो
Now
गई
you're
अब तो।
taking that little risk, like you say. Falcons can survive there quite comfortably.
चॉकलेट का
How
मेरे को
about
भी
this?
चाहिए
100 Thieves reaching match point. I want to say it again, but
नीचे
just
पड़ी तो होगी
imagine,
ड्रॉअर
did you
में
know that
ना
he won
Did
this
you
one?
know that Phony recently had an operation?
चोको चोकी
I had
चोकी
no
है
idea. Hey,
And it
anyway,
is
Drawer
absolutely
में हाथ तो क्या
incredible,
होगा, कुछ तो है भाई।
genuinely, that he is doing what he is doing right now.
Well, I'll keep
Speaking of
saying it.
Superman, he's...
I will keep saying it because it is unbelievable that he is competing here. And they find themselves on match point with a chance to win this
हम
whole
तो
damn
नीचे
thing
नीचे ही
in
जाते
match
जा
8.
रहे हैं,
But it was
guys।
24 points for Wolves Esports to find themselves on match point. And it was really that risk they took to
कोई
take on
chance
the fight
S8UL का
against Rock
नहीं है।
between the rocks, which ultimately gave them the position to win the game.
Yeah, Ziki with that little Kraber shot as well. That would have been like a dagger in the back as well to Ninjas in Pajamas, who I think just lost track of what Genji were doing, just got above them and then
पोजीशनिंग में ऊपर आ सकते हैं
takes the wind out of you, that Kraber shot.
And you have to imagine now, with Ninjas in Pajamas have had
Top
3
5 तो नहीं
zones
आएंगे
come
ये।
their way. And
बहुत
now,
मुश्किल है।
was that their opportunity, their chance? Will it pass them up? As you can see,
टॉप 10 तो आ सकते हैं,
2,300
मतलब कितना दूर है।
2.3k damage.
17 है ना, आ सकते हैं।
Well, this is series results. Ninjas in Pajamas, 78 points, match point. Rock Esports, match point. Falcons, VK, Wolves, and 100 Thieves also on match point. 100T and Wolves joining the top 4 in that previous game. And to reiterate, if you're watching for the first time, you want to know how match point works, hit 50 points.
इफेक्ट का इफेक्ट तो खत्म हो रखा है गाइस आज।
Any of that top 6 wins the next game, they will be a mid-season.
भाई इनकी प्लेस पॉइंट सिर्फ 7 है लायंस की जीजी भाई।
is we are going to E-District.
इनको सिर्फ किल पॉइंट मिले हैं।
But E-District has been their home this tournament. They've already found 2 wins on E-District in general, so they suddenly become one of the favorites here, because outside of that, the likes of Rock, VKG, Falcons, I mean, only VKG have found wins on E-District out of those 4 teams.
यस पुष्पा।
Monster game from Wolves, monster performance from Wolves. We have to see if they can continue that as they join these
मैं
teams
दांत टूट
on
जाएंगे
match
इतनी
point.
जोर से नहीं
6
खींचते।
teams in the lobby have a chance to win it all. We'll find out if they can after this break.
जेनजी भी 2.2 है। हाँ, ये गेम में भी नहीं खत्म हुआ तो और टीम्स आ जाएंगी, वो तो है ही। यार इस बार लंबा ब्रेक नहीं यार, जल्दी शुरू करो।
Bro, look at my WhatsApp.
Why will I look at your WhatsApp?
देखना पड़ेगा।
I don't look at other people's WhatsApps.
But I do.
You. स्मैश इंटेंस बना रहा है। उतने गेम्स तो वैसे भी हो ही रहे हैं, सेम ही लग रहा है मेरे को, तो कुछ फर्क ज्यादा लगा नहीं। बट हाँ, लोग प्लेयर्स पे प्रेशर ज्यादा लग रहा है उस वजह से।
They did indeed. Wolves Esports are now on match point. Speaking of match point, I think I'll just give you a quick rundown. If you're catching up with us at home, or if you've maybe gone for a little break over here, I'm going to quickly tell you that ROC Esports are on match point alongside 100 Thieves, BK Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Falcons, and Wolves Esports.
I mean, match 8 is going to be absolutely crazy, Barney. There's so many teams, but you know, I've seen worse. We've gone to match 14 before, so another team could sneak in there. Who knows if like
बताओ वो चॉकलेट क्यों खा रहा था?
Yeah, 14 is
क्या?
potentially on the cards. I don't know about
वो
that.
प्लेयर चॉकलेट क्यों खा रहा था?
Anxiety.
How we feeling in the arena
हाँ,
right now?
पता है भाई।
I think they're feeling good. We're going to match
पता है भाई, मेरे को लगा नहीं पता।
आरबी।
掉头。别下来，我下来。别，现在尝试了。他打，我们就等我们，等一行了。OK，我拉血。我去一个很阴的位置，怎么说？我去一个很阴的位置。他拉不过去了，他们真的走了。是的，我们慢打。我丢个图了，帮我训练。我杀一个。能上去吗？能。慢打，听我说慢打。残一个。慢可以吗？我上两。我上不去。防区里还有一队，防区是满边。别急。我有大的，马有大。好。一滴最后一个一滴。护倒。往前。我上了。给他。剩一个。抓了。nice 兄弟。牛逼 nice
all chocolate तो नहीं मिली guys
क्या नहीं मिली
We are now starting to see this lobby get very, very full when it comes to teams on match point there. And we've just watched that back. We were talking about what happened in that end game. Gen G have just broken and crushed the dreams with a solo player in Ziki.
Yeah, we thought maybe just
चौकी
तो वो चॉकलेट ही तो दी चौकी कहती है
तो और ना तुमको क्या दिक्कत है चुप रहो
single-handedly ruining their chances.
गुस्सा दिला रहा है
One thing to mention is
तो मेरा काम है
Wolves Esports' first win of the entire tournament, and they do it during the match point finals when they bloody had to. Else the whole thing was going to end.
क्या लगता है भाई कौन जीतेगा ये तो बताओ
Falcons
okay I think NIP
भाई ये वुल्स वाले मारा गिरा मता हिंदी क्या समझा नहीं
भाई ये व्हाट्सएप पे ये कैसे रिप्लाई है भाई एन
मेरी मर्जी
It's just so exciting when we do get
मेरे
to
को
go
मैच
to
देखने
another
दो
match, especially when we see a team get
जो
so close
जरूरी
within
चीजें
touching
वही तो
distance
पूछ
of
रहा
the
हूँ
trophy,
मैच
but quickly
तो
ripped
बाद
away
में
from them in the final moments. But can Ninjas in Pajamas go
Guys,
ahead?
इसको
Because
kick
they're
कर दो
which is without a doubt their best map in this rotation. They've already found 2 wins on it throughout this tournament, alongside VKG, who have 2 wins as well. They are the only teams out of the 6 match point teams who have wins on this map. Well, if you
भाई मैं चला जाता हूँ फिर मैं लौट के नहीं आता
Sparkling beverage. And number 3, you love your statistics, Dan, don't you? You love your statistics, a word that I struggle to say. Let's talk about conversion rates. Let's start talking about if a team gets to top 5, how often they turn those top 5s into wins. Let's look at our match point teams.
And let's talk about Ninjas in Pajamas first, because as
भाई
I
बट
have
सबसे ज़्यादा
mentioned,
प्रेशर उन पे होगा जो सबसे पहले पहुंचे
here,
होंगे
Sparrow disappears.
वो बेचारे क्लोज आउट ही नहीं कर
have 3
पा
wins so far this tournament, 2 of them on the E District, and they have a 42% conversion rate from top 5 to top 1.
ये
So
फ्रूटी
actually,
मीठी
that
क्यों
went
नहीं है
against the statistics the previous game. They were at 50% before that game, and then it becomes lower. Outside of
फिर
that,
से
Rock
कुछ ना
have a
कुछ हो गया लग रहा है
33.3% conversion rate when they get to top 5s. VKG 28.6. Falcons only 10%
In which sickness
when they
does
get to the
these
top 5
wins
if they convert
go
it to a win.
blind?
Wolves 11.1, but that was their first win. And then 100 Thieves also with a 33% conversion rate from top 5.
So keep that in mind, and we'll remind you if we see one of those teams in our top 5, how likely historically here in Riyadh they have been able to turn top 5s into wins. And if they do, then they will be champions. Let's also focus in on a couple of teams who are still trying to hit match point, as Wolves did in that previous
Who you got winning? सब अपना नाम बताओ
43 points, just 7 needed. Gen G
guys सब अपना अपना नाम लिखिए chat में guys
NIP fans are going to find him after the event.
Guys कल से मैं यही करूँगा
Still having an opportunity for these teams to join.
कल से मैं यही करूँगा भाई
Impressive statistics is actually a statistic
which both strike.
unsubscribe
शीरो ने सही स्क्रिप्ट दिखा दी मेरे को भाई दिन अब देखना 10 दिन में 10,000
Team Falcons a 90% conversion rate when they get to top 10 they will make it to that final circle. That shows how good they are. But this tournament they just haven't been able to find that win.
VK Gaming.
VK Gaming is winning this. Virat Kohli, let's go the goat.
However, what I will say,
भाई जपनीत पाजी है ना अपने मेरा चैनल संभालना है
very very busy. VK Gaming on
पाजी only my mode. अरे तुम चैट में थे ना रुको मुझे तुम्हारा वो करना था डाउनग्रेड अच्छा याद आया
without a shadow of a doubt.
Remove
This is going to be
moderator.
such a good opportunity, but you've got to look at how close Team Nemesis are to them as well. Is there potential for an early fight, depending on who hits ring consoles here, and actually gets that information?
You get what you give, bro.
Beacons for the two of them right now, and of course it could be covered up by their names.
Hello.
As our
Hi,
previous
Dyson.
winners, Wolves Esports,
क्या बोला
also
chat में
in an
क्या?
early fight here.
कुछ नहीं.
Crazy Kong with some crazy shots.
अगर मेरे mod को कुछ
Threading the
हुआ
needle with the heavy ammo inserted into the 30-30 repeater.
And look, Wolves Esports, so they're making a rotation, trying to get to this ring console on their way down south. And if they do catch it quick enough before E36 catch them, they can continue to move to the southeast down to Humber.
Yeah, interesting to see that ring console and survey beacon in the position they are, just slightly away from some of the main POIs that we do have here. Fnatic also
Not a good
very
day, yes.
close. This could
It's
be
very bad
very
day.
interesting here. A lot of teams
मेरा कुछ हटा दिया
Wolves aren't aware. They jump on it without any cover.
I cannot punish mods.
Fnatic might be going 3, 2,
तुम्हारे चैनल पे देखा था.
and be able to
क्या
set
देखा
off
था?
Same
the
चीज
time. That
रहेगी.
good for them.
मैच देखना था.
मैंने क्या
They
करा?
get the survey beacon. I think we'll see him by the time
पर
they
मैंने तो कुछ हटाया ही
They're going
नहीं.
to be there because
भाई
of the survey
जेस
beacon,
को
but I
गया.
think Wolves are away with it. It's going to be in and out. It's a heist for the ring console.
वो तो revive हो
Fnatic
जाएगा.
maybe
अभी
have
तो
gained
20 है.
enough information purely from that survey beacon alone as they continue now to transition
FNC
to
made it
south.
worse, bro. Don't even go there, भाई. तो मुझे इतना गुस्सा आ रहा है ना Fnatic पे. इससे अच्छा PRX को आने देते.
Have a little peek at that
नूबड़े.
ring console a few seconds earlier. Wolves Esports might not be
Choke कर
running
दिया
across
है
towards
इन्होंने.
Humber Labs with 3 players, but maybe with 2 or less.
आए जेस को
We're
वापस
checking the
आए.
hands of no name here. R9
कोई नहीं
in
यार,
the back
Benji
pocket.
Fishy also deserve to win.
Interestingly, Humbert Labs is the second best POI this tournament on this map for gaining
I also
points.
deserve 10,000. भेजना जरा.
Victory so far throughout this tournament from Humbert Labs as well.
वो ऐसा मुझे नहीं लगता ना.
He's very busy already, as
जब
expected.
मुझे
सुन लो.
लगेगा तो कर
You
दो.
can also see
सुन लो.
Panic. He's just got a knock
नहीं,
on
मैं
the
तो 1
approach.
करोड़ की बात कर रहा हूँ भाई. तुम 10,000 थोड़ी 1 करोड़
Picture
जो.
of Gaming's player.
The rolls goes down. I want to kind
छोटी
of
बात
highlight
देख
just
दिया मैंने.
looking at the map overhead at the moment. I think there's still some teams who are probably
अभी
thinking,
जपनीत पाजी
are we
भेजी
going to
मेरे
see
को.
that weird pullback that sometimes we have seen from Humble Labs, where it goes to the other side, like the main fence line that kind of divides it off from the rest of the map. Looking at where ring consoles are that you could play for late, Shipyard
भाई
Arcade,
कोई मुझे
right
chat
down
में
on
hate
that
देना,
southern
मेरे को अपना
side.
mod test करना है.
Stadium, just outside of where that zone is,
Good night,
as well,
Zoe.
are accessible. And then that kind of middle of nowhere one that we just saw 3 teams converting on. Speaking of converting, Kinatrope, TSM all in a fight at the moment. And I think there's another team in
तुमने
the vicinity
Falcon
as
बोला ना,
TSM
मैंने कौन सी टीम बोला था? NIT.
dispatch of Kinatrope and send them back to the lobby. Panic though has
देखते
gone
हैं
down.
साहिल तो वेट ही करता है opportunity को.
They're going to be above them here, but suddenly all of the commotion just ceases to exist, and Rock don't really want to commit to anything because again, you don't need to be
चलो,
third
मैं
party
अपनी
in
power
kills
test कर रहा हूँ
unnecessarily, as
साहिल
we
भाई
will
पे.
get a pause here just to make sure everything is okay. It looks like Falcons with an issue actually. I
नहीं
did
आ
see
तो
one
रहा
of
है.
the players kind of halt, so
Headset issue.
भाई
perhaps just a headset
पता
issue
कैसे
for
चलता है
one of
managing
those
mod
guys.
और
Looks like
उसमें क्या
Zero just
फर्क
having
रहता
a
है
word
guys?
with the admins, but I didn't get to
Thank you,
discuss
Shadow
Legends
Bhai.
and who is going to be featuring the most.
Match
here. Ballistic
pause हो
actually has
गया.
been 16 times, so he's going to be gone if we do get to match 9. Again, Ballistic often gets banned at this point because when we start to lose some of the legends that provide a little bit of oomph, his ultimate
I'm
is
good, Aman.
unbelievable.
How are
And
you,
especially,
bro?
one thing to consider in match point finals, the bans go a little bit different because people are looking for ways to catch up. And Ballistic is certainly one of those.
More than
because
one way.
He is excellent to help your team get that little bit of speed boost. Also,
भाई ये बहुत
the
frustrating है
ability
जो
to
उन्होंने
just
game के बीच में
absolutely
pause किया
run
ना.
through teams with the Devo.
Shiro कलेश कर दो
हमारे
जाओ.
लोग किधर है?
Headset of Falcon Zero due to the fullness of his hair. Turned itself into the speakers inside of the. It's all made
कोई
up.
दिख नहीं रहा है.
भाई वो Falcons के कितने
हमारे
सारे दिख रहे
लोगों को भी
Alliance because I choose to
दिखाओ.
shave my head.
हैं. Alliance का तो पूरा
Avoid
squad
those
आ
kind
रखा
of
है.
issues when I'm entering the competitive gaming sphere. Speaking of spheres,
भाई सोचो Alliance जीत गई ये वाला तो crazy हो जाएगा
my head's
भाई.
round.
Yeah, that was just revenge for the Stonehenge comment yesterday, by the way.
Just fair. He deserved it.
We're even now, but
ये जो बीच में बैठा है ये
this is
इंडियन है
gonna
क्या
be
इसमें?
quite a
शिरो ये जो
nerve-wracking
बच्चा
time. I mean,
था.
pauses always can be a little bit frustrating for players, but at the same time,
हाँ,
they're
मैंने
always
सबका आधार कार्ड चेक किया है.
because if they were in that situation where they needed help, they would prefer a pause happen as well. But when you are this deep into the series,
Cutie.
there are 6 teams on match point. Is it a chance to kind of
ये
have a
राइट
little
वाली
chat with
कितनी
each other,
क्यूट है.
think about really What are you going to do to try and push yourself maybe closer to match point yourself?
I mean, I keep thinking about what happened in that previous game because it was just such a crazy situation for NIP to find themselves in. They're probably looking at that like, we've got this one. Like they have so many good angles, they're holding down so many, you know, great positions that they can fire down onto Wolves Esports. They forced one player down into the ravine as well. But then as we take a look back now at that end game and how it developed, we mentioned Ziki from Gen G. It is just insane to think the impact that one player can have. Like we mentioned, not just the Kraber shot, but somehow taking 2 of NIP to the grave with him. That is just brilliant from Ziki. Kind of, he has no
मेरे
choice.
स्क्रीन में भी राइट साइड QT है. अच्छा ऐसा है क्या?
This was one of the biggest moments of the game when
कौन है भाई
it
वो?
was S8UL who got involved with Rock, wanting to take this position off of them. Then
तुम तो फूटी हो फूटी.
They saw what was going down, they seized the moment, and they decided,
और तुम
actually, this is
रूठी
a
हो.
position they could really benefit.
हाँ, कैसे पता?
And it went on to be a winning position that
मैं
they
तो
could play
जानता हूँ ना
from.
चीज़ें.
And they also had
हरकतें
the
ऐसी है.
composition to do it. I mean, it was eventually a
Don't talk to
दूसरी
me.
बात पे रूठी.
Don't talk to me.
They had
ये
the
देख
costing
लो.
as well to hold.
I don't like people who discriminate. So yeah, you can go away. You are not welcome here. Yeah, you are not needed. You can go.
Awkward to deal. That's the play. That right there.
Once I go, I don't come.
हाँ तो जाओ ना भाई.
And Arno in spray to follow it up. And Wolves Esports say thank you Gen G. Not
ऐसे
just for
लोग
making
दूर ही
this
रहे
winnable,
जो discriminate करते
but
हैं.
for giving us a chance
भेदभाव
now
वाले idiots.
to win the whole thing.
कौन सा
and hit match point.
भेदभाव
It's
कर दिया
just
भाई?
crazy how one maybe
भाई जो इम्यू ने गाली खाई है
little
तुम
piece
भी
of
खाओगे?
miscommunication.
फिर ठीक है
मेरे भी है.
Completely
अच्छा.
changed. The fact that that trophy isn't lifted.
बराबर कर
And one thing I
लेंगे.
will say is
खुद
that
उठा के
during
रूठी
match
बोल
point
देते
finals,
हैं
of
लोग.
course,
जाने
trying
दो
to track which teams
बेवकूफ
are
है.
alive is very much a skill. Some teams have players who can just tell you who is still alive. They will know. Okay, NIP are still alive. They are one of these teams. But with
मेरे को तो समझ आ गया है. वेबी को कुछ बोलना is like talking to a
because
wall.
you're not going to know who's picked
It's
what
useless.
characters. It was way different back when. Remember when Reject Winners team won the tournament, for example? They were a Watson team. Everyone knew they were a Watson
Guys,
team.
शुरू
And still
करो.
somehow, no one
दर्पण
targeted them.
ने मुझे ₹1 भेज के इसे लॉलीपॉप क्यों बनाई है? लॉलीपॉप भेजो ना सीधा.
Time, so it's time for us to stop talking about the past and start focusing on the future as we jump back
यार
in.
मुझे
and we
मिलके
take a
बहुत
look
याद
at
आ
once
रहा है.
more.
Yeah, Rock have a little bit of high ground to work with, but of course, this is not going to be where they end up. They still have to move a little bit further east. Well, actually, quite a lot east. It's still TSM they are trying to find, and they found the first. Gen goes down.
Yeah, I think the rest of TSM have actually managed to get out of that situation. He'll be able to scarper away and look to get Jen back in. Jen basically does his job, making Rock spend a lot of time and expiring that time away from them chasing down and potentially stopping the revive coming in. So TSM survives. They're not out of it yet. Rock do get credit with the extra point, but match point is all they're considering right now. The extra points, of course.
भाई आरुषि सबसे पहले हिट की थी गाइस. और वो लोग के कॉम सुने थे. They were like, this is it, this is it. We just have to win one game.
Are they going to be another one of these cursed teams that hits match point
And
first, but
so
never
many
gets
games
the chance to
later.
actually win?
They have
Right
not
about moment,
won.
always when I see Falcons hitting a evac tower, even when there's absolutely no one near them, as they will be approaching Street Market now, you would imagine playing for Survey Beacon and Ring Console.
Memories of the past, of Falcons taking an angle through the sky.
Either really good or really bad. There was no in between.
It was so strange. There was just a period of time where Hal's team would just either fail in the sky or finally find themselves in the center zone. It was so bizarre. Now, Street Market is their target, but they are not the only team heading to Street Market. S8UL are also going there, so potential conflict could happen if neither team spots the other.
Other thing is inside a zone. This is where they're going to be playing. On match point. And I gotta say, I'm gonna avoid the phony highlight because we keep doing, but even without that, the trials and tribulations this team have been through in recent times, I think a lot of people may have lost faith in the fact that this 100-team roster could go and win a tournament. They obviously have the talent, but just felt like something was missing. Maybe what they've been through over the last 48 hours has galvanized them as a team and put their focus in what they want to achieve, which is winning tournaments.
Of course, VKG getting priority to this zone, dropping down at Humbert Labs, and remember, they are on match point. Just to go back to 100 Thieves, 3 LAN champions.
What TSM doing?
And I know the phony storyline of he went through the hospital, went through the surgery, but think back to actually what happened all before that. He won a LAN, and then suddenly gets dropped from his team, has to try and find a new one, has now ended up on another tournament-winning team, in my opinion. But can they convert it? Can they do it and answer any skeptics, any haters that might be out there?
The #1 team in the lobby, 78 points. Would have just had to learn a lot about themselves. So there's one man who knows how to win tournaments and has sat behind teams who have won tournaments.
This should be the last game.
And on the bottom right-hand side of your screen right
there,
Ray. And he would have had a big job to do just to refocus the team after what we've just seen happen in that previous game.
Yeah, I think that his heart would have been in his mouth thinking that this was going to be the moment. I don't think any of them, though, would have even considered the solo was going to be above them to crave a shot. It's just one of those things that they have to move past and say, there was nothing else we could have done in that moment. It's just a freak accident, essentially. We're now moving to the best map that we have in this entire rotation. Let's convert it next time.
A much different rotation for them, though. Last time we were talking about the race to center zone. This time we're talking about a long trek.
अगर अपन ये गेम जीते तो
anywhere near where this zone is going to be. It's a very different style of play here. 4 ninjas in pajamas to get their way towards zone, and the same could be said about the team on the screen right now.
तो आ जाएंगे.
Falcons now down a
ज़्यादा
shipyard
कुछ.
arcade, all the way down on the southern side of the map. Get survey beacon. Going to be up to purples. They're going to have all the attachments you could ask for in the weaponry as well. If Falcons want to win it, they're going to have to fight literally and figuratively to get to this zone and call themselves champions.
There's going to be some huge fights as this zone ends, because not only Falcons are moving from that side, but Ninjas in Pajamas are also moving from the east. Rocker on the south. Now, a lot of our match point teams have to make it into
दो
this
गेम
zone
जीते
now.
तो
I think actually
तो
NIP are
possible है.
fighting Virtus Pro right about now. Yeah. Actually, Fane's just gone down.
Yeah, Luge just picked up a kill, got the finish. But Glovin's going to tie things up. You
No
can see that
specific number of matches.
as well. Luge sending a couple of sky nades up, but Glovin goes down. Luge going a little bit crazy here, and Kurev maybe watching his dreams slip through his fingers, and his teammates has to escape, but at least he's on the path.
Is going to be able to survive here. Med situation. At least has a
he's out. He's good enough to get out here.
Yeah, he's going to be okay, but it's about where you go. I'm looking for a crafter. And actually, you've got to go all the way up to Heights or Energy Bank to craft at the moment. But remember, crafters do arrive onto the map, so you could play one. I guess there is a crafter somewhat close to draft point, but that's equally as far. It's going to be a journey for NIP, that's for sure.
Broken bones.
ALGS and Alliance just managed to find themselves a care package as well. Something to note about the position that Alliance are playing, by the way. They are one of the only teams playing the western side of that wall we were talking about earlier. DSM find themselves with Gent get knocked in defeat as we look at Falcons now trying to bully the way in towards zone. S8UL are in front of them. Alliance moving down to look at
27 points game आ जाए.
But they are going to be safe.
Bro, ऐसे तो देखो so many possibilities.
They're not going to be caught off guard here, but they are caught between two teams. A decision has to be made. Do you try and push aggressively towards one of these squads?
Well, Rock Esports are overextended now, and S8UL actually find themselves in a little bit of a pinch. So Falcons have been helped out of this situation by the overextension from zone by Rock. And Rock need to make this play as well, because if Rock don't command this southern space, their position in zone is under threat.
Care package has been looted by Madness, so some toys for them to play with.
They want to take this fight here, they just want the Tempest. The Falcons aren't going to be able to close the gap in time to really make it effective here.
S8UL have to kind of back off into the zone though.
Yes.
Falcons maybe have done
Risk
enough
नहीं
just
लिया
to
उन्होंने,
scare
back
them away.
off कर लिया.
Heard that ultimate being popped and they say we want nothing to do with that right now. All the meanwhile, the zone is going to continue to shift south.
I don't know rate, but बहुत ज़्यादा होगा.
Closer to Rock Esports and of course,
Obviously.
Falcons.
Rocker in an amazing spot, by the way, for this endgame. And Kurev has done what he needed to do. Now he's going to hit the evac tower, but TSM are waiting on the edge of zone. They know that Ninjas in Pajamas have just been respawned. And Kurev now is going to have to hit the grapple to join his teammates.
Placement points on winning is 12.
TSM are waiting like sharks in the water.
TSM though are very aware that the zone's going to be closing as well, so they also need to be thinking about the bigger picture here. It's about reaching match point themselves, and a few kills is not going to be enough. They need placement. They need 13 points if they're going to cross that match point threshold, as now the zone does begin to close behind NIP.
Placement points के साथ KP भी चाहिए होता है काफी.
But two of our match point teams isolated on the south side of the zone where nobody else really is. S8UL are kind of hovering, but Gen.G are about to arrive. Gen.G might cause some problems here.
500 gifted. कौन कर रहा है आदर्श?
Falcons on the southern side. 100 Thieves inside the zone. They're going to be safe.
And round 3's closing here. Still 19 teams alive, may I add, but ImperialHal has just gone down to Sorcerer.
Crazy.
Falcons now as a duo.
इतने पैसे कब आए मेरे पे?
To get a mobile res, perhaps, but that is going to be a match point team on match point team action.
I mentioned how Rocket is commanding the space. They are demanding the space. Taking out ImperialHal could be massive for their chances of being crowd champions here. Falcons are eliminated.
What?
To them. Falcons will not win. Here in this game, one match point team is gone.
They're going to have to hope that they'll get another chance going into match 9. As I'm sure a lot of disappointed Falcons fans in the audience here at the Gidea Arena. Maybe some jubilant Alliance fans, though. Can Alliance be the team to keep us going to match 9? As just a Wolves esports player has gone down as well. As we continue to follow the journey of NIP, because it has been a treacherous one. Back up to a full 3, and now they have to transition south, which they will be greeted by Alliance, but we check in again with these teams within zone already.
Wolves now creeping their way forward, but the zone is going to force about 7, 8, almost 10 teams to have to move, even with 18 squads alive here. Very few are safe. TSM been eliminated. They will be next to fall in this lobby. Vayne taking damage from so many different angles.
This is how Team Falcons were taken out of the game as well. It was ROC who finally
Bro, ROC नहीं मारा है. That's crazy.
Full advantage, wiping them out of this lobby. Now Alliance do get a knock onto McLovin here.
Affection, be careful though, down to 1 HP. Pops that battery, gets the bank smoke down as well. Sentinels next to go, but they are not on match point.
Alliance have found themselves into zone though, and as you mentioned, there are still a lot of teams who have to move south and get into the zone themselves. There's going to be a lot of forced fights and forced engagements here, but you have to stay on top of things.
A lot of these teams who are forced to engage aren't on match point. The match point teams are in positions where they are closer to zone. We are getting to a point here. At the end of this
उनका जब POV दिखता है तब राइट में दिखेगा. अभी इसके 0 है तो दिख नहीं रहा.
One of the teams in the best position right now is Rock Esports after taking down Falcons. How big could that fight have been? Zone closing in. NIP have to press up. Alliance watching over them.
Rival Esports have been eliminated as well. NIP trapped in a corner. Furia eliminated as well, but again, not on match point. Unlucky's down.
And finished, may I add. Jen Burton getting the final bullets with the scout in the end, and that could save NIP because they were in a pretty awful position compared to Alliance, because Alliance would have just been able to bombard them from above, but there is a mobile res there for Alliance. Do NIP see this?
Well, the Thermite is just chipping away at Vayne. Effect now is having to hold off any potential push. They have stuck the respawn. Unlucky will be dropping, and Alliance will be strong once more.
Pony is currently zipping back and forth on the Pathfinder right
now. It's Wolves who are pushing them. It's Wolves from a distance who are doing this damage. From inside of that tunnel, McLovin jumps up. He'll go down. Ninjas in pajamas might be ready to go to bed.
Effective, desperate to try and push this team, desperate to try and finish them off, but somehow,
ये भी जाते हुए दिख रहे हैं मुझे तो.
Because Alliance wanted to get the revive first, but now Unlucky's coming back.
Do not show. Hackis. Finally, Tox in, Ninjas in pajamas, and Wolves have gone as well. 2 match point teams gone.
That leaves us with Rock, VKG, and 100 Thieves on match point. 3 teams still with a chance to win it here, but still plenty of teams not on match point. One of them being Alliance, of course.
कितनी match point वाली teams है?
VP eliminated. expected. Now we're down to 10 squads.
Sorcerer kill leader in the lobby at the moment, and Rock will have to move towards his zone in a few moments' time. But before they go and think about what could be a tournament-winning, a career-defining rotation, they have to deal with the traffic in front of them, damage as many teams as they can, as VK Gaming are struggling. Another match point team as QQ hits the queue just to give himself a chance.
Worth noting, we have seen another zone.
He set the zone.
Bro,
100 Thieves might be struggling here.
100 Thieves तो गई.
The Lions are out. Phony gone. 100 Thieves are gone. The only teams alive who can still win this, VKG as a solo, and Rock, who have commanded this zone for so long. But Rock are down to one. Fax escapes. It's the two solos. A match point against each
What the fuck? दोनों का 1v1, दोनों अकेले.
The Wraith Q saves QQ for now, but Vaxlon, with the chance to try and win the tournament himself, I don't think there's any way you're going to get the team back. So instead we look about who is going to cross match point maybe here in match 8.
Genji on match point. Asia trying to find some ammo, trying to find a
भाई ये गेम में तो बहुत सारी टीम्स आ गई मैच पॉइंट में.
But Legacy is not letting him feel comfortable at all here. Asia comes back with a spray of his own. Just go down. Legacy weak. Has to pick up a reload here. Looks for another armor swap to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
So Genji crossed the match point threshold, as did Nemesis before they died. May I add, a couple more teams put in the mix for match 9, excuse me. If we get there, and I say if, because we still have 2 match points to combine, albeit as solos. Vaxlon on the Pathfinder.
भाई कितने solos है but
QQ on the Wraith. Can you believe we watched the two
Genji and Navi पूरी टीम है.
match point stare each other in the eyes, and both of them
Gaya
survive.
Legacy.
Vaxlon though is taking damage.
1 HP.
The world champs on our screen.
Gaya.
S8UL be out next, down to 4. 2 teams, 2 solos, still on match points.
And Genji and Navi are currently looking at each other, shooting at each other, but they have spotted Vaxlon. They have not spotted QQ though. If they take this 3v3, there is still a chance. As Hyaka goes down, there is still a chance one of these two
भाई अगर ये लोग हाँ ये दोनों टीम्स फाइट करके मरी ना तो वो दोनों मैच पॉइंट वालों का चांस है ब्रो. व्हाट द फक. ये लोग फाइट कर भी रहे हैं.
Even as solos, with all 3 Genji players still on their feet, you have to think that Genji are going to keep this one going.
Genji but है टीम है पूरी.
Both on match point. Genji control the fate of the ALGS mid-season playoffs.
Solos तो नहीं निकाल पाएंगे. Nah, not possible. नहीं होगा.
But he jumps into the void. Vaxlon, by the way, still
गया.
alive. But now, Genji.
Genji.
Close and epic.
भाई नहीं हो रहा खत्म. नहीं हो रहा.
Genji hit match point and we keep on going.
कितनी टीम्स आई ये गेम मैच पॉइंट में? मेरे हिसाब से 2-3 टीम और आई है.
They find themselves on match point now. They find themselves with the chance to win this thing going into match 9. But they were not the only ones who got there. We welcome Nemesis as well to the fray. And suddenly, maybe your chance of winning this tournament may have just slipped through your fingers as more teams are added to the mix.
भाई बट कितना प्रेशर होता होगा ब्रो. ये लोग सबसे पहले आए थे. इनका ये देखो दे आर डिसअपॉइंटेड. ब्रो इसके हैंड शेक कर रहे हैं. ब्रो सोचो उनके दिमाग में चल क्या रहा हो. लोग सबसे पहले आए थे. सबसे पहले मैच पॉइंट हिट किए थे.
But could not hit the biggest shots of his life.
Could have changed everything. If he had hit one shot, that could have changed everything, because then potentially there's a 1v1 on both sides for the 2 match point eligible teams.
भाई सच में ये मैच पॉइंट वाला तो और स्ट्रेस डाल दे भाई दिमाग में प्लेयर्स के.
Opportunity there in that game, which they did. The zone pulled to them. That could be the best chance they get. And remember, it was on E-District, their best map. But also worth noting, we go back to E-District again for match 9.
Saw a quick shot on Nemesis as well. They will join the rest of the match point teams with a chance to win it. They hit match point in match.
ये गेम हमारे 10 पॉइंट्स है.
Ballistic gone for now. Will be the next legend to be banned. Gen.G with the win. But when you've got 2 match point teams in 2nd and 3rd respectively, you can see how close it was to us calling one of those 2 teams champs.
So match 9.
Falcon तो 0 पे गई है.
It would finish in 9. But I remember saying those very words back last year, EWC, when I was, surely I finish in 10, surely I finish in 11, surely I finish in 12. It just keeps going sometimes because these lobbies are so
8 match last बोला था. No. No last, bro. We still going.
You look at some of the teams who are on match point, you don't want to give them too
We
much
still
chances.
going, man.
We were talking about conversion rates before. Some of them with very high conversion rates if they get to top 10, top 5. They miss out this time around, but Nemesis will join Gen.G and the rest of those teams in red on match point. If any of those top 8 teams win the next game, they will be your ALGS mid-season playoff champions here at Esports World Cup.
There is plenty of teams I can name there, though, that can just keep us going here. Alliance, one of them. TSM, Fnatic, actually, forget it.
Anyone.
All 12 of them are in this finals lobby for a reason. Maybe they could be one of the teams that sends us to match 10, match 11, match 12. Who knows how far we might go.
A real opportunity to catch your breath. And Timmy, even though he's retired, he won't be competing anymore. He's still here, still smiling, still bringing a lot of joy to those people in and around him. Day 2 of me tweeting Timmy to play at Champs will continue very soon. Anyway, we're going to go for a quick break. The epic of the mid-season playoffs will continue after this.
S8UL points अभी दिखाए तो थे.
Very high conversion rates if they get to top 10, top
33.
5. They miss out this time around.
33.
But Nemesis will join Gen.G
Bro,
and the
teams
rest of
आ
those
गई
teams
है.
in red on match point.
Rival
If
और
any of those
Alliance
top
को भी
8
10-10 ही चाहिए. नो रेज आज ही होगा. जो होगा आज ही होगा. नेक्स्ट गेम विनर आ जाएगा. कौन होगा विनर गाइस? कौन जीत रहा है? लेजी पांडा फ्लाइट खत्म बहुत पहले ही हो गया था. ठीक है. हाँ ना 8 टीम्स है बे. लग तो रहा है एक तो निकाल ही लेंगे बे. एक तो कोई होगा. एक टीम होगी जो निकाल लेगी. Pony.
You're not bad.
Pony versus Pony.
You're really good, man. That was a crazy play. That's a classic move from you, man. Dude, how do you understand the game so well? You're so smart. Dude, you are playing some phenomenal chess right now. You must be a grandmaster, man. You just do not know when to stop. Hit after hit, man. You got me in check, man. What am I gonna do? You're a strong player. You'll figure it out.
What the fuck?
Thank you, man. You're so supportive.
Nice. How does the team get match point? They hit 50 points in total. What if next match winner will be from other 8 teams? मतलब top 8 teams ना?
You don't need to hear it here. You can just hear it in their voice. The energy. We get more Apex. Genji with the generational save. Are you kidding me?
2 generational saves back to back, stopping NIP in game number 7.
Trust me, this will not be the last match. I don't trust you. If we can get like a good game, we can get match point. Yes. We can get match point, but then बाकी 8 में से कोई जीत भी सकता है.
All over again. It's almost like a fresh restart, except this time around we have 8 legends gone. Team Alliance, I don't think they're out of this quite yet. The energy is still high for them and their fans.
They're rallying the troops. They gotta rally the energy together. Because Alliance, quiet more than usual here in this lobby, but it highlights the desperation. How these teams are playing in our match point finals. When we talk about the Grim Reaper caster duo, Jamerson.
Next 2 match में mostly मिल जाना चाहिए winner, but to be honest, it is a bit unfair. Literally, a team placed 8th will win over first, who got there performing consistently.
E-District here for game 9.
E-District once again, game 9.
I mean,
right now. Like I had said. Right?
That's the format, यार. ऐसे तो फिर बहुत सारे, you know, tournaments में बहुत सारी चीजें unfair होती है, but जो format है वो है ना.
Match point quite yet, but we still have teams looking to keep the dream alive. Alliance currently in 10th place with 40 points, only 10 points off.
Montada needed S8UL, huh?
Right now with so many squads. Right there on the bubble.
क्या बात है अनुज? Way to be positive, man.
Known here, become another LAN.
A nice hair color.
So many different LAN champions since
ये क्या है?
2024.
What's that?
Of course, we've had Alliance.
मुझे भी बताओ क्या है?
We had Reject Winity actually. I forgot about Split 1 there for a second. Vicky, and then we had, well, now Na'Vi and Jaco taking that until Falcons were able to take back the reins at the ALGS Open.
Look, if you haven't caught a dub yet in the games that we've had thus far in our mid-season playoffs, that's the time right there for Genji to take their first win. That was their first win in this entire tournament, where it matters the most. And as you mentioned, Jamerson, we're staking right back around with our map rotation.
वाह, तुम्हें बड़ी स्पेनिश आ रही है?
To E District, nearly half the lobby at match point. 8 teams. As we take a look at the next legend band, Ballistic is no more.
Pranay, welcome to Pookies. Thank you.
For match number 9. Because at this point here, Jamerson, now noting that we have 8 teams total at match point, you have to imagine the teams that have that recognition, that know where these teams land.
The Lotus.
This is where it becomes a lot more difficult, right, for our squads. As we delve deeper into the pool of remaining legends here, are you going to be able to spot out a composition that you recognize? But not only that, there's so many different teams that are on match point that you need to keep track of at this point. This is where it all hell breaks loose. Again, we are in uncharted territory for the most part. First international LAN with as large the stakes that we have here, the EWC for the ALGS mid-season Split 1 playoffs.
Time to lock in. Look at our players. Their faces as they know what could possibly happen here for game number 9. Time to ramp up, everyone. This could be it, but I feel like we've been saying this for like the last 2-3 games now at this point. And time is of the essence. These points here too are being soaked up by the teams that still find themselves consistently getting KP, but I also feel like there's so much respect here in this lobby.
You have to. every single region.
Lions winning this match.
That they belong here. Rival Esports, another.
They are not in match point.
Proving why they deserve to be here.
इतने कॉलेज क्यों जाती है? वो तो ड्रॉप डिसाइडेड है, ये लोग ने बोला.
Pressure, you heard it there from Gen G. They keep the tournament alive. They hit match points. Now.
अगर लास्ट में लेजेंड बैन होते होते सिर्फ 3 लेजेंड बचेंगे तो उसके बाद क्या होगा? ये मेरे दिमाग में भी क्वेश्चन आया था साइड कि ये फॉर्मेट में जस्ट इमेजिन कि कोई टीम जीत ही नहीं रही है. नहीं, बट एक्चुअली वो पता है पॉसिबल ही नहीं होगा क्योंकि तब तक शायद ना सारी टीम्स मैच पॉइंट पे पहुंच जाएगी और फिर एक तो विनर होता ही है. समझे? This is the end. This is the end. Sorry.
Whether it be the Wraith, whether it be the Valkyrie here.
I have a scenario in my mind. What if we win 2 matches continuously?
Once we got into these further rounds,
bro,
some strange picks, right?
It's like 1 out of 100 chance वाली बात है.
Especially with the aggression that we typically get to see in round number 9, round number 10. Mad Maggie comes out. She's a natural counter to that Gibraltar.
Let's go. Last 2 matches remaining. How are you so sure?
That wrecking ball and oh.
भाई ये वायराज खोली गेमिंग का कुछ सीन है.
We've seen this zone before. We've seen the ping pong that can happen between that wall that goes straight down the center of this next zone. Teams put a lot of focus onto Humbert Labs, onto Old Town, but this time around, this is much further south. This can pull directly on top of Team Nemesis. But teams we have
33 points.
Gaming coming up from Humbert Labs will have one of the highest priorities.
Zone का भी अपने पे आएगा नहीं.
We're running this back. We're running this back. And you know what? With Alliance being right there in Shipyard Arcade, how cinematic would it be if Alliance take the dub to also find themselves at match point? I mean, at this point, we'll probably get half the lobby at match point, depending on how Rivals and Alliance do.
The last game, Alliance, of course. They take their time at Shipyard. They rotated north towards draft point to get a little bit more loot, and then they rotated their way in to that long corridor that mirrors, that parallels Humbert Labs. Wolves East, another squad that has hit match points. 53 points for them. They have an opportunity with 7 other squads to try and close it out here. They are negatively rotating away from this one, going further deep into Energy Bank for 100 Thieves now. They are trailing just behind Fnatic. They have double scans to hit here. They will take that survey beacon. It'll allow them to know what's safe, what's in play down here in Old Town. Where can we end this game?
Because they have to start moving now. This will pull to the south side with Old Town. BK Gaming already here. They're looking at Alliance. Furia are showing their face over by that fight in Old Town, where there is a survey beacon. Team Nemesis are going to be matching that with Alliance, but it's just going to be poke pressure from here. You talk about that bank, that water bank, over to the other side where we see a lot of that action, but you could expect it to get congested very quickly with the teams that are majority of them rotating from this north side. 100 Thieves on the other side. Fnatic, another team right next to them here too, as they're going to be able to try to take up on this high ground. It's Fnatic, but A still on the white Evos.
They were able to get the armor check on that as well. They know they have the advantage in this fight, but go for this next scan to get better information. Now they know what buildings are clear, where can they play. Again, about utilizing this composition, that rampart gives them that flexibility. So many unplayable areas they will have access to with those amped covers. Go ahead and take this balloon now. Let's see where they go.
Where can they play? When you have Furia, Fnatic, BK Gaming, Alliance, Team Nemesis shooting at you here. The roof is
oh my god, so aggressive. What? 100 Thieves?
They land right on top of BK Gaming, Vicky. That is not the team that you want to be landing on.
But they still got also pressured when they were flying in, which is even more important. If they were healthy, they still had the evil shield advantage, but now that's not going to happen. 100 teams will not see this through. The first team out in this lobby.
7 more teams still alive here. We'll see if the pressure gets to them. Fnatic at 35 points. One of our APAC North representatives. I don't believe we have an APAC North team currently sitting on match point. No, we do not. We've got Wolves, BKG, for APAC South, along with Gen G Alliance.
Oh my.
Survive the
At what place was energy? Top 8 तो थे ही, match point वाले थे.
Now as they try to recover, Rock Esports are flying in as well. Fnatic are just claiming these teams who are trying to desperately find their space out from the sky. Deeds gets eliminated. Our match point teams are getting wiped. They're getting torn apart. And Fnatic are feasting on the other side with Rock at least being able to reset off that low ground. Vax, Saucer is still alive, seeing if maybe they could get Deeds up.
Deeds is crawling. It looks like he might just be able to make it over towards cover. Alliance might have an angle onto this one, but Rock Esports gonna drop down. See the pressure being applied from backline. You don't want to make too much noise. You don't want to draw the eyes over here. And Rock will be able to recover. You can see in the desperation, teams are picking up the tempo. They're moving so fast to get into these zones. On the kill feed, though, that will be Enter Force 36, finishing off another member of VP.
I'm going to be so real right now. With Rock having this building and VKG on the other side, Rock have already played the zone. We literally just saw it for our previous game, for game number 8. And we know that Rock is a team that has been able to establish and adapt very quickly. You put them in the same situation, they know what to do differently compared to what they did in the last game. But it's all about how these teams, the other teams around them, Alliance, Fnatic, VKG, even Furia, who are on the other side of VKG's building, play into that next zone, especially for the teams that slow rotate here. Rival Esports will be coming in from Shipyard Arcade. There is a survey beacon there, Kinotrope as well as S8UL over by Viaduct, also getting that ring console. We see this side by side. Look how many teams are still rotating outside of zone. Falcons, Gen G,
भाई VKG तो मस्त बैठी है भाई जाके full ROC VKG दोनों. Hello Pranay.
We have a poll on up in this next zone. A lot of Humber Labs are still in that north side of Old Town, where this zone ended in game number 8. Might become a reality where we do get that repeat. Once again, NIP on the move, looking to close things out. They were so close on that World Edge game. Now we'll see. They can try make their adjustments here. They're moving through stadium now. They've got both scans.
अपने पे वो रोक क्यों नहीं है जो सीधा जोन ले जाए? वो तो पाथफाइंडर पे होती है ना?
Tough when you land literally on the opposite side of the map, being over there by Lotus.
Direct zone तो पाथफाइंडर, Valkyrie, I guess यही लेके जा सकते हैं. या फिर ये जो already रहता है game में. Zipline.
Also having an Evo Harvester on their own pathing. As we watch NIP, they're just going to be rotating here. And they're going to be moving from Stadium into that next zone. Enter Force 36 will also be approaching from the choke that exits out of east side of Humbert Labs. And here's what we're talking about with Falcons now trailing ahead. They're not going to be contested by Gen G. Gen G really just wanted that information originally by Neon Square.
Gen G do have the Valkyrie, so if they want to give chase, they can. But Falcons, give them the slip for right now.
करती नहीं करता है कपिल करता है. पाथफाइंडर पे जिपलाइन होती है तो किधर भी उसको प्लेस कर सकता है. उस पे चढ़ के फिर तुम जोन में जा सकते हो. और उसका पैसिव एबिलिटी होता है शायद वो रोप फेंक के कूद के जाता है ना जो एक तरह से जिपलाइन फेंक के. और पाथफाइंडर शायद जोन प्रेडिक्शन का कुछ होता है उसके पास एबिलिटी.
Yeah, Rivals Esports, they just saw their brother team in Gen G hit match point. APAC South representatives, they wanted to match them in the finals from Thailand.
इसमें जोन का उतना ज़्यादा नहीं होता है बीटी क्योंकि कैरेक्टर मूवमेंट बहुत फास्ट है ना. सब भाग के चले जाते हैं जोन. बस ये है कि लोग मारेंगे, फाइट्स लेनी पड़ती है.
And Team Nemesis are also taking shots at Sentinels. We see Wolves take this poking pressure here. First of all, with the 30-30, it is important to highlight that Alliance have not moved from that choke over to the south side. Looking at S8UL, who want to rotate out of Shipyard Arcade, but they're not alone. Wolves Esports continuously here, as you can see, trying to take some shots at the team right in front of them. Falcons will eventually start flying in. S8UL finally now start taking to the skies. As we see this flyby here, it's still Alliance waiting for them on that choke.
Alliance now holding down S8UL, has plenty of coverage. Got the Rolling Thunder coming out here as S8UL make it to the safety of this building. Hawkus is forced back. Tense moments here for Alliance, who are just sitting 6 points away from hitting match points. Not only that, they have to stop 7 other teams from closing this one out. Alliance will back away for now, leaving space open for S8UL. Here though, on the north side between Enter Force 36 and VP. Small engagement, but it looks like it will be a disengage. NIP forcing both teams off. NIP might have access to the Mythic bid.
That's a win condition right there. We've seen this done before by Gen G, over by World's Edge. Even if they didn't get that dub, even if they got second place, but it made such a big difference with that Kraber. As well, NIP are going to be hanging out here. VP over to the north side have now been able to take that one knock onto E36. Sentinels make their move over. Nice shots here with the bow check, but I really want to see that collapse eventually over to that south side. Team Falcons are getting gate kept too, by the way, by Gen G on the outskirts of the zone. Have some time to work with, but you're forced on the low ground with Wolsey losing out on his shield. He cannot be the first one to go down. He's got some cover. He's popping out the shield bat. They have more than enough meds. I mean, look at this. You think Hal's got enough shield cells here with the 20 shield cells?
Yeah. Along with that dock, we'll keep them topped off for right now. Let's go ahead and listen in with Team Falcons as they make their way on in.
ये देखो बालकनी ऐसे उड़ा के ले जाती है अल्ट है इसका वो पड़ी भाई पड़ी
I'm letting it. Okay. Wait, you by yourself, Reese.
I know, I'm fine.
Oh, here we go.
There's a game drop on the inside of the thing in front of me.
Do we come to you or go above us?
Lifeline, it helps them reset extremely well there. The Halo down. Wolves Esports keeping an eye on them for the time being. Still have a lot of teams to their back. So there will be some pressure coming in. Enter Force 36, Gen G flying above them right now with their own Valkyrie.
It's so important to note the Valkyries in this lobby, just allowing the advantage.
लेकिन इसके अल्ट वो लोग का मतलब उन लोग को पड़ रही थी ना इसलिए गोली तो तुम कहीं पे भी मार सकते हो ना क्योंकि
they don't have that information on their rotate. Sentinels do get that knock in the feet against that Phaser. It's E36 who are going to end up committing over to that northern rotate on the north side of Humbert Labs. Team Falcons look down at Kinotrope. Wolves, they take out Kinotrope Gaming.
भाई श्राउड तो रिटायर्ड है भाई.
And they have that Kraber.
Long time coming here. Wolves on the western side. They've got Falcon to their north. Gen G to their south. Trading blows.
एक कब मरा अभी तो मरा था.
Right. Riot drill.
Jesco ना.
No damage for them. We do have Ziki finding a knock onto Hawkus. That is going to be with that G7 scout long range. Possible opportunity for someone to come in from another squad to try and third party.
Alliance do get the res though, and that's important when they're sitting at 44 total points. The closest team right now to hit match point thus far in this lobby at the moment, BKG. You making the next move with the portal play. Sees Team Liquid right to his left. Is there space here to play? There is. It's free for now. S8UL are their neighbors. And now as they take the portal, they find that safety. Furia right in front of them too, on the other side of that building that they've been holding from the very beginning.
Somehow that riot drill not tickling him in whatsoever. VK Gaming now here on the western edge with Team Liquid as ninjas in pajamas. If we get a look at the map feed, get the ring pulling their way. Donut finds a knock onto Dexter with the Kraber. We'll see if we can secure that thirst with that knock. Right now, Rock Esports just slightly outside of this next zone. So many teams are flying in to the next ring. Team Falcons are just trying their best to survive with this fly-in.
Where do you go? At least you have the rampart. You at least have some barriers. But both Wolves and Hal were in trouble. Luckily, Hal having that lifeline helps him recover some of the health. Zero, though, gets pinged from behind, from the distance. Rock on the other side, looking to get involved. But it's Falcons looking down the barrel at Ninjas and Pajamas on Rock, trying to swing on Falcons.
Zero backs away. He needs some HP, and it's going to be ImperialHal down. And that is not the
Alliance तो गई. Alliance का तो match point भी नहीं हुआ है अभी.
Water nade out from Zero. No shields on the other side.
Rock cannot overextend because Team Nemesis are coming into third party. Huge shots, huge nades. Thank you very much.
इनमें से कोई जाने वाला है. भाई आरओसी को दोनों तरफ से मार रहे हैं भाई. लो उन्होंने किया था. मार इन्होंने दिया आरओसी को.
Changing on over to the northwest side of the map right now. It's going to be Wolves. Another shot. Another connection from Donut. Slayer will go down on the VP side. Throughout all this, VKG in a fight, Team Liquid are knocked out.
Team Falcons are looking to get the reset, but they fully lost out on Zero. This is huge here, as they have the lifeline and they have a Moby.
Theria came in for the third party, but somehow Nemesis hold on. Mobile respawn.
अबे हाँ लाइफलाइन खेल रहे हैं तो मैंने अभी देखा.
Bane with the ring to their back, with the fight in front of them, with Kraber in hand,
S8UL गई.
to seal the deal here.
There's only 5 teams not at match point here in this lobby right now. VP, E36, Fnatic, Sentinels.
मैंने ये भी कहा था जो लाइफलाइन खेलेगा वो जीतेगा. Can it happen?
Not giving up on looking at that team behind them. Team Nemesis looking at Falcons and Navi, but they haven't given up this space if you're NIP, because there's going to be a huge collapse over on the north side by Humbert Labs.
Run all that Gen.G. We're able to get their res, get all
Elimination का कुछ सीन नहीं है.
Into this game. Wolves caught up. The riot drill connects right onto No Name, forcing him back. We'll be able to reset, but the Nox gas might be a little bit too much here. They poured out to keep themselves alive. Wolves drop down. It's Hierarcha now coming in, possibly for the third party.
Lots of gas everywhere here, while Team Falcons look down with the Sheila, but a huge nade gets the crack, forcing out the shield bats with round flags closing behind their backs. It's gonna be hard with only Nemesis being a duo. Nice clip, but Remix can't clutch. Nemesis get taken out.
Fnatic भी जाने वाली है.
They're getting pinged from afar. E36.
Falcon is winning this.
NIP. This is the collapse. Sentinels, VP, Gen.G, Navi, and Wolves as VKG look at Ninjas in Pajamas.
In the center of the map as well. NIP and VKG are engaging right now. VKG gets a knock onto Kurab. Navi is down. We're down to 9 squads.
Gen.G still on this pileup, where VP, Sentinels, and Wolves here as E36 slide in. They come behind Falcons.
Falcon तो गई यहाँ पे तो
it's only up to one member.
गई Falcon.
Will not win it here. They get taken out.
NIP भी गई.
In this lobby that can keep this going.
Fnatic and Sentinels. If you want more Apex, you're cheering for them.
मुझे लग रहा है last है guys ये. 3 teams with match point.
And Gen.G looking to
Fnatic का तो वैसे ही एक है. Last है. खत्म है खत्म है खत्म है. अब तो खत्म है. अब तो chance ही नहीं है कि ये खत्म ना हो.
QQ has spotted them out. Fnatic, Wolves take them out.
With Apex South on their backs, VKG are primed and ready. It may end here. 4 squads left. Sentinels is the only team not at match point. The Cossack barrels. It's looking like a Dutch oven before he slides.
खत्म है guys ये last है. जीत हमें winner मिलने वाला है. Sen नहीं जीतेगी बे.
The enemy Cossack, he needs to infiltrate through that gas right now.
This is the end.
Trying to control as much space as possible. Sentinels, the only other team not on match point, starting to make their move right now onto VKG.
VKG splitting up their attention, still looking at that one member of Wolves. Gen.G now wrap up. VKG are in such a good spot. They get that knock onto Donut. They have to hold on to height. QQ doesn't know right behind him though. Having to be careful. Crazy Con being right there. They're splitting their attention, but they cannot let Sentinels walk up for free.
Wolves as a solo, Gen G as a solo. Right now, VK Gaming were evicted from the high ground. They slowly take it back though. And take a look at this, Wolves. They're gonna try and go for a miracle play here. Crazy Kong plugging them in before he heals.
This would be a game-breaking moment with a clutch run from Wolves Esports.
Wolves ने respawn भी कर लिया.
Is taken out and the zone is closing in. VKG
2 respawn हो रहे हैं, वो बेचारा knock हो गया.
To keep this up, Loader taking height right now. VK Gaming now trying to follow up. That one member of Ziki tries to fly away, and QQ takes too much damage.
Gen G are out, and now Wolves Esports make their move as Wolves get the knock on Sentinels.
Remember, that was off the duo that drops out from the res. Wolves still have an opportunity, and there's only one member left from Sentinels. They don't do it. It ends here. VK Gaming.
मैंने बोला था WATCHPARTY Gaming.
They are your champions of the ALGS mid-season
Bro.
2025 Esports.
Bro.
They did it for Apex South.
WATCHPARTY. Bro, feel so bad for other teams, bro. Oh my god.
There you have it.
क्या ही finals था, bro.
Gaming. The emotions palpable. Often overlooked when it came to these international lands. But they showed time and again. They belong in every
महाराज कोहली का साल है, हाँ ना?
land, lobby, and now here.
कौन से प्लेस पे थे ओवरऑल? ज़्यादा पीछे तो नहीं थे. ये लोग का भी मैच पॉइंट काफी देर पहले हो गया था. गाइस ROC का सोचो, सबसे पहले जो मैच पॉइंट पे पहुंची थी.
VK Gaming, you have done it. You are our champions.
हाँ, आज का फर्स्ट गेम यही जीते थे. इन्होंने स्टार्ट विन से किया है और एंड किया है विन से.
They had their fans, gave them the energy.
Bro, Falcon.
Impact of our teams after getting so close. A wonderful performance throughout the course of these 3 days. As VKG, they take it all in.
You know what's not who this isn't a surprise to?
GG.
Our man at home, Gino, wasn't able to make it out here, but he's been grinding back at home, watching Apex South, putting Watch Party on Watch Party on Watch Party, putting us on watch to teams like VK Gaming.
क्या?
They command
VKG.
for the region.
Yeah.
और S8UL कौन से लेवल पे?
बहुत पीछे है.
मतलब अभी तो ये लोग ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए हुए थे ना सिलेक्ट?
हाँ, ये ग्रैंड फाइनल्स ही तो था. जीत गई VKG.
ओह.
या. 3 points थे. 13th हुए क्या हम एंड में? 15th guys, we are 15th. भाई ये बाकी टीम्स बहुत बुरा लगा. बड़ा अच्छा था. क्रेजी फाइनल्स.
That's what separated them and $100,000.
आज too much learn हो गया S8UL. हाँ यार, आज अपना दिन ही नहीं था. क्या कर सकते हैं? कोई नहीं.
We did 6 yesterday.
3 और गेम्स है गाइस, देखते हैं.
Just yesterday. Now it's going to be 19. Let's take a look at the winning moment where VK Gaming slates their name in Apex Legends history. So much was going on here. Enter Force 36 had a strong position. Team Falcon's getting flaked here.
Looking at this winning moment and looking at the action that went down here was insane. Not only
3 more events. Good night.
We saw what split up solos.
अभी आई ना कपिल ये गेम से, तो मैं बोला तो वो ज़्यादा पीछे थोड़ी थे.
To just collapse on Sentinels. If Wolves Esports did not get that res, what would that have made for VK Gaming and Sentinels in that 3v3? VK Gaming held off that side of zone. They held on top of the roof. You see the shirts, great merch here for VK.
100 थी यार खुद बार हो गए क्या मतलब? #2 और #15 क्या ही दिन था? Yeah man.
As a shell on these seats, seeing what they could have done differently, but it wasn't just them. Nemesis here, 100 Thieves, Gen G with some clutch moments over the course of the last 2 to 3 games. NIP, Rock, who always found themselves in these end of the zone. How much does this mean for this region, for APAC South, once again to rally again?
सबसे ज़्यादा hope इसी से थी क्या?
All the attention on them. VKG do it.
ये देख लो आदर्श को. आदर्श 100 Thieves जीत रही थी ना?
Sent 8 amazing representatives. 5 show up for that final lobby, and 1 stands on top. VK Gaming, Casa, QQ, and LD.
QQ.
Proving
QQ.
that this last year, every single ounce of effort they put in, every single land where they saw themselves not securing victory, well, that was all just building up to this. One of the biggest stages in the world here for EWC 2025. They secure the victory.
Closing ceremony दुख होगा.
We're waiting on VK Gaming to raise that trophy, but it's
कोई नहीं guys, अभी तो start हुआ है. क्या scene है? अभी तो आए हैं हम इधर. हाँ? अभी तो एंटर किए हैं. खुद से जल्दी ही ना फाइट में घुस गए. और मुझे याद नहीं चेतन, you know my memory. I already forgotten what happened last game. That is just me. क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी भी देखो, मतलब जो इधर 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 क्या? ये ड्रमर आयुष कौन है? दिस इज द ट्रेलर. अभी तो आए हैं यार. सो गए. सिर्फ ऊपर.
8 of your teams from APAC South and 5 of them make it into a lobby like
ये देखना है कि किस टीम का की अपने ट्रॉफी में डालते हैं. मेरे को लगा कि सब टीम्स का जाता है. You have to choose क्या?
And as VK Gaming, they get themselves together, they rally up with their trophy. I'm tossing it out here, Barney, take it away as our winners are looking to take this trophy and send these losers home.
Fans, both
Ooh, yeah, I want to watch this.
Arena Match Point Sunday has concluded, and your winners are VK Gaming. What an amazing performance!
कोई 3 टीम का ट्रॉफी.
Congratulations! First and foremost, what we would like to do here.
3 ट्रॉफी में जाती है, बाकी क्रश होती है. Oh, okay.
What round you played. The first thing that we would actually like to do is to
TH ने किसका लगाया?
Your key as the winners of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 eSports.
Yeah, I think Falcons तो होगी.
Congratulations! Round of applause, everyone, for that. Our next thing that we would like to do here on the stage is that we would like to ask you which 3 teams you would like to place crushed in the base of your trophy.
Crushed.
你们要选择哪3支战队的钥匙来碾碎，压在你们自己的奖杯下。
We're going to go one at a time. One at a time.
ये तो अपने पैसिफिक की टीम है ना?
Alliance is that first team
Oh.
in the base of the trophy.
Alliance.
That is just going to be pretty spicy. Okay. I'd like to know your second team you want to place in your trophy, please.
第2支战队是什么？
Falcons.
Team Falcon.
ये पता था.
Team Falcons.
Alliance, Falcons.
This is setting up to be quite a spicy trophy. Team Falcons
और?
and Alliance already, and I want that third and final team that's going in the base of your trophy.
第3支战队是什么
Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Fnatic are going in the base of the trophy as well. So that's Falcons, Alliance, and Fnatic. Okay, any particular reason for, let's say, Alliance? Any particular reason?
有什么具体的原因吗？比方说 Alliance 战队，你当时你为什么选择把他们碾碎呢？
他们很厉害啊。
Team Alliance is just really strong, so we wanted to keep them crushed under us.
I like that. I like the respect.
मतलब अच्छा भी था.
Okay.
Savage moment है भाई इनका वो तो है. Fnatic नहीं समझा मुझे, बाकी दो तो make sense, but I did not understand Fnatic.
So this is going to be a first. So, Ladud, I would like you to turn the key, please, and switch on the engines. The key is to... Oh, no, we're going to turn it. Leave it on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The engines are now on. Now that they're on, Casa, flick that switch. The switch is flicked. The iris is going to open and reveal all the teeth that's going to crush all of these teams. And finally, QQ, press that button and drop them all in.
Oh.
Push them in, push them in. Get in there. Go on, you do it, go on. I'm gonna put that in. Okay. We got one that's clinging on, and it's gone.
भाई ये crazy चीज है.
It is all said and done. There's only one thing left for you guys to do. That is
अच्छा fan base.
in the center of your trophy and lift
जाना माना मर गया इसलिए उन्हें लिया है शायद, हो सकता है.
It's BK Gaming.
भाई बट ये मुझे बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज लगी EWC की, दिस कीज क्रशिंग एंड ऑल, और अपनी ट्रॉफी में 3 टीम्स की कीज, ये थोड़ा क्रेजी है. S8UL की भी गई क्या? कोई नहीं गाइज, day 1 and 1 day. It's very cool thing to do, हाँ ना? Like ऐसा कभी देखा नहीं है किधर भी, तो बड़ा फैसिनेटिंग है. किसका भी आइडिया है, मस्त है हाँ ना ब्रो. वेल प्लेड, वेल प्लेड. क्या मूवमेंट होता है ना ये प्लेयर्स के लिए. डैम ब्रो, crazy. क्यूट भाई, क्यूट, होलसम हो गया थोड़ा.
Gentlemen, I mean, what a performance today. We're going to have a quick chat up here on
the
stage.
Shivanshu.
I just wanted to ask you, Ladud, I want to talk to you, Ladud.
वैसे कोच क्यों नहीं है इधर?
If you could put into words how you're feeling right now.
LQ 能不能跟大家说一下你现在的感受是什么样的呢？
很开心，很激动。
I'm super happy. I'm super excited. Thank you, everyone.
Look, Casa, you've done all the hard work. And you've got such an incredible team behind you, the coach, the fans.
आरुषि का तो है यार, सबसे पहले वो मैच पॉइंट हिट किए थे.
现在有什么话给所有你的那些粉丝一直支持你走到这一步的呢？
आरुषि तो पूरा लगा उनके लिए, yes.
Thank you to my fans. Thank you everyone. It's been a long journey.
Okay, well that is, you know, not so many words. A man of few words, I like that. I'm going to walk over here because QQ, you are the last for me to speak to. And there's a reason for that. And that is because you are the Sony MVP of the tournament and you will get an additional $10,000.
QQ,
कोई खुशी नहीं दिख रही उसके चेहरे पे.
是索尼的 MVP. 所以以后
अच्छा,
得到1万
उसको
美元的
समझा
奖
नहीं
金。
था क्या?
How do you feel?
Oh, उसको समझा नहीं था.
有什么感受？
太爽了
It is incredible.
I like how
So
much
cute,
energy you put
भाई.
into that answer, but here is your MVP.
मेरे को लगा खुश क्यों नहीं हो रहा है भाई. $10,000 मेरे को दे दे.
So, for the final time, gentlemen, to solidify this moment
Cute,
into
right,
the
cute.
Esports World Cup history books, I'm going to get you to lift that trophy one more time and cement your legacy.
आना बेचारा सोच रहा होगा इतना चिल्ला क्यों रहा है.
举起奖杯。
Ladies and gentlemen, in the Gadia Arena. Please give it up one more time for your ALGS mid-season playoff champions at the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gaming!
मैं $10 million से 10,000 भी चलेंगे. I don't mind.
A team not full of many words, but they don't need to do any talking. They let the game do that for them. APAC South has brought back the trophy home, and the region could not be more proud. Their #1 seed coming in to the ALGS mid-season playoff at EWC 2025 has taken the
PhD किसका रखा? मैं भी वही देखना चाहती थी. Stream के बाद देखूंगी.
Alliance, Falcons, and all the other teams who tried their best to get a shot at that trophy. This truly is paramount of an achievement that can only really, I think, be looked at as something that APAC South has felt has been coming for a long time.
Moment है भाई, है ना? तभी मैं बस देखे जा रही थी.
For this achievement yet again, and obviously
मतलब कि as an esports player कितना अच्छा feel होता होगा उधर. Crazy bro.
That was incredible from them.
Crazy.
And obviously, you know, we went so late.
चलो guys, पलटी मारने का समय हो गया है. Oh shit, मैं शायद ध्यान नहीं दी. मेरे हाथ की तरफ से मेरा ध्यान भटक गया. मुझे दर्द फील नहीं हुआ इतनी देर से. ही क्रेजी. BGMI में कम बैक डू. दैट्स इवन मोर क्रेजी. वालो भी नहीं बोला, BGMI बोला. वाल में तो जो हार रही थी उनके की क्रश हो रही थी, तो बची तो शायद FNC PRX इन जेंजी की ही. पता नहीं, देखती हूँ अभी स्ट्रीम के बाद देखूंगी. चाइना इज डोमिनेटिंग एवरीवेयर. हाँ ना, हर चीज में अच्छे कैसे हैं समझ नहीं आता मुझे कभी कभी. हर चीज में इतने अच्छे कैसे हैं. सीन है भाई. चलो एनीवे गाइस, गुड नाइट. कल मिलते हैं. कल तो देखो कुछ वॉच पार्टी नहीं है. देखते हैं कल क्या करेंगे. ठीक है, बाय गाइस, टेक केयर, स्लीप वेल, सी या, बाय. Bui.